Under a full moon, the time for revenge has come. For Kang Seo-woon, the last survivor of his clan, this is his only purpose. But his target, the Heavenly Demon, is already aware of the intrusion. Seo-woon makes his entrance, confronting the monster who destroyed his life. The demon scoffs, declaring that the lives of others are just insects to be crushed on his path to power. Enraged, Seo-woon vows to end his reign of terror himself. He attacks with the full might of his clan's signature technique, the Heavenly Lightning Fist. But the Heavenly Demon is unimpressed, preparing a terrifying counter with his own blood-red energy. Blue lightning clashes with crimson demonic power in a devastating explosion. Refusing to be beaten, Seo-woon shatters the demon's defense with an even stronger palm strike. The blow lands true, sending a massive surge of lightning through the demon's body. Wounded and furious, the Heavenly Demon realizes he underestimated the last survivor. Driven into a corner, he resorts to a final, desperate measure. Seo-woon looks on in horror, knowing this elixir will cause demonic key deviation, an unstable and catastrophic power-up. Willing to pay any price for victory, the demon consumes the entire vial. He screams in agony as the unstable power begins to corrupt his very being. He is reborn as a mindless monster of pure, destructive energy. The creature unleashes a final, overwhelming wave of power to annihilate Seo-woon. But at the last moment, a calm voice casts a single spell, completely nullifying the attack. A mysterious mage appears from thin air, casually apologizing for being late. But the epic showdown suddenly shatters, revealing it was all just a story. A story being read by our actual protagonist, Jin Seo-woon, who is furious the author ruined it. This is Jin Seo-woon, a 23-year-old who's supposed to be studying for college. But his plans were derailed by the one thing he couldn't resist, video games. His addiction paid off, though. In his favorite battle royale, he's one of the top 10 players in the country. Unable to focus, he escapes once more into the world of loyal grounds. His game sense is inhuman, taking down 2 opponents in the blink of an eye. Later in the match, he uses untouched loot as bait to lure a greedy player into a trap. As the enemy closes in, the hunter waits patiently in the shadows. And when the last survivor panics and runs, Seo-woon takes him down with a single perfect shot. Another game, another effortless victory. But reality hits hard when a text from his mom arrives, sending him money for the classes he's been skipping. A crushing wave of guilt washes over him, realizing he's been wasting his life and her money. Later that night, he stumbles across a strange article about people with real powers appearing, calling themselves players. But before he can learn more, the entire page mysteriously deletes itself. The next day, a strange purple light erupts from the ground beneath him. He looks down in horror as the eerie energy begins to consume him. His body disintegrates into particles of light, lifting him off the ground. And in a blinding flash, he's gone. Seo-woon materializes in a strange field, completely bewildered by what just happened. He just logged into a game with no escape. Floating in a dark void, Jin Seo-woon wonders if the strange light was some form of punishment for giving up on his resolution to study. He groggily awakens on the grass, annoyed by loud foreign voices. As he sits up, he abruptly finds himself in the middle of a tense confrontation, surrounded by a bizarre mix of warriors and mages shouting in a language he does not understand. Still in shock, he can only mutter, The hell?" as 2 fighters begin to clash with their swords right in front of him. Completely bewildered by the scene, he questions his own sanity, asking himself why so many cosplayers are gathered in one place. As mages chant spells around him, he watches a bolt of lightning being cast and begins to wonder if this is all just a dream. Standing utterly alone amidst a crowd of fantasy beings, a bewildered Jin Seo-woon desperately asks, "Just, where am I?" A system message suddenly appears, detecting 100 players, and he is startled to hear a voice inside his own head. As the statue's eyes glow, the system announces its initialization, and the familiar term immediately catches his attention. The system then completes a language synchronization, and he is shocked to hear the previously unintelligible crowd suddenly speaking perfect Korean. Another player near him is equally surprised and relieved, shouting that everyone is suddenly speaking his language. Ignoring the chaos, a martial artist confronts his rival, declaring that he has been waiting for this day to face the enemy of his sect. Nearby, the elf mage Chiron confronts the skeletal escrow, accusing him of causing the situation, but escrow cheekily suggests Chiron was the one who dragged him there. But Chiron dismisses him as shameless, stating that he won't be fooled by his words any longer. Escrow, however, cackles manically, boasting that belief is irrelevant as all are fated to kneel before the Demon King's power. Charging his staff with electricity, Chiron declares his promise as an archmage. He vows to kill Escrow right here and now, and then to finish off the Demon King himself soon after. With that, he unleashes a massive bolt of his signature Escrow-style lightning at his foe. Yet, to his utter disbelief, he sees his powerful attack has seemingly no effect. Escrow stands completely unharmed, patting himself down and wondering why he can't feel anything despite taking a direct magic hit. As the other players continue to argue and point fingers, Jin Soo-woon realizes with dawning horror that this is far too realistic to be a dream. The system's voice suddenly cuts through the noise, announcing the beginning of the game and startling him. Game rules flash before his eyes. The map is King Kingdom's capital. The goal is to get into the top 90, and attacks are disabled in the waiting room. A gigantic holographic map then appears in the sky, and he instantly recognizes it as a game map. The Game Master begins an explanation for those accessing Cloyd Survival for the first time. The rules are simple. The game will last 100 days on a shrinking map, continuing until only one survivor remains. The system clarifies that finishing the game or being eliminated means returning home, but failing to make the top 90 will lock a player out forever. The players are told they will soon descend to their chosen location to find items and are wished good luck. This familiar Battle Royale format makes Jin Seo-woon wonder if he's somehow dreaming about his favorite game, Loyal Ground. The mention of rewards for the top 10 triggers a flicker of recognition for the expert gamer. Just then he observes the absurdly powerful-looking people around him, acknowledging that even in a dream, this is a dangerous crowd. He glances at a sinister-looking player licking his blade, reinforcing the sense of danger. The grim reality of his situation sinks in, and he panics, thinking, "I will die, right?" Shaking with fear, he resolves not to die, and a glimmer of hope appears as he realizes if this is like his game, Logi, then he has a chance. Just then, an aggressive knight calls out to Messy Hair, and Jin Soo-woon realizes the insult is directed at him. The knight confronts him, aggressively demanding to know where he's from. Growing enraged by the silence, he screams his question again while raising his sword. Just as the knight is about to strike, the system starts a 3-second countdown, and a knowing smirk appears on Jin Soo-woon's face. The knight is baffled by his sudden laughter as the countdown ticks to 1. Jin Soo-woon's smirk widens into a confident grin as he relishes the start of the game, and confidently flips off the knight, boasting that with his expert knowledge of LOG, he can easily survive and defeat amateurs like him. The countdown hits 0, and the system officially announces the start of Day 1 of Cloyd Survival. In an instant, all 100 players are launched into the air, beginning their skydive onto the battleground. Jin Soo-woon watches the other players plummeting towards the map below. He astutely observes that most are descending into crowded areas, a rookie mistake for anyone but an expert. Drawing on his vast game knowledge, he decides to play it safe and start on the outskirts, avoiding the chaotic initial skirmishes. He spots an isolated house and pinpoints it as his ideal, safe landing zone. With a determined shout, he wills himself to descend toward his chosen target. So he crashes down with immense force, landing right beside the secluded house. Sticking a perfect landing, he is immediately ready for action. Fighting off a wave of motion sickness from the rapid descent, he makes a beeline for the house. But a sudden rustle from inside the dark building puts him on immediate alert. He curses his motion sickness, realizing he couldn't see if anyone else had landed with him. Knowing he's done for if he runs into an enemy unarmed, he sprints into the house to find a weapon. Hastily, he steps into a room. Slamming the door behind him, he takes a moment to catch his breath and steady his nerves. Panting, he instantly regrets provoking the aggressive knight, now paranoid that he's being followed. He carefully peeks out the window, scanning the area for any signs of pursuit. Seeing nothing, he breathes a sigh of relief, assuming the sound was just the wind. With no immediate threats, he decides it's time to loot the house for supplies. Remembering the system's instructions, he begins searching the house for items to help him survive. His search is quickly interrupted when he spots a potential item. He picks up a heavy crossbow, but is surprised by its sheer weight, finding it difficult to hold. Deciding it's better than nothing, he equips the weapon, and the knowledge of how to use it instantly flows into his mind. Recalling his military service, he confidently states that for a South Korean army sergeant, handling this crossbow is nothing. He takes aim, figuring out the firing mechanism on the fly. Then, he tests the crossbow, firing a bolt that zips across the room with impressive force. He's amazed by the power as he sees the bolt deeply embedded in a wooden beam. A pleased smile forms on his face as he realizes this weapon will be incredibly useful once he gets the hang of it. Finding nothing else in the first building, he heads back outside, now armed and ready. He takes a moment to appreciate the large map size, which is advantageous for his cautious strategy. Applying his gamer tactics, he plans to safely farm items in the deserted area while avoiding early game encounters. After some time, he cautiously enters another house, crossbow at the ready, prepared for any surprises. Inside, his eyes are drawn to a magical glowing scroll sitting on a table. He approaches the mysterious glowing item, wondering what it could be. A system pop-up informs him that he has obtained a healing scroll, which can heal injuries when ripped. He inspects the scroll, processing the system's straightforward explanation of the healing item, and makes a mental note to prioritize finding recovery items and wishes he had an item bag to carry them. Just as he's about to move on, another item glows with a powerful purple aura from a nearby bookshelf. He obtains the Black Star Chi Palm's martial arts book, a skill that lets him project hidden weapons through his fingers. The system prompts him to learn the skill, and he can't help but wonder if a tutorial will start. As soon as he accepts, the martial arts book bursts into a vortex of purple energy that surrounds him. The information from the glowing book is instantly absorbed into his mind. Stunned by the instant knowledge transfer, he looks down at his hands and feels a new power surging within them. He watches in awe as purple energy crackles and gathers in his palm, a physical manifestation of his new skill. To test his newfound ability, he grabs a nearby fork. He then unleashes the Black Star Chi Palm's technique, launching the fork with incredible force and precision. The fork embeds itself in the wooden beam, and a wild, triumphant grin spreads across his face as he exclaims, "I've learned a martial art." After looting the area, Jin Soo-woon tests his newfound physical abilities by throwing a simple fork, which embeds itself deep into a wooden beam. Satisfied with his progress and feeling his gamer confidence return, he smirks, declaring it a nice start. He muses that since martial arts books exist, magic books must as well, confirming his theory that Cloyd's survival is fundamentally the same as his game, Loyal Ground. Having thoroughly searched his landing spot, he decides it's time to move on and find a better location. He realizes the sun has already risen while he was busy farming and urgently seeks out a hiding spot for the day. In the twilight, his search leads him to a peculiar sight, a single house in the village, its lights still on. His gamer instincts kick in, telling him a lit house signifies one of two things: either it contains a rare, hidden item, or, far more dangerously, that another player is already inside waiting for him. Warily, he pushes the door open, keeping his crossbow at the ready for whatever might be inside. Entering cautiously, he knows he must be prepared for a fight, as he's unsure if anyone else landed nearby. He reasons that whoever might be inside is either a complete pro setting a trap or a total noob who doesn't even know how to hide. He finds the first floor eerily quiet, with no sound or movement at all. Suspicious of the silence, he breaks into a sweat, considering the possibility that his opponent is hiding on the second floor. Still, he steels himself, confident that with his weapon and Black Star Chi Palms, he might stand a chance even against a pro. With utmost caution, he begins to creep up the wooden staircase. Reaching the landing, he takes aim down the hallway, preparing for an ambush. But then his eyes widen in shock as he spots something on a table at the end of the hall. To his confusion, the source of the light is just a lantern, and he warily questions if it's a trap. His attention is then drawn to a closed door next to the lantern, the only remaining place for someone to hide. After a moment of tense silence, he makes his decision. Abandoning stealth, he kicks the door open with full force, ready to rush in. He lands inside the room, poised for an immediate confrontation. He then whips his head around, frantically scanning his surroundings for any sign of an enemy. Then he pauses, confused, as he realizes the room is completely empty. Slumping to his knees, he curses himself for putting on a show for no one. Despite his embarrassment, he breathes a sigh of relief that no one was there to ambush him. His disappointment vanishes, however, when he spots a glowing item on the desk, a ring of strength, which boosts his power by 20. He marvels at the game-like logic, wondering if he can truly get stronger just by wearing a ring. The moment he slips the ring on, a powerful surge of energy courses through his body, catching him completely off guard. He's shocked to find his body feel significantly lighter, to the point where he can barely feel the weight of the crossbow on his back. The reality of what a 20-point increase in strength truly means begins to dawn on him. Remembering how games work, he shouts commands like, "Stats, my info," until a character window finally pops up. However, he's a bit disappointed by his pathetic stats, but he notes with interest that learning a martial art has officially changed his class to Martial Artist. Smiling, he admits that compared to starting with nothing, his current progress is pretty cool. Feeling more confident, he decides to go back downstairs and properly search the first floor for any missed loot. His thorough search pays off, as he discovers another powerful item, a subspace ring, that grants him an inventory. Slightly amused that he keeps finding rings, he quickly equips his new prize. A system tutorial explains how to store items by grabbing them and thinking of the word subspace, and how to retrieve them by touching the ring. He quickly understands that the subspace ring functions as an inventory, replacing the need to carry a bag. He tests the function by thinking subspace, and is wowed as a swirling galactic portal opens from his hand. Though the sensation of his hand passing through the portal is strange, he appreciates its convenience. Our guy can't help but wistfully think how incredibly useful an item like this would be back in the real world. The thought of taking these powerful items and martial arts back to his own world becomes a tantalizing possibility. His curiosity piqued, he checks his interface to see if there's a kill log and if any other players have been eliminated. Just as he suspected, he finds the survivor count displayed on his interface. He's a bit disappointed to see only one person has been eliminated so far. He planned to farm until the player count dropped to 90. Still, he reflects on his successful looting spree, having found many consumables and hidden weapons to use with his cheap homes. Having cleared out the house, he debates whether to move on or stay hidden until morning. Recalling the intimidating players from the waiting room, he decides his best strategy is to lay low and aim for a top 10 placement rather than confronting them directly. He knows that surviving to the late game is the best way to earn placement points for good rewards. Deciding that fewer people will be active at night, he resolves to loot one more place before the sun comes up. As he travels through the woods, he marvels at the Ring of Strength, which allows him to move continuously without feeling tired at all. However, his increased strength doesn't stop him from feeling hunger and thirst, making him realize that Cloyd survival has realistic survival mechanics. As hunger pangs begin to strike, he pushes onward, hoping to find food in the next city. While consulting his map for nearby houses, his thoughts are cut short by a menacing growl echoing from the darkness. He whips around in fear, spotting a beastly silhouette in the shadows as its growl confirms he's being hunted. Without a second thought, his survival instincts take over, and he immediately bolts into a sprint. He panics, realizing with dread that the creature approached without making a single sound. A quick glance back confirms the creature is still there, its low growl a constant, terrifying presence. His eyes widen in pure terror as he finally gets a clear look at his pursuer. It's a werewolf, a monstrous beast straight out of a nightmare, and it's right on his tail. He barely dodges a lightning-fast swipe from the werewolf, his mind reeling in shock and horror. The situation becomes a true nightmare as he realizes he's not being hunted by one werewolf, but a whole pack. He runs for his life, shouting in disbelief that monsters exist in what he thought was a strictly PvP game, and bitterly regrets leaving the safety of the house, screaming that he would have stayed put if he'd known monsters were roaming around. The thought of a top-tier gamer like himself being embarrassingly eliminated by a common mob fuels his desperate flight. Just as his stamina begins to fail, he spots a glimmer of hope in the distance, another house. He bursts through the door and slams it shut, collapsing against the wall to gasp for air. But his relief is short-lived, as the sound of growling outside confirms the werewolves have followed him. Trapped and terrified, he frantically wonders what he should do now that he's cornered. He then peeks through a crack in the door, his heart pounding in his chest as the growling gets closer. The werewolves circle the small house, sniffing the air as they search for a way in. Realizing they're tracking him by scent gives him a dangerous idea. Deciding that a proactive defense is his only option, he resolves to attack first. So he takes aim with his crossbow through a crack in the boarded-up doorway, lining up his shot. With a sharp thwack, the crossbow bolt flies through the air, aimed squarely at the prowling beast. The bolt hits its mark, causing the werewolf to let out a ferocious, pained roar. To his amazement, the defeated werewolf crystallizes and shatters into glowing fragments. Now able to fire his crossbow one-handed thanks to the Ring of Strength, he prepares to deal with the last one. But his brief moment of confidence is instantly shattered by a horrifying realization. The final werewolf smashes through the door with a terrifying roar, its red eyes locked on him. Just then, the beast shatters the door and attacks him with its claws, but our guy barely manages to dodge it. He narrowly dodges a devastating follow-up swipe, realizing the creature is far stronger up close. Pushed into a corner, he curses, completely overwhelmed by the monster's assault. He desperately tries to fight back and fires a bow, but the werewolf is too strong and too fast. It blocks the attack with its hand, and yet the bow pierces its hand. Just then, the beast lunges at him. In fear, he stumbles and his crossbow falls to the ground. As he faces certain elimination, a spark of defiance ignites within him. He refuses to go down like this. In a last-ditch effort, he activates his subspace ring as a desperate gamble forms in his mind. He pulls the fork from his inventory and simultaneously channels the energy of his Black Star Chi palms into it. With a final, desperate roar, he thrusts his palm forward, driving the weaponized fork deep into the werewolf's chest. His face a mask of grim determination, he declares that he refuses to be defeated by a mere underling. Instead of a corpse, a loot chest appears, confirming Jin Soo-won's suspicion that he's in a game. But he still wonders about the source of a mysterious fire nearby. That's when a smug fire mage named Chiron reveals himself, mocking the non-magic user who dared approach his items, while Swoon simultaneously sneaks up from behind. The mage callously remarks that his victim was an unlucky bastard who should have died by his sword instead of being burned to death. Meanwhile, Seowon is amazed that the mage walked right past him, praising the effectiveness of his new stealth cloak. After setting the area ablaze, Chiron had pridefully declared his name to his fallen foe. He then approaches the loot chest, eager to see what his victim dropped. Watching him, Seowon realizes the harsh reality that he could be the next player hunted down by this powerful mage, because he knows that in this death game, any hesitation will result in his own demise and another player's advancement. With his resolve hardened, our protagonist decides he must kill to survive. Just as Chiron celebrates finding good loot, his victory is cut short by a sudden ambush. And he notices that someone is attacking him from behind, but the attack is stopped by his magical barrier. Realizing he's been attacked by another player, he curses the commotion that led him to this spot. From the cover of the shadows, Seowon prepares his next attack with his crossbow. It is also blocked by a magical barrier. But under the relentless assault, Chiron worries that his magical barrier is about to break. Gritting his teeth, he desperately calls out, trying to pinpoint his hidden attacker. At this, he blindly retaliates, launching a fiery strike spell into the woods. Enraged, he screams at his attacker to stop being a coward and show himself. A throwing dagger whistles through the air, but it's only a diversion. As the mage dodges the dagger, he's left wide open for Seowon's real attack. Seowon seizes the opportunity, unleashing his Black Star Chi Palms and shattering the weakened barrier. With his defense broken, a panicked Chiron frantically demands to know where his opponent is hiding. Taking advantage of the chaos, Seowon calmly takes aim with his crossbow, preparing the kill shot. The mage desperately tries to cast one last spell, Escrow's Flame, but it's too late. A crossbow bolt finds its mark, striking him squarely in the forehead. As Chiron falls, Seowon emerges from the shadows, the clear victor of their deadly encounter. Catching his breath, he confirms his victory, having secured his first player kill. As is custom in this game world, 2 loot chests materialize from the defeated players. Worried that the fire will attract unwanted attention, he decides to loot quickly and escape. Opening the mage's chest, he finds a pair of gloves, a dagger, and a valuable medium-grade healing scroll. He also discovers Escrow's necklace, but dismisses the pure gold accessory as a trash item with no special properties and stashes it away. But just as he's about to close the chest, he spots another mysterious item at the bottom. It's a circle stone, a rare artifact that can grant its user the ability to wield mana. He's in disbelief. The stone means he, a martial artist, now has the chance to become a mage. Suddenly, he understands the mage's regretful last words about not having time to use an item. This must have been it. With a greedy smile, Seowon taunts the dead mage, promising to put the circle stone to good use. Deciding to check the rest of the loot later, he packs everything into his inventory and sets off to find a safer location. Once again cloaked, he ventures out in search of a secure place to use his newly acquired treasure. He quickly finds a secluded, abandoned building that seems perfect. Safely inside, he doesn't hesitate and confirms his decision to use the circle stone. The system issues a stark warning: he will be motionless for 3 hours and may feel slight pain. However, the moment the process begins, he is racked with agonizing pain. He endures 3 grueling hours of intense, silent screaming as dawn finally breaks outside. Finally collapsing in exhaustion, Seowon sarcastically remarks on the system's definition of slight pain, thinking he was going to die. After recovering, he pulls up his status window, eager to see the results of his painful transformation. The new status window confirms his success. He is now a dual-class martial artist and mage, with a brand new mana stat. Now a dual-class player, Seowon checks the survivor list, expecting the count to have dropped by 2. The system dings as it brings up the current survivor statistics. He stares in shock and disbelief at the numbers on the screen. Not only has the survivor count plummeted to 45, but the kill feed is flooded with a single name, Nam Sagwang. A few hours earlier, the notorious Nam Sagwang watched his prey from a tree branch. Below, a desperate knight flees for his life, begging his relentless pursuer to stop. Enjoying the hunt, Nam Sagwang just sadistically licks his lips in anticipation. In Halti Run, the Knightfoot stumbles with a stone, sending him sprawling to the ground. The defeated knight pathetically begs to be spared, pleading just to make it into the top 90. Unmoved, Nam Sagwang looms over his victim, telling him he can't just let him go. In his final moments, the knight breaks down completely, crying and pleading for mercy. His pleas are met with a brutal, bloody end. Standing over the body, Nam Sagwang coolly states that with this kill, every other participant will surely come to know his name. And so, the name Nam Sagwang is brutally carved into the memory of every survivor in the game. Back in the present, our guy sees that the kill feed is dominated by a single name, Nam Sagwang, and prays he never runs into this terrifying player. But then, a sudden realization hits him. With the player count so low, he might actually have a chance of making it into the top 10. He immediately begins to fantasize about the top-ranking rewards, wondering if he could bring his new skills and items back to the real world. However, he quickly snaps back to reality, chiding himself for getting ahead of himself when a ruthless killer is on the loose. Deciding he needs to get stronger, he starts to focus his newly acquired mana. As a vibrant blue aura envelops his hand, he feels a definite power coursing through him, confirming that this is indeed mana. He then remembers a magic book he looted the previous day and pulls the shimmering tome from his subspace inventory. It's the magic book of Windball, and without hesitation, he confirms that he wants to learn the spell. Instead of him having to read it, the knowledge of the magic spell is instantly downloaded directly into his mind. Now a dual-class mage and martial artist, he prepares to test out his first ever magic spell. With a surge of power, he unleashes his newly learned Windball spell. Several small, swirling orbs of wind manifest in front of his hand. Sawun looks slightly underwhelmed by the small size of the wind balls he managed to create. So he experiments with the spell, floating the small mana orbs around the room. But when he unleashes the spell's full force, the wind balls shred a nearby crate, proving to be much stronger than they look. Satisfied with the destructive power, he notes that the spell will definitely come in handy. However, he suddenly feels exhausted as a status window reveals that casting the single spell completely drained his mana reserves. With the restricted zone shrinking, he decides to play it safe and farm for items along the boundary. He reasons that with half the players gone, his chances of an encounter are lower, but he still needs to hurry before the zone shrinks further. A mysterious old man with long white hair watches him walk away, a thoughtful expression on his face. Finding the boy's survival tactics interesting, the old master decides to follow him. With a powerful leap, the master silently takes to the trees to tail him from above. Half a day later, Sawun arrives at a cluster of houses he spotted on his map, ready to loot. But he suddenly stops, a bead of sweat running down his face as he senses he's not alone. The area seems deserted, littered only with open chests and bloodstains. On high alert, he prepares for a potential ambush. He quickly gathers his mana and prepares to cast his Windball spell. Then, he preemptively fires the spell into the house to flush out anyone who might be hiding. After the dust settles, he finds nothing and questions if he just imagined the presence. Despite finding no one, he can't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Just then, his eyes widen in surprise as he spots something through a broken-down door. Inside the dark room, a fresh trail of blood leads deeper into the shadows. Peering inside, he realizes there's an injured person hiding within. He briefly entertains the ruthless thought of killing the injured player to steal their high-value items. Ultimately, however, he decides against the risk, prioritizing his own survival and choosing to walk away. Sawun seemingly leaves the area, disappearing back into the woods. Hiding just inside the doorway, an injured knight peeks out, wondering if the coast is clear. He lets out a sigh of relief, thankful that he hid quickly enough to avoid being killed. With misplaced bravado, he mutters that he could have easily taken care of that boy if he weren't already injured. Believing he's safe, the knight turns his attention to looting a nearby chest. But in a flash of red, he is brutally attacked from behind while his guard is down. The knight can only curse his fate as his life comes to a sudden and violent end. From the bushes, Sawun reveals he was faking his retreat, thanking the foolish knight for coming out of hiding so quickly. With the area now clear, he plans to quickly farm for loot before moving to the edge of the restricted zone. Just as he's about to start, however, a calm voice from behind compliments his skills, startling him. Sawun spins around, cursing himself for letting his guard down at such a critical moment. He's confronted by the mysterious old man, who tells him not to be scared and that he just wants a word. The old man acknowledges that revealing his name is pointless, as they all come from different worlds anyway. Sawun forces a nervous smile, realizing this person is unlike any of the other aggressive players he's met so far. The old man then asks him if he has experience in this kind of play before. Seeing his confusion, the man clarifies that he's been watching and can tell Sawun knows this death game isn't a normal reality. Stunned, our protagonist admits that while it's his first time here, he has played a similar game in his own world. The old man finds this fascinating, confirming his suspicion that this young man is not from the same world as him. As dusk settles on the third day, the two stand together in the darkening woods. The old man curiously asks if the moon in Sawun's world is as large as the one hanging in the sky above them. They both agree that the moon in this world is noticeably bigger than the ones in their respective homes. The old man asks Sawun to explain the game he mentioned, but our guy is hesitant to talk in such an exposed area. He anxiously questions how he can trust the old man not to kill him if they go to a more private location. In a flash, the old man grabs him by the cloak, warning him to be silent. And he leaps from one tree branch to another, holding our guy. Seo-woon grimaces as he's dragged along, completely at the mercy of the old man's superior speed and power. Leaping into the sky, the master carries him away, an encounter Seo-woon would later realize had massive consequences. Perched safely in a high tree branch, the old man reacts with amusement as Seo-woon tries to explain the concept of video games. The master correctly deduces that his origin in an advanced civilization is why he adapted so quickly to the death game. He then shocks Seo-woon by revealing he has been watching him since the very moment they were all dropped into this world, and explains that he was initially uninterested in the game but became intrigued by Seo-woon's unique behavior and decided to approach him out of curiosity. Seo-woon admits he doesn't know why they were brought here either, prompting the old man to ask for more details about his game. He clarifies that in his world it's just a game for fun where people don't actually die. Therefore, he concludes, he has no way of knowing the true motives of the supernatural beings who orchestrated this real-life deathmatch. The old master listens intently, taking in the explanation of his world. After that, our guy posits that despite the danger, this game will serve as a huge opportunity for someone. He elaborates on his theory, dying here isn't final, and players will likely return to their worlds with the skills and items they've acquired. Seo-woon confirms the theory, stating his belief that not just items but even the martial arts and skills learned here can be kept, though he has no proof yet. The old master finds the idea of magic interesting, but questions why our protagonist would see this as an opportunity for the master himself, who surely wouldn't need it. Seo-woon explains that for someone like him, who has no real status in his own world, this is a life-changing opportunity, unlike a powerful martial arts master with many followers. The old man bursts into laughter at his interesting assumptions, while Seo-woon desperately shushes him, fearing they'll be discovered. Changing the subject, the master asks about the strange finger-hovering motions Seo-woon was making earlier, realizing he doesn't know how to access the game's map. Seo-woon spends the rest of the night sharing his game knowledge and listening to the old master's stories about his world. As dawn breaks, the two land back on the ground, their all-night conversation concluded. The master jokes that he, a talkative elder, took up too much of the young man's precious time, causing Seo-woon to stumble over his words in denial. Realizing that sticking with this powerful individual is his safest bet, Seo-woon insists that he enjoyed their conversation. Wanting to repay him for all the valuable information, the old master asks if there's anything he can do for him. Seizing the golden opportunity, Seo-woon desperately begs the master to teach him martial arts so he can survive until the very end. The master grins, replying that it's not impossible, which brings a glimmer of hope to his student-to-be's eyes. However, the master gives him a solemn warning. To learn from him, he must be prepared for the absolute worst. When asked what he means by the worst, the old master looks at him coldly and states, "I mean death." The elder warns that to succeed outside traditional means, one must be prepared to pay a hefty price. Though shaken, Seo-woon questions the very concept of death within this game. He points out that people don't truly die here, which gives the elder a moment of realization. As the elder considers this new information, Seo-woon eagerly asks if there's a way for him to get stronger after all. Seeing a glimmer of hope, he excitedly asks what he needs to do. In response, the elder places a hand on his head to gauge his inner energy, and he is utterly shocked by what he finds. He exclaims that the boy has less inner energy than his housedog, while Seo-woon retorts that his world doesn't have such things. Having decided on a course of action, the master instructs him to sit in the lotus position. With that, the elder prepares to begin the arduous training process. He then warns him that he'll feel a pain akin to death and be unable to move, leaving Seo-woon to nervously ask what he should do. The elder's only advice is to endure it. With a stern look, he adds a terrifying ultimatum: fail to endure, and he will die for real. As the process begins, his senses are heightened to an excruciating degree, feeling the wind like sharp blades against his skin. The pain intensifies, every breath feels like lava, and he can even hear the sound of ants crawling in the grass. Overwhelmed by the sensory overload, his body feels like it's being torn apart. In pure agony, he fears that this might actually be the end for him. Then, after what feels like an eternity, the elder removes his hand, announcing that the process is done. Seo-woon gasps for air, the aftershock of the immense pain still racking his body. As he retches, the elder notes that his body's endurance proves he has a good innate disposition for the technique, and explains that he has fixed the flow of chi in Seo-woon's body, who in turn asks what comes next. Reminded of his desire to get strong as quickly as possible, he steels himself for the next step. Jung Woo-seon reveals that he has pushed Seo-woon's soul aside to create an inspiratory gate. He explains that while people normally absorb the world's ki, this new gate will allow him to absorb a special kind of energy. The elder continues, lecturing that the body, mind, and soul are held together by life chi. He then poses a question, what happens to that life chi when someone dies? Seo-woon guesses that it disappears, but the elder immediately corrects him, stating that it disperses. The life chi is visualized as countless droplets dispersing back into the world. While this dispersed life chi is normally absorbed by nature, the elder reveals that some consider this a waste. He then darkly reveals that some even murder others to directly absorb their life chi. However, that method is unstable and eventually leads to ruin. The mind technique he passed on, in contrast, will allow Seo-woon to safely absorb this scattered life chi. Seo-woon panics, thinking he might still die, but the elder clarifies that this method is different, as he used his soul instead of his veins. Because he was a blank sheet with no inner energy, the elder was able to modify his very essence to absorb the life chi harmoniously, which is why he resorted to a forbidden technique. Seo-woon astutely deduces that the elder chose this forbidden art because of the unique game setting. The elder confirms this, explaining that he could feel the lingering life chi at the locations where people had died. Thus, the technique's biggest drawback. The need for murder is not an issue here, where killing is necessary for survival. He predicts that if Seo-woon can survive and eliminate others for 100 days, he will reach an incredible level of power. With the lesson concluded, the elder prepares to depart, but Seo-woon quickly stops him. He desperately asks for the name of the man who has helped him so much. The elder introduces himself as Zhang Uqiong and reveals that the technique he taught is the white martial divisic arts. Seo-woon bows in gratitude, promising to never forget this grace, while the master gives him final advice on breathing to accumulate energy. Before leaving, Zhang Uqiong comments on the convenience of the game's map system. He bids the young man farewell, promising they will meet again when the opportunity arises. Then, using his advanced movement techniques, Zhang Uqiong leaps away. Seo-woon watches him vanish in an instant, impressed by his pro-level skills. But he laments his own inability to use Qinggong for faster travel. Now alone, he resolves to stick to his plan and move to the outskirts of the limited area. He reflects that while the elder transported him to the center of the area in an instant, the journey back on foot took him half a day, stretching long into the night. Arriving at a small village, he spots a house with its lantern still lit, which arouses his suspicion. He deduces it's either an empty house or a newbie who doesn't know how to turn off the lights, and decides it's the perfect target. With that, Seo-woon dashes toward the building. He slips inside, crossbow at the ready. After that, he cautiously sweeps the interior, looking for any sign of another player. Finding the house empty, he celebrates his good fortune, believing it's time to farms for items. However, his search turns up only useless items, and he collapses in frustration. Overcome with exhaustion from the all-night training session, he lets out a massive yawn. Realizing he's too tired to continue, he decides to get some sleep. The sun rises, marking the start of Day 5 in Cloyd survival. Seo-woon is still fast asleep on the floor as morning light streams in. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. He realizes with a jolt that he's not alone. The house wasn't empty after all. Indeed, he spots the silhouette of another person outside the window, confirming his fears. Panicked, he grabs his crossbow, realizing he has overslept and is now in a dangerous situation. The sound of the front door opening confirms that an intruder has arrived. A weary martial artist, Shui Orong, steps inside, sighing in relief that he can finally rest. But his relief is short-lived, as he senses another presence in the room. From the shadows, Seo-woon takes aim, ready to spring his ambush. He fires his crossbow at point-blank range. Shui Orong, however, reacts with incredible speed, deflecting the bolt with his sword. Annoyed that his opponent is a fellow martial artist, Seo-woon immediately prepares his next attack, gathering chi in his palm. He unleashes the Black Star Chi Palm, sending a volley of hidden blades at his target. Outraged at the use of hidden weapons, Shui Orong is struck by the unexpected projectiles. Yet despite his injuries, the martial artist lunges forward to counterattack. Seo-woon easily sidesteps the telegraphed attack and stomps his opponent to the ground. He then pins the man's sword hand under his foot, completely neutralizing him. Annoyed that his sleep was interrupted, Seo-woon holds his crossbow bolt like a dagger over the pleading man. The man begs for his life, offering everything he has, but his pleas are cut short. As the kill notification appears, Seo-woon, splattered with blood, coldly reflects that just like his victim, he can't afford to die either. After killing Shui Orong, a confused Jin Seo-woon stands splattered with blood. He sees the loot chest releasing an unfamiliar green energy, suddenly remembering Elder Zhang Doxian's words about this very phenomenon. As the energy envelops him, he realizes it's the life ki his master had spoken of. The life chi surges into his body, beginning a powerful transformation. He feels his body overflowing with a newfound strength and questions if this could be the legendary inner energy. At this, he's amazed that absorbing just one person's life chi has made him feel so much lighter and stronger. Eager to quantify his gains, he calls out for his status window. He's surprised to find a new stat for inner energy, deducing that 20 points must have come directly from his recent victim. While grateful for the Elder's amazing gift, he resolves not to rely solely on kills to get stronger. Curious about the state of the game, he decides to check the current player count. He's shocked to see the number has plummeted to just 24, even though it's only the 5th day. But before he can fully process this, he notices a change on the screen. The player count ticks down to 23 right before his eyes, signaling yet another death. Elsewhere, a dying player utters the name of his killer, the infamous Nam Sagwang. The dead player's loot box materializes, its life chi swirling around it. Nam Sagwang casually complains that his hand is now dirty for no reason, having killed someone so weak. Annoyed by the slow pace, he checks the player count, wondering when the game will finally end. He scoffs in disbelief that there are still 22 people left alive. Noticing Jin Seowon's name in the recent kill log, Nam Sagwang vaguely recalls having seen it before. Meanwhile, Seowon recognizes the massive threat and concludes that he must avoid Nam Sagwang at all costs, and acknowledges the vast power gap, realizing he barely beat a minor opponent and has a long way to go to reach that level. Knowing time is short, he decides he needs to farm items before the restricted zone gets any smaller. Later, he reflects that the only good item from Orang's chest was a potion, reasoning that a stronger player would have certainly dropped better loot. With Nam Sagwang on the loose, he decides his best strategy is to hide and wait for the player count to drop further. 1 week later, the appearance of a werewolf makes him realize just how lucky he was in the early game. His time in hiding yielded only trash gear, forcing him to fight monsters with his current, underpowered equipment. He hunts small creatures for food, noting that staying near the zone's border has at least kept him safe from other players. On day 12 of the survival game, he glumly eats jerky, sick of his monotonous diet. As the shrinking zone looms behind him, he sees that only 20 players now remain. He tests the barrier, wincing as the energy wall gives him a painful shock, and observes that for a week straight, the only person getting kills has been Nam Sagwang, meaning everyone else must be in hiding. While watching the zone, something in the distance catches his eye. From his vantage point, he spots the signs of a large-scale battle unfolding. It seems a group of players has surrounded Nam Sagwang, declaring their intention to take him down together. A coalition of determined warriors and mages, including a woman named Elizabeth, stands united, warning Nam Sagwang that he has no way to win. Unimpressed, he sarcastically thanks them for gathering and saving him the trouble of hunting them down one by one. With a menacing grin, he warns them that since they came ready to kill him, they must be prepared to suffer the same fate. Without another word, Nam Sagwang explodes into action, launching himself at the group. He gracefully leaps through the air, closing the distance in an instant. The coalition members shout at each other to stop his advance, but it's already too late. He brutally dispatches his first opponent, calmly counting 1. Like a storm, he tears another one apart. The remaining players, including a horrified Elizabeth, can't believe how fast he is. As another body falls, Nam Sagwang emotionlessly counts his second kill. The battle becomes a chaotic blur as he effortlessly dismantles the entire coalition. He moves with vicious precision, his strikes leaving a trail of blood and shattered hopes. Watching from afar, Seowon realizes this isn't a battle, but a one-sided massacre. The kill log confirms the brutal reality. Nam Sagwang is an unstoppable force, seemingly destined to win the game. The system dings repeatedly as the kill feed fills with his name, showing he wiped out 9 players, including Elizabeth, in mere moments. Seowon can only stare in disbelief at the slaughter and questions if Nam Sagwang is even human, wondering if he's hacking to get 9 kills at once. Catching his breath, Nam Sagwang dismisses the entire group, muttering, "These guys were nothing." Annoyed by the stench of blood, he walks away from the pile of loot, leaving Elizabeth's staff behind. Covered in his victim's blood, he decides he should look for a place to wash up. After the killer departs, Escrow arrives at the gruesome scene and discovers Elizabeth's fallen staff. Fueled by grief and rage, he swears in the name of Escrow that he will avenge Elizabeth. Following the massacre, the player count has dropped to a mere 11 people. Seowon considers his position, realizing he only needs to hang on a little longer to make the top 10. However, after witnessing Nam Sagwang's raid boss level of power, he knows he needs to find some powerful items just to stand a chance. Just then, he spots a large mansion, noting that it will be outside the safe zone by morning. Seizing the opportunity, he approaches the mansion, seeing it as his last chance for a proper farming run. He cautiously peeks inside, ensuring the coast is clear. Upon entering, he is taken aback by the building's extravagant interior. He quietly moves through the grand hall, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the mansion. Inside, he discovers a suit of Royal Guard's armor, but is disappointed to find he lacks the 110 strength required to equip it. With a current strength of only 30, he can only sigh at his bad luck and move on. While searching a library, his eyes land on a glowing potion hidden on a shelf. The system identifies it as an elixir that increases internal energy but requires a 3-hour use time. He's ecstatic to find a way to gain inner energy without killing, just as he also discovers a secret martial arts manual for the unstoppable fist. He can't believe his luck, having found both an elixir and a new martial arts manual in one spot. Knowing the elixir requires a 3-hour commitment, he begins looking for a safe place to absorb it. However, his search is cut short when he notices something unusual on the floor. He's found a hidden cellar and suspects there might be something valuable inside. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the entire mansion, catching him completely off guard. The force of the blast sends him flying out of the building. Tumbling through the air, he screams in shock and confusion. A series of explosions tears through the mansion as he's thrown clear of the inferno. Landing hard in a bush, he's baffled as to how he was ambushed, certain that nobody had followed him. Looking up, he recognizes his attacker as the elf he saw in the initial waiting room. Escrow stands amidst the flames, staff in hand, ready for battle. He is impressed that Nam Sagwang survived the explosion, taking it as proof of his rumored power. Just as he dramatically vows to remember his name, Nam Sagwang appears, annoyed by the elf's theatrics. Nam Sagwang scoffs, telling the elf that once he shuts his mouth, he'll be nothing. Tired of the talk, he challenges Escrow to come at him instead of wasting time. With a maniacal grin, Escrow accepts the challenge, eager to make Nam Sagwang pay. Nam Sagwang smirks, coolly returning the sentiment, right back at you. Hiding in the bushes, Jin Suwoon is utterly floored by the revelation that Nam Sagwang, the game's most ruthless killer, is just a kid. The elf mage, Escrow, taunts his opponent, Nam Sagwang, calling him a brat and challenging him to stop running. Hidden in the bushes, Jin Seowoon watches the epic confrontation in wide-eyed terror. He then channels immense power, calling upon his signature Escrow-style lightning spell. With a furious roar, he commands the powerful lightning to strike down his foe. Nam Sagwang barely manages to dodge it. Frustrated by the evasiveness, Escrow yells at him to stop dodging and face him head-on, just as he did with Elizabeth. Yet, despite his cocky demeanor, Nam Sagwang internally admits that the elf is no mere talker, and his skills are genuinely chilling. Escrow grits his teeth in frustration, cursing his opponent as a rat bastard for his trickery. Believing he has his enemy cornered, the mage prepares a massive final attack, vowing to end him with this next blow. He then unleashes his ultimate attack, a massive lightning storm that fills the sky. The powerful storm moves directly toward its target, Nam Sagwang, who looks on in shock. However, he moves with blinding speed and dodges the storm. Having evaded the attack, Nam Sagwang emerges from the chaos, and he gracefully leaps into the air, turning the tables on his opponent. The elf looks up in disbelief as Nam Sagwang appears above him, ready to strike. Seizing the opening, Nam Sagwang fires a powerful blast of his own energy at the distracted mage. But Escrow quickly erects a defense, confidently stating that such an attack isn't enough to break his barrier. As the elf taunts him, telling him he will die, the version of Nam Sagwang he is fighting begins to dissipate, revealing the deception. The illusion fades away, and Escrow realizes he's been played. He's left momentarily stunned, having fallen for his opponent's illusion. Realizing he's been fighting a clone, the elf hovers above the battlefield, scanning for his real target. Far away, the real Nam Sagwang makes his escape as rain suddenly begins to fall. Jin So-woon is completely awestruck, realizing the mage is so powerful he can change the weather with his magic. Meanwhile, Escrow loses track of his foe, noting that he's managed to run quite far away. Furious at the escape, he screams into the stormy sky, swearing to catch and kill Nam Sagwang. At the same time, a battered and exhausted Nam Sagwang flees through the downpour. He catches his breath, acknowledging the elf's victory this time, but vowing to be the one who kills him in their next encounter. For now, he decides his only option is to fall back and recover. Back in hiding, our protagonist narrates his survival, explaining that his cloak of hiding allowed him to watch the entire battle unnoticed. Seeing his chance, Seowoon decides the abandoned battlefield is the safest place to be and goes to investigate. His gamble pays off as he excitedly discovers the hidden location he was searching for. He's found a cellar door and wonders if it's a safe or a dungeon hiding treasure. He opens the hatch and cautiously peers down the deep, dark stairwell. Confident that no one else has discovered it, he decides to head inside. Thankful for the lantern he grabbed earlier, he makes his way down into the cellar. He hangs the lantern on a hook, illuminating the dark room. However, his initial excitement fades as he realizes it might just be a simple food cellar. At this, he worries that the trip was a complete bust, since he desperately needs better loot, not just provisions. His rumbling stomach, however, reminds him that he's been subsisting on nothing but tasteless jerky. 1 hour later, a satisfied Seo-woon relaxes after enjoying a proper meal for the first time in a while. Content after his feast, he decides it's finally time to consume the mysterious elixir. He also remembers the martial arts manual he found, which teaches a technique called unrestrained fist. But his face falls as he reads that the creator of the art, Manhwa, lost all 1,429 of his matches and died without a single disciple. And he sighs, figuring that learning even a questionable martial art is better than learning nothing at all. Deciding to worry about the manual later, he focuses on the elixir, wondering if he should just drink it. While the memory of pain from the circle stone makes him hesitate, he ultimately chugs the elixir in his quest for strength. The effects of the powerful elixir hit him almost instantly. He is overwhelmed as his danshin fills with an incomparable amount of inner energy. The intense absorption process renders him immobile for 3 hours, sweating profusely. 3 agonizing hours later, a drained Seo-woon finally starts to recover. Exhausted, he complains that even just staying still for 3 hours felt incredibly tiring. Still, he proudly reflects on his ability to survive unnoticed during the clash between the Archmage and Nam Sagwang. He stretches out on the floor, enjoying a brief moment of respite. Just then, a system notification appears, announcing the start of Day 13 of Koid Survival. His power-up complete, our protagonist pushes open the cellar door to exit. Emerging from the ruins, he immediately asks the system to show him the player count. He's shocked to see the survivor count has dropped to 10, meaning someone died while he was underground. His eyes widen in disbelief as he reads the kill feed. He is stunned to discover that his master, Zhang Doxion, has died by suicide. At this, he theorizes that the old master might have attempted some absurd training method, treating the death game with a casual attitude. While the method leaves a bad taste in his mouth, Seo-woon accepts that he has now made it into the top 10. Noticing the map is shrinking, he realizes he must get moving to avoid being caught in the restricted zone. He resolves to stick to his tried-and-true strategy of evasion, to climb higher in the ranks. Crossbow in hand, he begins navigating the treacherous forest. Suddenly, his danger sense alerts him to an imminent threat. A massive fireball explodes directly in front of him, halting his advance. Blown off his feet, Seo-woon wonders who could possibly summon such a powerful fireball. Then, a horrifying thought crosses his mind as he realizes who the powerful mage might be. Through the smoke and fire, he spots the silhouette of a lone figure. His worst fears are confirmed as he recognizes the formidable elf mage, Escrow. Escrow explains that his detection spell led him there, having mistaken him for Nam Sagwang. Seo-woon mentally kicks himself for getting careless with his newfound speed and running straight into one of the game's apex predators. The elf demands to know if he has seen Nam Sagwang, and if he doesn't see it coming, he will kill him right here. While Nam Sagwang is hidden behind him, laughing menacingly, the elf mage, Escrow, threatens Jin Seo-woon, demanding to know where Nam Sagwang is and promising death if he doesn't answer. A startled Jin Seo-woon retorts that they've only just met and that he has no idea where the man could be. At this, Escrow states, "You just look like someone from a similar region, that's all. If you're not, then I suppose you will die here." But without warning, Nam Sagwang blitzes the elf mage, interrupting the standoff. Escrow is caught completely off guard by the ambush, realizing someone had been hiding and waiting for the right moment to strike. Nam Sagwang smugly reveals that he is already fully recovered while taunting his opponent about his dwindling mana reserves. A bewildered Jin Seo-woon also wonders where the fearsome killer even came from. With a ferocious grin, the killer declares he will finish the fight with his next move. He then lunges forward, launching a powerful, energy-infused punch at the elf mage. Escrow arrogantly dismisses the attack, believing such a simple move could never harm him. However, his confidence immediately shatters as he realizes the true, terrifying power behind the seemingly simple punch. Nam Sagwang mocks the elf's ignorance, asking if he's ever heard of enhanced energy, and explains that arm energy is an incredibly rare martial art, one he never expected to have to use in this world. As his hand pierces the mage's body and his energy courses through him, he condescendingly tells him to consider it an honor for being the first to witness it. The powerful technique makes brutal contact, sending a spray of blood from the overwhelmed mage. With his throat crushed, the elf can only struggle as his attacker taunts him about his inability to chant spells any longer, and coldly informs him that while making it to the top 5 is expected for someone like him, meeting the game's top killer will be his greatest regret. Meanwhile, Jin Se-woon sees the intense battle as a golden opportunity to quietly slip away unnoticed. However, he is shocked as Nam Sagwang says to the mage, "Now die." He follows through on his threat, brutally impaling the elf. The elf gasps in agony as his opponent's energy-charged hand pierces straight through his chest. As Se-woon watches the carnage, he reflects on how the supposedly invincible archmage could be so utterly destroyed. Yet, watching the one-sided slaughter, he feels neither fear of Nam Sagwang nor pity for the archmage. Instead, a single greedy thought dominates his mind. If I absorb their life chi, I wonder how powerful I'd become. Nam Sagwang looms over the dying elf, mocking his silence and asking where the cocky bastard from yesterday went. Unable to speak, the elf can only glare back with defiance. Suddenly, the elf's voice rings directly in his attacker's mind, revealing that Elizabeth, one of his prior victims, was his beloved apprentice. Using telepathy, he recounts how she was unjustly kicked out of the academy simply for being a woman. Nam Sagwang callously dismisses the tragic backstory, insensitively suggesting that perhaps she just looked like a man. Filled with righteous fury, Escrow telepathically declares that he will finally shut the killer's filthy mouth. Provoked by the defiance, a furious Nam Sagwang demands to know what the dying elf just said. From his hiding spot, Jin Se-woon senses a massive shift in energy, realizing something terrible is about to happen. He looks up to see the sky glowing an ominous orange, wondering what could be happening. His eyes then widen in sheer terror as he realizes a meteor is hurtling towards the battlefield. The meteor descends, engulfing Escrow in its fiery glow as he prepares to sacrifice himself. Nam Sagwang watches in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his opponent could cast a spell of this magnitude without chanting. Chiron's final message explains that he is casting an ultimate spell, using his very mana and life chi as the price. Escrow's final message explains that he is casting an ultimate spell, using his very mana and life chi as the price. As his body disintegrates, he unleashes his final, world-ending spell, Armageddon. Nam Sagwang can only scream in fury as the insane, suicidal attack descends upon him. Finally snapping out of his stupor, Jin Se-woon realizes he stayed too long and frantically runs for his life. In his last moments, Escrow has a vision of his apprentice, telling Elizabeth it was nice to see her again. As his item box drops to the ground, the elf's final thought is a wish to see her one last time. The meteor makes impact, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that vaporizes the landscape. Watching from a safe distance, a dark elf observer shields his eyes from the blinding light of the massive spell. He grimly concludes that the person responsible for such a powerful spell must be him. Meanwhile, Jin Se-woon, caught in the blast, curses himself for letting his greed for life chi keep him there for too long. Refusing to die such a meaningless death, he desperately reaches into his subspace inventory. Just as he's about to be incinerated, he tears open a healing scroll he'd been saving for just such an emergency. He barely survives the explosion, acknowledging that he only escaped thanks to the elixir he had taken earlier. Even with the healing scroll, the pain is excruciating, and he quickly realizes one won't be enough to fix the damage. After frantically using several more scrolls, he finally gets his injuries under control and can breathe again. Now completely out of healing scrolls, a battered Jin Se-woon makes a mental note to restock as soon as possible. Catching his breath, he pulls up the system interface to check the player count. He confirms from the kill log that Nam Sagwang did indeed kill the archmage, and regrets that he couldn't absorb the fallen elf's life chi. However, he's puzzled to find no kill log announcing Nam Sagwang's death, and wonders if the top player somehow survived the blast. Suddenly, a weak, desperate cry for help cuts through the silence. Following the faint sound, Se-woon cautiously makes his way through the decimated forest. He pushes aside some foliage as the pleas for help grow louder. His eyes then go wide with shock at the scene before him. He finds the grievously injured and helpless Nam Sagwang, who is lamenting his inability to use a healing scroll. Se-woon quickly assesses the situation, realizing that with both arms mangled by the explosion, the once-feared killer is completely defenseless. Approaching the fallen tyrant, Jin Se-woon confirms his identity. Nam Sagwang is stunned that this stranger knows who he is. Se-woon admits he'd always wondered about the man's power, and never imagined he'd find the top player in such a pathetic state. Seeing a flicker of hope, the desperate man begins to bargain, promising to make Se-woon the winner if he just helps him this one time. And frantically pleads his case, arguing that our protagonist can't possibly win the game alone if he passes up this alliance. But Se-woon ignores the pleas, his mind consumed by a different calculation, the value of Nam Sagwang's items and his life chi. With a dark, determined grin, he decides that killing the man himself is the fastest path to becoming the game's new Lu Bu, its most powerful warrior. Realizing his fate, the killer screams, trying to convince Seo-woon that there are other strong players and that he doesn't even have good items. Jin Seo-woon calmly interrupts the desperate pleas, telling him he should at least know the name of his killer before introducing himself. With his last breath, Nam Sagwang swears that though he will die, he will never forget the name Jin Seo-woon. Without hesitation, Jin Seo-woon plunges his sword into the helpless man, ending the reign of the game's top killer. After the kill, he kneels, feeling a slight pang of guilt over killing someone who looks so young. But the brief moment of reflection is interrupted by a strange, powerful sensation. An enormous torrent of life chi erupts from the body and flows into him, overwhelming his senses. Feeling the immense surge of inner energy, he grins manically, realizing Nam Sagwang was a human elixir. Elsewhere, the remaining players check the updated system information. The player count drops to 8, and the kill log stuns everyone. Jin Seo-woon, Nam Sagwang killed with longsword. Perched high in a tree, the Dark Elf observer notes that the tiger of the game is finally dead, and concludes with a grim prediction: now that the strongest predator is gone, the cunning foxes will run rampant. Feeling the enormous inner energy he just absorbed from Nam Sagwang, Jin Seo-woon believes he might finally be strong enough to face anyone. With his power-up complete, he turns his attention to the treasure chest Nam Sagwang dropped, ready to claim his spoils of war. He mutters that with so much inner energy, it was insane for the previous player not to have farmed for items, and hopes the loot is good enough to justify it. And so, he cracks open the glowing chest, eager to see what treasures the game's former top player had collected. His eyes widen in absolute shock as he beholds the incredible haul of rare items inside. He's hit the jackpot. There's a cascade of rare rings, including Bromingers for strength, Gaiens for stamina, and 2 Tokar's rings for magic resistance. He can't believe it, realizing that the fearsome Nam Sagwang had been farming exclusively for rare-grade items. As he equips the full set of rings, he marvels at how his predecessor was acting like he wasn't completely overgeared the entire time. But just as he finishes admiring his new gear, the rustle of movement snaps him back to reality. Before confronting the newcomer, he quickly pulls up his status window to check his new power level. He is floored by his new stats. Strength and stamina are at 70, agility is at 75, and he has a staggering 90 in magic resistance. Overcome with a surge of confidence from his new stats, he triumphantly declares that he can definitely win now. While the chest also contained powerful martial arts manuals, he notes that he can't learn them yet as they have prerequisites. After securing his loot, a sudden instinct makes him pause. He senses he's no longer alone. Confirming the hostile presence, he stands his ground in the now tense forest. His eyes narrow in recognition as he identifies the incoming magic as escrow-style fire. Just then, an ambush is sprung as a powerful fire spell strikes him on the back. A new mage, Zihark, emerges from the tree line, chiding him for letting his guard down while looting, and smugly concludes that his target must have just gotten lucky killing Nam Sagwang if he fell for such a simple ambush. To Zihark's utter shock, however, Jin Seo-woon emerges from the flames completely unscathed and calmly asks who he is. He notes that his new magic resistance of 90 is the reason the attack did nothing, remembering a faint flash as the spell hit. The terrified mage warns him to stay back, threatening to use a stronger spell if he takes another step. Panicked, he desperately summons another volley of his strongest escrow-style flames. Seo-woon simply smirks, expressing his doubt that such an attack could possibly harm him now. A massive explosion engulfs him, but the attack is utterly futile against his new defenses. Ignoring the flames, he unleashes his own power, activating the first chapter of the Unrestrained Fist art. With a single, devastating piercing fist, he strikes the mage with overwhelming force. The punch sends the mage flying backwards. He crashes into the tree before collapsing to the ground. Seo-woon himself is surprised by the sheer power of the Unrestrained Fist, realizing its strength scales with his now massive inner energy. He stands over the twitching remains of his foe. His first test as the new top player passed with ease, and the system confirms Zihark's death, bringing the survivor count down to 7. Absorbing the kill, he confirms that with his heightened magic resistance, average spells won't even leave a scratch. And he also realizes that with Nam Sagwang's death now public, all the other players who were laying low are finally coming out of hiding. Preparing for a night of battle, he pulls up his hood and melts back into the forest shadows. He moves swiftly through the trees, now the hunter instead of the hunted. Feeling confident that he can now replicate his master's qigong, Seo-woon silently thanks the elder and renews his vow to win. An hour passes under the light of the full moon. The endgame has begun. From a treetop hiding spot, he listens as a boisterous player named Stenko shouts for him to come out and fight. Annoyed by the racket, he notes that after dealing with a decent mage like Zihark, this loudmouth is likely a warrior. The warrior continues to taunt the forest, challenging Jin Se-woon to a man-to-man fight, and arrogantly declares that everyone is cowering in fear of him. Suddenly, his taunts are cut short as he senses an unexpected presence behind him. His cocky expression quickly turns to one of shock as he realizes he's been ambushed. An arrow imbued with a powerful blue aura streaks through the forest, aimed directly at him. However, he manages to deflect it with his sword. Watching from the shadows, Se-woon realizes another player has just ambushed the loudmouthed warrior. He wonders about the identity of this new, skilled combatant. Stanko the warrior, however, recognizes the power of the attack, realizing that only one person could be behind it. Looking up into the trees, he identifies his assailant, the legendary dark elf archer, Zurokana. The archer coolly confirms his identity, questioning how the warrior knew who he was. At this, Stanko explains that the legend of the divine archer is well known among mercenaries. Before pivoting to a new topic, seeing a chance for an alliance, the warrior proposes that they team up to take out Jin Se-woon first. He confidently introduces himself as Stanko, a famous mercenary, certain that the archer has made the right decision, and boasts about his fame within the guild, promising Zurokana that he won't regret their partnership. After a brief pause, Zurokana gives a terse, one-word agreement, "All right." As the warrior grins, Zurokana internally scoffs, thinking that for all his reputation, the man is simple-minded. The archer silently begins a countdown, calculating the perfect moment to strike. And just as he anticipates, Stanko betrays their alliance by lunging forward, making the fatal error of closing the distance. Yelling for the elf to give up his items and die, the warrior reveals his true, treacherous intentions. Just then, he brings his massive greatsword down, aiming to finish the archer in one blow. A maniacal grin spreads across his face, absolutely certain of his victory. But before he can hit him, Zurokana, having predicted the betrayal, delivers a fatal slash with his crossbow to the man's head, and scoffs at the very idea of cooperating with such an insect. While the archer is distracted with his kill, Se-woon emerges from hiding to absorb the fallen warrior's precious life chi. With only 6 survivors left, he knows that every bit of life chi is crucial for the final battle. So, he activates his absorption skill, reaching out to claim the energy for himself. However, Zurokana's head instantly whips around, his incredibly sharp senses detecting the disturbance in the air. The elf's keen eyes lock onto Se-woon's supposedly invisible hiding spot. Se-woon is stunned. His cloak of hiding, which is meant to block detection magic, has completely failed. Cursing himself for letting his guard down, he realizes the archer must possess a sensory skill beyond simple magic. Zurokana dismisses the dead warrior as a trash bastard, assuming his items are equally worthless. Deciding the loot isn't worth his time, the archer turns and begins to walk away. Seizing the opportunity, Se-woon quietly retreats while the archer's back is turned. Once he's at a safe distance, he reflects that the archer's senses were simply too good to fool. He commits the elf's name to memory, recognizing Zurokana as a major threat. As the formidable archer disappears into the forest, our protagonist understands he has just met his next major opponent. The blue hexagonal restricted zone looms ominously in the distance. As Jin Se-woon flees through the forest, he notes that the restricted zone seems to be closing in faster than before. He realizes that with only 6 survivors left and 8 days remaining, the game must be accelerating the pace to force a conclusion. Indeed, he is shocked to see the zone shrinking so rapidly. Reaching a clear, open area, he knows this is a dangerously exposed spot. Using his cloak of hiding, he moves stealthily, aware that any fight here will attract unwanted attention from the other survivors. Suddenly, a volley of green magical projectiles cuts through the tall grass, aimed directly at him. Alerted by a sudden sound, he wonders where the ambush is coming from. Just then, a volley of green magical projectiles cuts through the tall grass, aimed directly at him. He is shocked by the precision of the attack. The magic blasts tear through the field around him, but he barely manages to evade the relentless assault. Still hidden by his cloak, he puzzles over how the attacker pinpointed his exact location despite his invisibility. The sheer volume and intensity of the magical attack leaves him stunned. Facing another wave of projectiles, he realizes he won't be able to dodge them all. Bracing himself for impact, he gets ready to face his attacker. Deciding to trust his newfound power, he prepares to meet the attack head-on with his own inner energy. He then yells out the name of his technique, Unstoppable Fist, Chapter 1, Piercing Fist, and unleashes a powerful punch, creating a shockwave that deflects the magical projectiles. Staring at his fist in awe, he is surprised by his own strength. Then, he leaps out of the smoke and dust created by his attack. Now on the offensive, he jumps high into the air to locate his ambusher. Spotting his foe, he confirms the location of the hidden mage. The mage, a man named Mago, looks up in shock, wondering who just appeared out of nowhere. Hidden behind a tree, he can't believe his opponent, who he thought was a non-combatant, just blocked his full mana attack. As Xiaowen calls out to the mage, he is suddenly alerted by a new presence. In a flash, a blade slices through Mago from behind. The mage looks down in disbelief at the dagger protruding from his chest, wondering when he was attacked. A new figure, the assassin Tamiren, calmly chides the dying mage for not saving enough mana for a barrier. The assassin coldly tells him to rest in peace, stating that erasing one's traces is his specialty. As Mago's body dissipates into light, the survivor count drops to 5. The assassin, Tamiren, now turns his attention to Seowun, correctly identifying him by name. When asked how he knows him, the assassin explains that everyone knows the man who killed the #1 public enemy, Nam Sagwang. Seowun silently realizes that by killing Nam Sagwang, he's made himself the new primary target for everyone else. Tamiren confidently tells him to die quietly, boasting that he's never failed to take out a target. With a burst of speed, he lunges forward, yelling for him to die. Seowun counters the charge with a punch of his own, but the assassin mocks his speed, calling the attack too slow. He skillfully dodges the punch and lands a slicing attack on Seowun. Our protagonist recoils, wounded but still standing. Tamiren is surprised that his target wasn't sliced through, while Seowun grits his teeth, realizing his inner energy shield barely saved his arm from being chopped off, and silently acknowledges his opponent's formidable strength. The assassin smirks, confident that his opponent's death is just a matter of time, since he excels at assassinating in the dark. Seowun sweats, realizing that an assassin is a completely different type of opponent than the mages he's fought so far. Then, a lightbulb goes off in his head as he remembers the assassin's words, "in the dark." Just then, Tamiren prepares to strike again, and uses a stealth skill to vanish. Seowun is shocked as the assassin disappears, only to reappear right behind him for a killing blow. But as Tamiren lunges, his blade strikes nothing but air. He hears a voice complimenting his remarkable stealth skills. A confused and panicked Tamiren demands to know where his target is, only to hear the voice mock that his skills are nothing compared to the cloak of hiding. Suddenly, Seowun grabs him from behind, completely negating his stealth. The assassin cries out in shock as Seowun explains that he can track his energy, rendering his stealth useless. Turning the assassin's words back on him, he smugly asks, "Didn't you say you'd end me?" He taunts the terrified assassin, asking him to repeat his threat. Tamiren screams in terror as Seowun holds him fast. In a last-ditch effort, he begs Seowun to team up with him to aim for first place. But Seowun ignores the plea and brutally eliminates the assassin. With the kill feed announcing his victory and the survivor count dropping to 4, he lets out a sigh of relief. After that, he quickly absorbs the life chi of his 2 victims and loots their dropped healing scrolls, wanting to leave before the commotion attracts others. While looting, he finds a skill book on the assassin's body that seems completely out of place for his class. The system identifies the item as a Shadow Clone Manual, a skill that creates fighting clones based on the user's internal energy. He reflects on his luck, realizing that if the assassin had known how to use internal energy to power the manual, the fight would have been much harder. He also discovers Carmen's Eyes, a high-tier detection grimoire that can see through any stealth, though his current circle is too low to learn it. Seowun finally understands how Mago found him, realizing his supposedly perfect cloak of hiding has a counter after all. His moment of reflection is shattered as an arrow whistles past his head. He looks at the arrow that landed at his feet, immediately identifying the type of attack. Wounded and on alert, he knows the only archer he's aware of is the formidable dark elf, Zurachana. Before he can react, a barrage of massive ice shards rains down on his position. Stunned by the unfamiliar magic, he wonders who this new attacker could be. Knowing it's too late to run, he resolves to concentrate all his internal energy into one powerful counterattack. He roars, unleashing another unstoppable fist and channels his full power into an ultimate piercing fist. His punch connects with the ice magic, creating a massive explosion of energy. The force of his attack shatters the ice barrage completely. Staggering from the effort, Seowun realizes he was just hit by 2 different attacks at once. It was a double team. A voice from the shadows commends his strength as a new figure appears. It's Krusen's king, Senturk, who lunges forward with a powerful sword strike. Seowun barely manages to parry the heavy blow. Exhausted, he curses his luck, realizing he's now facing 3 opponents at once. From a high vantage point, he sees he is now surrounded by the archer Zurachana, King Senturk, and the skeletal mage Gyron, who declares his luck has run out. The system identifies the regal warrior as Krusen's king Senturk. The remaining opponents are revealed: Demon King's right arm Gyron and divine archer Zurachana. Standing opposite the three powerhouses, and with the system comically labeling him normal bloke, a cornered Jin Soo-woon wonders what he can possibly do now. The final four survivors, Jin Seo-woon, King Sinturk, Garon, and Zurokana face off. The king is the first to speak, declaring that Seo-woon's luck has finally run out. Our protagonist quickly analyzes the situation. Realizing he's up against an alliance, he knows his only chance is to sow discord and turn them against each other. Just then, the skeletal mage, Jiron, formally addresses the king of Creason, his welcome both polite and ominous. Sinturk scoffs, dismissing him as a mere black magician, but Garon waves off the insult, suggesting a temporary alliance would yield better rewards for them both. Listening in, Soo-woon is shocked. He realizes they weren't in an alliance from the start, they're only just now forming one. The king agrees to the proposal, deciding to deal with what he calls Seo-woon's annoying stealth first. At this, the mage confidently declares it will be an easy task, and with that he unleashes a powerful light spell, determined to expose Seo-woon's location. Caught off guard, Jin Seo-woon is bathed in the blinding light, his position completely revealed. The mage then declares that there's no darkness left for him to hide in, forcing him out into the open. Soo-woon is amazed by the technique. He now understands the Cloak of Hiding's weakness. It only works in true darkness, not in magically created light. After that, the mage mutters a thank you to Nam Sagwang for having dealt with escrow, grateful that he doesn't have to face such a powerful opponent. He declares that he can't say that to him directly, but that's the law of this land. Now, it is Seo-woon's turn to die in the name of the Demon King. Without another word, Jiron unleashes a vicious Chaos Blade attack directly at him. Seo-woon falls back on his gaming experience, deducing that since mages are weak at close range, a direct charge is his best bet. Committing to his plan, he rushes forward, determined to close the distance and force a melee. Infuriated by the ignorant bastard's charge, Garon meets him head-on with a powerful magical counter. The chaotic energy of the spell rips through the battlefield. To mitigate the damage, Seo-woon wraps his body in as much internal energy as he can muster. Steeling himself, he pushes through the searing pain, intent on breaking through the attack no matter the cost. He grunts in agony as the magic tears at his body. A system notification pops up, declaring his Cloak of Hiding has been damaged beyond use. He can feel his internal energy cracking, and his cloak disintegrating under the sheer force of the assault. The skeletal mage confidently proclaims that his attack will rip Seo-woon to pieces, leaving not a trace behind. Tendrils of chaotic magic converge on his position. Just as Garon prepares a finishing blow, Seo-woon breaks through the spell, unleashing the unstoppable fist. First chapters. Having broken through, Seo-woon counters with his piercing fist, leading to a deafening clash of techniques. Wounded, he lunges forward, his fist ready for the fatal blow. Smirking, Garon tells the arrogant warrior to give up, as he unleashes his next spell, Chaos, Dead Man's Hand. Instantly, massive, gnarled hands of dark magic erupt from the ground, reaching up to crush Seo-woon. Seo-woon realizes with a jolt that this mage is on a completely different level from anyone he's fought before. In a flash of inspiration, he uses his newly acquired shadow clone technique. The magical hands crush a clone, allowing the real Seo-woon to escape the trap. Garon is enraged, shocked that his opponent would resort to petty tricks like shadow clones instead of fighting with pure martial arts. But the real Seo-woon has already appeared before him, declaring victory as he moves in for the killing blow. However, before his attack can land, King Sinturk calmly mutters the name of his own technique, Piercing Aura. The king suddenly appears, impaling his supposed ally Garon from behind, and even Seo-woon. The dying mage looks down in disbelief, unable to comprehend a king stooping to such a cowardly tactic. Sinturk coldly states that there is no honor greater than victory, adding that he never actually agreed to collaborate in the first place. He then smugly thanks the dying Garon for getting rid of the annoying trash, just as the kill feed confirms his victory, and he asks aloud if it's just the two of them left. Sinturk turns to him, addressing the divine archer Zurokana, and confirming the elf's renowned identity. He remarks on the irony of the situation. Zurokana, a former nuisance to his army, has now inadvertently helped him. Zurokana simply smirks, telling the king it's far too early to celebrate. Just then, a bloodied Jin Soo-woon appears beside Sinturk, much to the king's shock. He lands a powerful punch, revealing that the Seo-woon who had been impaled by him just a moment ago was merely a shadow clone. The powerful blow sends the king flying, and he crashes into the ground, shattering the debris. Battered and exhausted, Seo-woon pants but holds his ground. Now in the top two, Seo-woon faces Zurokana, who astutely notes that the king must have been fooled by a clone. Done with the pleasantries, the battle-worn protagonist tells the archer to save the talk and just come at him. Zuro-chana simply smiles, pointing out that while everyone seems impatient, Sewun has more pressing business to attend to with the king first. And indeed, an enraged Senturk struggles to his feet, absolutely furious at Sewun's trickery. The king seems almost impressed, remarking that the attack was powerful enough to destroy his master-crafted armor. Covered in blood, Sewun challenges his remaining opponents, asking if they'll fight him one-on-one, or if they're going to team up against him. Senturk coldly warns him that he will regret making him get serious. But Sewun is caught off guard by the king's incredible speed. The royal rapier moves in a blinding flash, piercing straight through his shoulder. He then boasts that no one can match his speed, and explains that he targeted Sewun's ligaments to disable his arm, and our hero realizes with dread that his opponent is a speed type, not a strength type. Bleeding profusely, Sewun refuses to give up. He's worked too hard to get this far. In a desperate move, he trusts his internal energy and breaks the blade still lodged in his shoulder. Senturk is both shocked and enraged that he would dare to touch the royal rapier. Ignoring the pain, Sewun pulls the blade out of his body and lands a Black Star Chipom's strike directly to his face. Senturk recoils in pure fury, not just from the blow, but enraged that a commoner dared to mar his face. Sewun uses the moment to stumble back and create some much-needed distance. Wiping blood from his lip, Senturk acknowledges his opponent's will to struggle until the very end. Then, he unleashes his ultimate technique, the Aura Blade. Acknowledging Sewun as a worthy opponent, he prepares to end the fight once and for all with his signature move. Meanwhile, despite his grievous injuries, Sewun uses his internal energy to heal his arm just enough to make it usable. He then once again invokes his Shadow Clone technique. This time, however, he pushes all of his remaining internal energy into it, creating an entire army of clones. Facing the horde, Senturk dismisses them as more annoying tricks. He declares that this highness will always be the winner, as he and the real determined Sewun lock eyes from across the field. Observing the standoff, Zuro-chana mutters for them to hurry up and die so he can get this over with. The divine archer lets out a massive yawn, completely bored by the drawn-out battle, as the survivor count remains at 3. Surrounded by his shadow clones, a bloodied Jin Sewun announces to King Senturk that the time for games is over. He will now fight seriously. Unimpressed by the clones, the equally battered king dismisses his talk and readies his glowing aura blade for the final confrontation. Senturk calculates that his aura blade has a maximum duration of only 2 minutes, realizing he must finish the fight quickly. Meanwhile, Sewun feels his own inner energy nearing depletion, knowing he also has to end this grueling battle now. With a determined cry, he dashes forward, initiating the high-stakes battle against the king. Senturk unleashes a flurry of strikes with his aura blade, cutting through Sewun's clones as they swarm him from all sides. One of the clones breaks through the king's guard, landing a solid Black Star Chipom strike to his back. Angrily, Senturk calls him a slippery bastard, as he finds himself constantly on the defensive against the relentless clones. Frustrated, the king realizes he can't feel his hits connect properly and questions if he's only been fighting body clones all this time. Deciding on a new tactic, he resolves to simply cut them all down without bothering to find the real one. Just then, one of Sewun's clones lands a devastating punch, knocking Senturk off balance. Stunned by the solid hit, the king wonders if he was just struck by the real Sewun. Our protagonist taunts the king, asking how he likes a punch from such a slippery bastard. Smirking, Sewun advises him to stop trying to find the real body and reveals the terrifying truth of his shadow clone skill. Every clone can land attacks and is as good as the original, making them indistinguishable. 2 of his clones then coordinate an attack, with one delivering a powerful, unstoppable fist, piercing fist, to Senturk's chest. The force of the combined assault sends the king stumbling backward into the dirt. In a furious counterattack, he unleashes his piercing aura skill. The king's powerful aura attack shreds through several of the shadow clones at once. He easily slices through another clone, his growing frustration evident. He grimly notes that while the clones are effective, their durability is laughably low. As the smoke clears, he sees that only 5 clones remain. He then sweats, realizing he only has about 1 minute of his aura blade's duration left. From a clifftop, the archer Zuro-chana calmly watches the chaotic battle unfold below. He expresses surprise, admitting he didn't expect King Senturk to struggle this much against Sewun. Desperate and running out of time, Senturk shouts for Zuro-chana to help, promising him any reward he desires if he makes him win. The archer coolly ignores the plea, simply reminding the king to keep his eyes on his opponent. Distracted for a fatal moment, Senturk is caught off guard by an attack from one of the remaining clones. He unleashes another piercing aura blast, but the clone dodges it effortlessly. Simultaneously, he screams "Unstoppable Fist" as it moves in. The clone lands a powerful undefeated palm strike directly on the king's chest. However, Senturk manages to block the palm strike with his own aura-infused blade. The clone recoils in shock, realizing its attack was blocked. With a triumphant grin, the king declares, "Got you, Jin Seowon," believing he's finally cornered the real one. Just then, he impales the clone, thinking he has won the fight. The impaled Sowon lets out a gasp, seemingly defeated. But to his horror, Senturk realizes that was yet another clone. He is left speechless, comprehending that Sowon has been toying with him the entire time. Driven into a blind rage, he screams that he doesn't care about winning anymore. He will tear Sowon to shreds with everything he has. Observing from his perch, Zero-Chana remarks that the King of Madness is about to emerge. Enveloped in a blinding golden aura, Senturk challenges the remaining clones to dodge his ultimate attack. The king unleashes a massive, explosive aura blast from his sword. The powerful attack decimates the battlefield, destroying several more clones in its wake. Taking stock of the situation, he notes that only 2 clones are left, the real one and a body clone. Seowon's clones rush forward, with one shouting, "Now it's my turn." A clone attempts to land another piercing fist, but the king is ready for it. But he finds himself caught between the final 2 Seowons, one yelling, "Over here," to draw his attention. As the clone hits him, he screams in pain. Just then, he pierces one of the clones, but realizes from the lack of sensation that it's also a fake. With one fake now destroyed, he confidently assumes only the real Seowon remains. The last remaining Jin Seowon stands alone in the marsh, facing the determined king. Senturk, convinced this is the end, declares he will finish it with a single, final strike. The exhausted and injured Seowon silently watches the king prepare his attack. Both warriors charge at each other for the final clash. Their attacks meet in a brilliant flash of light and force. Senturk compliments his opponent's skill in hand-to-hand combat, then challenges him to block his ultimate technique, unleashing the Aura Blade lightning form. A brilliant yellow light erupts from the pommel of the king's sword. The lightning-infused blade clashes violently with Seowon's defenses. Seowon screams in agony as the powerful electrical attack courses through his body. A confident smirk appears on Senturk's face as he overpowers his opponent. Seowon's body is sent flying back, seemingly defeated by the overwhelming force. In a desperate plea, the downed man points out that if they both go down, only Zero-Chana will benefit. Ignoring his words, Senturk plunges his lightning-charged blade into Seowon's chest. The king's hand glows with immense power as he delivers the finishing blow. He stands victorious over Seowon's body, panting that he barely finished the fight within his skill's duration. Breathing heavily, he admits that if he had been even a little slower, he would have lost. However, as he clutches his sword, the king feels that something is odd about the kill. He turns around, a sense of unease washing over him. To his horror, he realizes that the final blow still didn't feel like it hit a real body. The king's eyes widen in sheer terror as he finally understands the deception. From behind, the true Jin Seowon emerges and crushes the king's head. As the system announces Senturk's death and the survivor count drops to 2, Seowon admits he would have lost without wearing the king down with his clones. Zero-Chana appears with a smirk, admitting he didn't expect Seowon to actually beat Senturk. The archer thanks him for dealing with the king, whom he considered a pain, as he faces the exhausted victor, and notes that King Senturk's obsessive competitiveness led to his downfall, and that Seowon used up all his energy in the process. With Seowon now vulnerable, Zero-Chana declares that he will die by his hands, promising to grant him an honorable death for his valiant struggle. He then draws his bow and fires a powerful spiraling arrow directly at the defenseless Seowon. Utterly spent and out of options, Seowon can only watch in shock as the deadly projectile flies towards him. After defeating the king, Jin Seowon quickly absorbs his life chi, acknowledging the insane power boost it provides. Clenching his fist, a surge of confidence washes over him. He believes this power-up might just be enough to take on his final opponent, Zero-Chana. Now fully energized, the bloodied warrior turns to face the waiting archer. He effortlessly dodges the attack, and immediately unleashes his shadow clone technique, hoping to overwhelm the dark elf with sheer numbers. An army of his clones charges up the cliffside towards the calm and collected Zero-Chana. The real Seowon trails just behind them, preparing to land the decisive blow. Unfazed, Zero-Chana dryly comments on the annoying clone technique while coolly drawing his bow. Just then, he fires a devastatingly precise arrow at the original one. The powerful arrow easily pierces Seowon's leg as he tries to flee. He screams in pain. With his leg injured, he collapses to the ground. Seemingly outmaneuvered, Seowon can only watch as Zero-Chana approaches him. Standing over his apparently defeated foe, the Dark Elf vows that his opponent won't be able to escape this time, and he pins our guy to the ground by stabbing his hands with arrows. Impaled and defeated, a bewildered Seo-woon screams, demanding to know how Zurokana instantly figured out which one was the real him. With an infuriatingly smug smile, Zurokana nonchalantly reveals, "I just made a guess." The archer stands victorious over Jin Seo-woon's body, which is now pinned to the ground by multiple arrows. As Zurokana offers his respect, the dying warrior tells him to shove it. His eyes widen as he experiences his final moments in the death game. The kill feed flashes, officially declaring Zurokana the winner after killing Jin Seo-woon with an arrow. Zurokana looks down at his fallen opponent's corpse and wonders aloud if the game is finally over. As if on cue, the body pixelates away, leaving behind a victor's loot chest. The game's broadcast shows Zurokana as the final survivor, right before the feed glitches and cuts out. Suddenly, Jin Seo-woon finds himself back in his tracksuit, watching the final result on a screen and lamenting that he did all the work, only for someone else to claim the prize. He acknowledges his own opportunistic kill on Nam Sagwang as the system congratulates him on securing second place. Then, to his absolute shock, the system informs him that he has earned the right to participate in the next game. He learns he's been awarded 140 reward coins and is presented with all the items he acquired during the game. The system explains that he can now spend his coins to permanently purchase the items looted during the survival game. His jaw drops when he sees the price tag for the Shadow Clone manual, a whopping 130 coins, nearly all of his earnings. But just as he despairs, the system reveals that as a top 5 survivor, he gets to spin a gacha-style roulette for a random item. Learning he gets 2 chances for placing second, he realizes he could save a ton of coins if he wins either the cloak or the Shadow Clone manual. With a greedy grin, he understands that a lucky spin could be a massive win for him. The roulette wheel begins to spin, cycling through all the valuable items he collected. As the spinner starts to slow, he screams in desperation for it to stop on a worthwhile prize. Unfortunately, his first spin lands on Escrow's necklace, a relatively cheap item. He flies into a rage, infuriated that after all his hard work, his first reward is the cheapest piece of garbage he found. Steeling himself, he remembers that he still has one more chance to spin. For his final spin, he desperately prays to every deity he can think of for a good outcome. As the wheel slows, he screams at it, trying to will it to stop on the grand prize. The spinner flies past several other items, seemingly locked onto its final destination. And against all odds, the wheel comes to a stop, landing directly on the Shadow Clone manual. Seo-woon lets out a triumphant shout as the system confirms he's won the coveted skill. He celebrates hitting the jackpot, realizing he just won the most expensive item available, effectively doubling his net worth. The precious Shadow Clone manual materializes in his hands as the system prepares to deliver all his purchased items. Now that he has a surplus of coins, he gets ready to begin shopping for other valuable gear. After a long and difficult shopping session, he finalizes his purchases, having made a few necessary compromises. With a final, "well done," the system wishes him luck for the next game. He is then enveloped in a brilliant flash of light as he's transferred out of the reward lobby. He materializes in a familiar-looking back alley, momentarily confused as he realizes he has returned to his own world. As he takes in his surroundings, a sudden realization causes him to look down at his hand in shock. There, he discovers the subspace ring he had equipped in Cloyd Survival is still on his finger. The physical presence of the ring confirms the terrifying truth: none of it was a dream. He then spots his backpack lying on the ground, exactly where he dropped it before being transported into the game. Walking down the street, he reflects on the end of his first game and how, despite looking the same on the outside, something has changed within. A confident smile spreads across his face as he acknowledges the massive internal change he's undergone. With his priorities completely rearranged, he firmly decides that studying for his exams is no longer a concern. He then glances at the sparkling subspace ring on his finger, recalling the system's promise. The system itself had told him that this was not the end. There will be a next game. Resolved, he knows he must get ready for the second game, determined to overcome his narrow second-place finish. He clenches his fist with steely determination, vowing to claim first place next time no matter what. Seo-woon returns to his studio apartment, a place his parents had provided so he could focus on his studies. Entering his room, he knows his old life is over. His only focus now is getting stronger using the items he brought back. He drops his bag on a chair, determined not to enter the next death game as an unprepared noob. Just as he meditates, he notes that his energy core feels empty and asks himself if he used up all of his inner energy in the final battle. Since he can't kill anyone in the real world to absorb life ki, he decides to practice the cultivation his master taught him. He recalls his master's lesson about accumulating inner energy through cultivation, a slower but more conventional path to power. He remembers naively asking his master if just training would be enough to reach his level of strength. The old man had laughed at his boldness, cautioning him not to overreach with a proverb about a small bird tearing its legs trying to imitate a stork. However, his master's expression had then turned contemplative, leaving the possibility open. As he meditates, Seo-woon focuses on his master's final, lingering question: was he just a humble parapil, or was he a baby stork yet to take flight? 4 hours later, Jin Seo-woon finishes his first real-world cultivation session. He's exhausted and disappointed, questioning why he's gathered so little inner energy after what felt like an eternity. The realization that his progress is agonizingly slow hits him with a jolt of frustration. He exclaims that cultivating in reality is drastically different from the game, and at this rate, it will take him years to fill his energy reserves. Deciding not to waste any more time, he summons his subspace inventory to organize the items he brought back. He pulls out the Shadow Clone manual, wishing he had gotten a better martial art. However, he dreads the possibility of having to train this new skill bit by bit, much like his inner energy, which would delay his progress toward becoming strong quickly. But to his surprise, a system window pops up asking if he wants to learn the skill instantly. He's shocked to discover that the game system functions even in the real world. Without hesitation, he accepts and instantly begins mastering the martial art forms. He flawlessly executes a series of powerful kicks and punches, the knowledge now ingrained in him. Though he has learned the martial art, he notes that without a full well of inner energy, its power is nothing compared to what it could be. Wondering what other treasures he has, he reaches back into his subspace. He pulls out Escrow's necklace, an item he recalls getting from the gacha for a single coin. Remembering the description said it was pure gold, he bites it and is amazed to find that it is, in fact, real. He calculates that at its weight, the necklace must be worth at least 10 million won, baffled that it only cost 1 coin. A greedy thought crosses his mind: if he brings back just 10 of these from the next game, he could make 100 million won. Realizing that items worthless in the game have a completely different value here, he pulls out a bottle of refined troll's blood, and recalls that this item was supposed to guarantee a healthy life for a whole year, which was why he found it so tempting. A cunning plan forms as he realizes he could sell it to a rich, terminal patient for any price he wants. Seo-woon trembles with excitement, understanding that Cloyd's survival could be a massive opportunity for him. After having eaten only tough jerky strips in the game, he's suddenly hit by the pangs of hunger from his cultivation session. Deciding it's time for some real food, he heads out of his apartment. Later, he arrives at Grandma's diner and orders his favorite set meal. He reflects that this 5,001 meal, which he considers a luxury, was the one thing he craved while surviving on leathery jerky. Tearing up, he savors the taste of plain white rice for the first time in what feels like forever. The owner gruffly tells him to stop crying, pointing out that he was just here yesterday and that a man shouldn't be whining. He thanks her, saying the food is just too delicious, but she simply brushes him off and tells him to eat up. He privately notes with relief that the extensive time spent in the game doesn't seem to carry over into reality. After finishing his meal, he thanks the owner again, who just tells him to stop whining and come again. Walking down the street, Seo-woon wonders when the next game will start, knowing he needs to gather more inner energy before then. Then, he suddenly remembers that other thing he brought back from the game, another item to test, and he slips on the Ring of Strength, curious if its powers work in reality just as they did in the game. The moment he puts it on, he's shocked by an overwhelming sensation. He loses control and is launched into the air, soaring high above the street. Mid-air, he's astounded, shouting that his body is overflowing with strength. So, he begins to control his newfound agility, forcing himself to land on the ground. Landing safely, he hopes no one saw him, worried about the complications if his display were to get reported online. Realizing how accurately the game's mechanics are implemented in reality, an idea sparks in his mind. He originally wanted to build more inner energy before using his next item, but now he's having a change of heart. Concluding it's better to use it now, he reaches into his subspace for his most valuable prize, and pulls out the Elixir of Insight, the most expensive item he purchased, which cost a hefty 50 coins. He recalls the excruciating experience of absorbing it in the game, 3 hours of paralysis while feeling like his insides were on fire. Steeling himself for the agony to come, he drinks the entire potion in one gulp. The agonizing effects hit him instantly and with full force. He's racked with pain as immense energy surges violently through his body, causing a massive heat wave to erupt from him. The now empty flask clatters to the floor as he endures the transformation. 3 hours later, a worried neighbor complains to the police that the wall to Seo-woon's apartment was mysteriously heating up. She explains that the door handle was too hot to touch, prompting the police to suggest calling the fire department instead. The woman clarifies there was no fire, so the skeptical officer suggests her neighbor just turned their boiler up too high. But the neighbor insists it was more than just hot, and the exasperated officer finally agrees to check. The officer cautiously reaches for the doorknob to see for himself. He yanks his hand back in pain, shouting that it's burning hot and validating the neighbor's strange report. The officers then announce their presence, knocking and asking if anyone is inside and okay. When they get no response, the officer calls out again, urging the person inside to respond so they can help. Just then, the doorknob slowly begins to turn from the inside. As the door opens slightly, the officer explains they received a report about a possible fire. A sweating and breathless Jin Seo-woon appears, claiming he's just a bit feverish. He lies, saying he just turned the boiler up a little, and questions why the police, not the fire department, responded. The officers, though needing to respond to the complaint, accept his explanation and offer to call an ambulance, which he politely declines. As they leave, the officer asks the neighbor not to call them for such things, while she protests that she was genuinely shocked. Seo-woon quickly shuts and locks his door before anyone can get more suspicious. Slumping to the floor, he reflects that he nearly died. The elixir's fiery energy would have overwhelmed him without his white martial physique arts. He notes that, unlike in the game, using these powerful items in reality carries strange and unforeseen risks. Still, the power-up was clearly worth the immense pain and risk. He channels his newfound energy into the unstoppable fist technique, and unleashes an undefeated palm strike, the force of which completely obliterates his desk chair. Surveying the damage, he mutters that he'll need to sell some items just to buy a new chair. The next day, Seo-woon heads to an outdoor gym to continue his training. Because he realizes that to truly polish his unstoppable fist, he needs physical training, but finds the park is far too crowded during the day. Hanging upside down from the bars, he decides he'll have to return after sunset to train in private. However, his upside-down perspective is suddenly filled with an unexpected sight. He spots a group of high school delinquents, one of whom asks his friend Dongjun if their leader, Min-shik, really wanted to meet. Dongjun rudely tells the girl to stop asking, just as an old man tells them they're in a no-smoking zone. The elder lectures them about students smoking, but Dongjun just scoffs, retorting that not even his parents say anything. Unfazed, the old man calmly replies that in that case, his parents must have failed to raise him properly. Infuriated by the insult, Dongjun confronts the elder, demanding to know who he thinks he is. Still hanging upside down, Jin Seo-woon watches the confrontation, sensing that the situation is about to get ugly. The delinquent threatens the old man, asking if he's looking to get his ass kicked for running his mouth. Before he can act, Jin Seo-woon drops from the bars and lands a swift, powerful kick to the delinquent's face. Dongjun is sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground as his friends watch in total shock. Seo-woon nonchalantly remarks that no matter how rude someone is, you can't just punch an old man. The delinquents are stunned by the attack, and one of them gasps the name Min-shik, just as their intimidating leader arrives on the scene. The newcomer, Min-shik, gets Seo-woon's attention by calling him messy hair, and asks him if they've met before, his tone calm but clearly threatening. With a menacing glare that radiates killing intent, he asks, "You looking to die?" Seo-woon sweats, realizing that his simple act of intervention has just gotten way more complicated than he ever intended. Min-shik finds his younger brother Dongjun beaten and unconscious on the ground. He confronts Jin Seo-woon, demanding to know if he was the one who hurt his brother. Our guy retorts, "Ah well, let's just say he was the one who caused the problem. He showed no respect to the elderly. You know, high school kids shouldn't smoke in public or disrespect their elders." After that, he cheekily tells him that as the older brother, he should educate him properly, admitting he may have gone a bit overboard to stop the boy from hitting the old man. Min-shik's patience snaps, and he lunges at Seo-woon with a furious punch. Seo-woon effortlessly dodges the attack, already preparing a counter. He channels his power, preparing to unleash the unstoppable fist, piercing fist technique. Then, he lands a powerful, energy-infused strike right into Min-shik's gut. Staggering back, the delinquent is shocked by the force of the blow, as Seo-woon apologizes, claiming he didn't control his strength properly. But he is caught off guard by his opponent's surprising resilience. Not yet defeated, Min-shik pulls out a butterfly knife and skillfully flicks it open. Cursing, the enraged young man threatens to kill the creepy son of a bitch. Unimpressed, Seo-woon dryly comments that the older brother is just as out of control as the younger one. With a scream of "Die!" Min-shik lunges forward to stab him, but our guy easily dodges. As the fight continues, Seo-woon realizes that fighting ordinary people has become far too easy for him now. Now keenly aware of his overwhelming power, he resolves to control his strength and stick to only 50% of his output. He then unleashes the undefeated palm strike at half power, sending a massive wave of force toward his opponent. The blow sends Minshik reeling and spewing blood from his mouth, and launches him helplessly through the air by its sheer force, before he crashes headfirst into a tree, while his friends can only stare in disbelief and snap photos of the absurd scene. Seo-woon looks at his hand in a panic, realizing he still used way too much force. The remaining delinquents, mistaking the display for a stunt, ask if he is an action movie actor. Seizing the opportunity to de-escalate, Seo-woon plays along and begins to lecture the downed bully. He cheekily advises them to respect their elders, quit smoking, and not carry knives, before making a swift exit. As Seo-woon flees, the remaining students rush to their friend's side, worriedly checking if he's even alive. Once safely away, he chastises himself for showing off his superhuman strength against a regular person. He runs with a sense of urgency, horrified by the thought that his life would have been over if he had accidentally killed the boy. This incident reaffirms his need for proper training to perfectly control the powers he gained from the game. With a new resolve, he dashes back into the woods to continue his training. A month passes, bringing Seo-woon back to his life in the city. He sits in deep meditation, attempting to cultivate his inner energy, a process that proves frustratingly slow on Earth. However, his concentration is broken when he senses an incoming call. It's his mother, checking in to see if he's eaten. She explains that she called because she was worried when he didn't answer his phone. Standing outside a hospital, she asks him how the new academy he supposedly enrolled in is going. Seo-woon lies that it's manageable, knowing he can't possibly tell her he's been training in martial arts instead of studying. He asks about his dad's new delivery gig, but his mother's hesitant response fills him with dread. Then, she drops a bombshell: his father got into a car accident. Panicked, he demands to know what happened, and she explains his dad was hit hard by a car that ran a red light. With tears in her eyes, she explains that the surgery costs are steep and she's worried about the money. She then guiltily asks if he has any money left from the allowance she sent him. Seo-woon pulls a golden artifact from his subspace ring as he asks how much the surgery will cost. His mother tells him the cost is around 1 or 2 million won, while he eyes the valuable item from the game. He reassures his worried mother, telling her not to worry and that he might have a solution. After promising to call her back, Seo-woon hangs up, ready to take action. He grabs his bag, reflecting on his parents' hard life, constantly moving between rented homes, and recalls how his father worked harder than anyone, yet his income shrank as he aged. He remembers his dad's easily replaceable jobs, which forced him to change workplaces often. Overwhelmed by guilt, he remembers his past self as a hopeless burden with no future. But with a newfound determination, he declares that he is not that person anymore. Seo-woon enters a jewelry shop and presents the golden artifact, asking the appraiser how much he could get for it. The appraiser notes the excellent non-local craftsmanship, prompting him to lie that it has been in his family for 5 generations. She confirms that its style isn't from modern techniques, and he eagerly asks for its worth. She suggests the piece is worth more than its gold content, but he explains his urgent need for money for his father's surgery. When she notes he doesn't have a certificate of authenticity, he emphasizes his urgent situation again. Having successfully sold the item, he leaves the shop. He checks his bank account, pleased to see a transfer of 11.5 million won, more than enough for the surgery and his own expenses. Noting the appraiser's excitement, he suspects he might have undersold it, but dismisses the thought, glad he got the quick cash he needed. As he leaves, he makes a mental note to find better ways to sell the valuable items he brings back from the game. For now, his immediate priority is to send the money to his mom. He calls her to let her know he sent the money, only to be met with her shocked disbelief at the large sum. Standing outside the hospital room, his mother panics, asking if he took out a loan. He lies, claiming it's just money he saved up from part-time work and his time in the army. After reassuring his grateful mother that he'll visit the hospital soon, he ends the call. Riding the subway, he is lost in thought amidst the crowd of commuters. But suddenly, he overhears a nearby passenger questioning the authenticity of a video on their phone. One dismisses it as obvious CG, while the other finds it weirdly realistic, as if it were filmed secretly. Seo-woon glances over and is stunned to see a video of someone casting Escrow's Flame, a spell from Cloyd's Survival. The sight sends a jolt of shock through him, and he instantly recognizes the spell, realizing that while others would be confused, he knows exactly what's happening. The chilling realization hits him: he's not the only person in Korea who has survived the death game. The passengers note that the video keeps getting uploaded and deleted, concluding it must be some crazy person seeking attention. Seo-woon reflects that at the time, he had no idea of the consequences that would follow from someone else gaining these powers. At that very moment, in a dark office, a man on the phone promises that such a leak won't happen again. After being berated, he vows they'll cut off internet access across the country if necessary, and he promises to handle the situation immediately. After that, he slams the phone down in a fury and demands to know what happened with the Korean who uploaded the video, but his subordinate stammers that the number of survivors has surged, making them impossible to track. At this, his grip tightens on an ashtray, his anger palpable. He then smashes the ashtray over his subordinate's head, furiously questioning why agent numbers aren't increasing to match the new survivors. And he angrily shouts, ordering him to find and bring in the attention-seeking bastard. In a chilling display of his priorities, he then orders the subordinate to stop bleeding on his expensive carpet. As another agent with healing powers tends to the injured man, the superior laments that he's already dealing with the damn freebears. He barks at his terrified agents to get moving, and they all snap to attention, vowing to carry out his orders. 2 months have passed since the first game, and on a chilling night, Jin Se-woon continues his solitary training. For the past 2 months, he has dedicated his nights to this, pushing his new abilities to their limit. He reflects on his progress, noting that he's gathered a good amount of inner energy and grown accustomed to using it. However, he knows there's still a big issue with his current power level. To test this, he attempts to use his shadow clone technique, a skill he acquired in the last game. He then follows up by practicing the unstoppable fist spatial strike with his newly created clone, but laments that with his current inner energy on Earth, he can only summon a single, short-lived shadow clone. This limited duration and small number of clones is a significant downgrade from what he could do in the game world. He and his clones spar together, honing their martial arts in the dead of night. The two figures exchange powerful blows, creating a vortex of energy in the forest clearing. After a brief but intense training session, the single shadow clone dissipates. Exhausted, Se-woon sits down, wondering if this is the limit of his growth in the real world. He recalls how easily he controlled 8 shadows while fighting Kingston Turk in the last game. Now, in comparison, his Danshin feels pitifully empty, and he questions if he used up too much energy in that final battle. Deciding there's no point in sulking, he resolves to simply go home and cultivate more energy. Feeling hungry after his training, he wonders what snacks he might have stored in his subspace. Suddenly, a brilliant light envelops him, signaling his unwanted return to the game. He finds himself in a clearing filled with other confused and disoriented participants from different worlds. All around him, new players shout in confusion, demanding to know where they are and what's happening. He observes a few knights who look just as confused as he was during his first game. Our protagonist grimly realizes that after only 2 months, he's been dragged back into another death game. A system message welcomes everyone to the second Koid survival game. The system then announces the beginning of a tutorial explanation, much to his surprise. He notes that the tutorial was skipped last time, a detail that piques his interest. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he realizes a tutorial means the game is filled with exploitable beginners. Just then, his eyes lock onto another player who seems far too calm for a newcomer. He sizes up the well-dressed young man, guessing he's a high school student based on his clothes, and he deduces that another Korean seems to be participating. The mysterious high schooler coolly assesses the crowd, his gaze sharp and experienced. Our guy dismisses the student as a typical, attention-seeking high schooler. However, his instincts tell him this kid is a veteran, and he nervously wonders if he's another monster like Nam Sagwang. Just then, the system announces that, with 200 players present, the game will now commence. The tutorial begins, announcing the map is the Valley of Cantris and that all 200 participants will pass, with rewards for the top 20. He quickly processes the rules. With 200 spots and 200 players, there's no risk of failing the tutorial. Realizing there's no risk, he decides he's going to play this round like an absolute psycho. But after a brief tutorial recap, the system announces a very surprising new rule. Se-woon is shocked to learn that this round is not a solo free-for-all, but a duo game. The system instructs players to find a partner for duo registration, explaining that the reward goes to the team even if only one member survives. They are given 5 minutes to form a team or be forced to play solo, which explains the larger player count. Se-woon observes the other players, wondering how they can trust complete strangers to form teams. He knows that picking the wrong teammate could mean being saddled with dead weight. Deciding the experienced high schooler is his best bet, he prepares to make an offer. But when he looks for the student, the spot is empty. Confused, he wonders where the student went, shocked by how quickly he must have moved to find a partner. Now in a panic, he realizes he needs to find anyone to team up with before time runs out. He approaches a knight to ask, but the system informs him the participant is already in a duo. So he tries again with another player, only to be met with the same rejection. Everywhere he turns, players have already partnered up, leaving him increasingly desperate. With the game about to start, he struggles to find a single available player in the crowd. Time runs out, and with no other options, Se-woon clenches his fist in grim acceptance. Now forced to play solo, he resolves to simply kill everyone, whether they're in a duo or not, and win. The system announces the start of the Cloyd Survival Duo game, Day 1. As players descend, he spots several villages in the valley that look like good farming spots. With a yell, Seo-woon begins his descent toward the battlefield. This time, he's determined to land first and wipe out anyone who dares follow him. He lands cleanly in the empty village square, ready for a fight. Looking to the sky, he counts 6 other players descending, calculating that it's 3 teams. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashes into action, ready to execute his plan. He recalls the countless mental simulations he's run and tells himself to just stick to the plan. Elsewhere, a disoriented mage stumbles out of the woods, feeling nauseous and confused. The mage wonders where his teammate James landed, just as Seo-woon drops down from the trees behind him. Seo-woon unleashes his Unstoppable Fist spatial strike, catching the unsuspecting mage completely off guard. The terrified mage screams in panic, demanding to know who his attacker is and why he's being targeted. Ignoring the mage's pleas, Seo-woon coolly remarks, "One down." He follows up with another move from his Unstoppable Fist arsenal. A powerful Bone Shatter strike connects, brutally incapacitating the mage. The mage lets out a final scream of agony as he's violently knocked to the ground. A system message informs Seo-woon that the opponent is knocked out and can be revived, a new mechanic he finds rather nice. But before he can deliver the final blow, he senses an approaching threat. His eyes widen as he whips his head around to face the new danger. The downed mage's teammate, a knight named James, comes crashing down from above with a vengeful spear thrust. Seo-woon narrowly twists his body, deflecting the spear tip with his forearm. The knight's powerful charge forces Seo-woon back, the impact kicking up dust and debris. Bloodied from the deflected blow, he curses, realizing he's now facing the downed player's teammate. Fresh from taking down the mage, our protagonist kneels, acknowledging the incredible strength of the knight he's about to face. The fully armored knight, James, confronts him, demanding, "Are you the person who killed my comrade?" Seo-woon sizes up his new opponent, correctly identifying him as a close combat specialist. Remembering his Unstoppable Fist technique, he knows the key is dealing with armed opponents, making this a perfect scenario for his bare-handed style. Having only practiced through image training, he admits he's a little excited to finally try his new martial art in a real fight. With a confident grin, he gets into his stance and declares, "This will be fun." A smirk spreads across his face as he prepares to engage the knight. He then charges forward, meeting the knight's powerful spear thrust head-on. He closes the distance in an instant, preparing a decisive counterattack. He swiftly dodges the spear. With a wide-eyed, determined look, he prepares to unleash a devastating blow. The knight braces for impact, realizing too late that his opponent is now inside his range. He is stunned, unable to comprehend how his opponent closed the distance and shifted the trajectory of his attack. Having outmaneuvered him, Seo-woon smirks, ready to end the fight. Seeing a clear opening in the knight's defense, he prepares his finishing move. He focuses his power, taking an open palm stance. Then, he unleashes the spatial strike, a powerful blow aimed right at the knight's chest. The impact shatters the knight's breastplate and sends him reeling backward. But Seo-woon gives him no time to recover, immediately grabbing his helmet. With brutal efficiency, he drives his knee into the knight's face. As the attack connects, the knight falls to the ground. The defeated knight, James, lies unconscious and bleeding on the cobblestone. Seo-woon pins the knight's head to the ground and crushes it with his foot. Standing over his fallen foes, he coldly states, "Two down." As he absorbs the fallen knight's life chi, he notes how much more effective this is for growth than his training back on Earth. Realizing there are still 4 people left in the area, he remains on high alert. But his victory is cut short as an arrow suddenly flies past him from an unknown location. He barely dodges the surprise attack, shock registering on his face. Immediately analyzing the situation, he looks to follow the arrow's trajectory, and deduces the shot must have come from the houses lining the street. Just then, another arrow narrowly misses his head, forcing him to realize the gravity of the situation. He throws himself to the side, dodging yet another projectile. Wounded and on the defensive, he wonders if the attacks will ever stop. However, a flurry of arrows launches over him, and he scrambles for cover, dodging the relentless barrage. Taking refuge behind a tree, he narrowly avoids another shot. While running, he assesses the archer's skill, noting they are accurate but not as strong as Zorochana. Glancing back at the town, he questions if the archer is alone or if a teammate is also giving chase. He decides to take the initiative, planning to find the archer's position and lure out any potential partners. As he scales the rooftops, his mindset shifts, Enemies are no longer threats to be avoided, but fuel to be absorbed. His eyes lock onto his target, his determination to hunt now solidified. But suddenly, an arrow pierces straight through his head. Just then, his clone dissipates. The archer, perched in a window, is bewildered, certain that his shot should have connected. But before he can process what happened, he senses an immediate threat from above. "There you are," Seowon shouts, ambushing the archer from the window above and landing a direct kick. The archer is sent tumbling backward from the force of the surprise attack. Seowon lands puzzled, realizing his attack made contact, yet his opponent vanished into smoke. He turns in disbelief, realizing that his opponent has a trick up his sleeve. He recognizes the skill his opponent is using, the Cloak of Hiding. Just then, he sees the shadow of the archer launching an arrow from behind him. An arrow suddenly flies towards him. However, he effortlessly dodges it. As the archer jumps from the window, our guy is left confused, believing that he somehow got behind him and escaped. The archer lands safely on the ground, but when he looks up, he sees Seowon calmly watching him from a balcony. "You think you can leave so easily?" he taunts, watching the archer try to flee. Seowon then leaps from the balcony, soaring through the air to pursue his target. The archer runs for his life, panting as he tries to create distance. But his escape is cut short as Seowon appears from the shadows, blocking his path. And he points out that using the Cloak of Hiding in broad daylight in front of him was a huge mistake. Seowon mocks him, calling the cloak a common item for campers and demanding that he die and give it to him. Suddenly, a pale-skinned elven swordsman appears, calmly telling Seowon, "That's enough." The panicked archer begs his ally for protection, but the swordsman remains focused on Seowon. The elven swordsman calmly assesses the situation, stating, "I don't see his ally." Frustrated, the archer simply yells for his ally to kill Seowon already. Seowon grits his teeth, realizing his plan has backfired, and he's now facing an inevitable 2-on-1 fight. But a sinister smile spreads across his face as he remembers his ace in the hole, questioning, "Aren't I the one with the numbers on my side?" The duel continues as the elven swordsman, Carl, leaps at Jin Seowon with a furious two-sword attack. Our guy prepares himself to dodge the dual attack. He swiftly dodges the arrow from the archer. After passing him, the arrow flies straight toward Carl. Carl, however, manages to deflect it. Just then, Seowon uses his shadow clone technique, with one version of himself leading the two opponents on a chase. The clone leads them through a narrow alleyway, setting them up for a trap. Enraged at being toyed with, the archer calls him a slippery bastard and prepares to fire an arrow. He unleashes his special move, Triple Shot, sending a volley of deadly arrows down the alley. The arrows find their mark, brutally piercing the back of the fleeing clone. Believing he's landed a fatal blow, Alex gloats, boasting that he never misses his shots. However, the real Jin Seowon is revealed to have been hiding all along, having successfully used his clone as bait. The archer watches confidently as the clone falls, certain that he has secured the kill. Appearing from the shadows, Seowon calls out his opponent's arrogance before making his move. Before the shocked duo can react, he pierces Alex's chest from behind with his palm strike technique. After eliminating Alex, Seowon coolly reminds the swordsman that what you see isn't always real, just as the system confirms Alex has been knocked out. Misunderstanding the technique, Carl accuses him of being an illusionist. Our protagonist taunts the elf, challenging him to come and get him if he wants any hope of saving his incapacitated teammate. Carl accepts the challenge, vowing not only to win but to survive, as both fighters ready themselves for a true one-on-one duel. The two warriors launch themselves into the air, running along the alley walls in a gravity-defying clash. The elf unleashes a powerful double strike, sending a flurry of attacks towards Seowon. But Seowon perfectly times his move, unleashing a powerful counterattack of his own. Remembering that the key to a counter is to aim for the shoulder, he executes his technique flawlessly. But before his fist connects, the elf's blade slices his hand, drawing blood. Seowon is shocked by his opponent's incredible speed. Carl presses his advantage, his ornate blade glowing with power as he prepares for his next assault. He closes the distance in an instant with his bloody rush skill and slices our guy's chest as he passes by. Seowon narrowly avoids a fatal wound, noting that only his inner energy reinforcement prevented his arm from being completely severed. Carl is taken aback, confused as to why his blade didn't cut as deeply as he'd intended, and questions whether our guy is using illusions or petty tricks. With a menacing grin, he promises that Seowon's neck is his next target. Seowon realizes he's outmatched in a direct confrontation, and that he must rely solely on his ability to counter. Pushed to his absolute limit, he desperately tries to figure out how to counter the elf's unpredictable movements. In a moment of clarity, he remembers that this tutorial round has no penalty for failure. Deciding to take a risk, he resolves to stop relying on his eyes and to instead feel his opponent's energy and killing intent. Closing his eyes, he focuses his senses, determined to overcome this hurdle if he ever hopes to aim for first place. His 2 months of dedicated inner energy training begin to pay off in this critical moment. His rare innate talent for sensing and using inner energy finally awakens under the extreme pressure of the duel. In a state of heightened awareness, his perception of the battle completely changes. To Karl's utter shock, Seowon easily catches his ultimate attack, prompting the stunned elf to question how he blocked it. In that instant, he feels as if he's broken through a wall, unlocking a new level of power and perception. Before Karl can even process what happened, Seowon grabs him by the head, sealing his fate. With a final, brutal display of force, he eliminates Karl Gurnier, dropping the player count to 196. After the intense battle, Seowon loots his fallen opponents. He notes that strong players drop better loot and finds a much-needed recovery scroll. He immediately uses the recovery scroll to heal his injuries before planning his next move to farm for more items. Looking back, he scolds himself for getting so worked up and letting the fight derail his initial farming plans. He recovers the archer's damaged cloak of hiding, lamenting that it has lost its function but would have made his life much easier. Deciding to hold on to the damaged cloak just in case, he continues to sift through the loot. He then picks up the lightning-struck cottonwood bow, questioning its supposed lightning energy since he never felt it during the fight. Upon finding a multi-shot skill book, Seowon is surprised to realize the archer wasn't a natural, but had learned the skill within the game. Having learned the new skill himself, he decides he might as well try it out. He tests the multi-shot skill, letting loose a volley of lightning-infused arrows that strike a nearby wall. Impressed, he notes that the bow is a significant upgrade from his old crossbow and will definitely be useful. Having cleared the immediate area, he decides to take a break and farm a bit before hunting down the last remaining team in the region. While scavenging nearby houses, he grumbles about the low-quality junk items, wishing for another high-tier drop like the Cloak of Hiding. His search is interrupted, however, when he spots something of interest through a window. In the distance, he spies a large clock tower, a prominent landmark in the town center. Relying on his game knowledge, he knows that places like the clock tower are usually the best spots for high-tier loot. Wasting no time, he immediately makes his way towards a promising new farming spot. He arrives to find the door closed and prepares for a proper mukbang slang for clearing out loot and enemies. Ever cautious, he makes sure to close the large door behind him to prevent any ambushes. As he ascends the clock tower stairs, he daydreams about finding powerful items like a new cloak of hiding or stat-boosting rings. He reaches the top, only to be met with bitter disappointment. The entire area has already been picked clean. In a fit of rage and frustration, he punches the stone wall of the clock tower. He vents his anger at the game's unpredictability, where sometimes things go to plan and other times they're just infuriating. His tantrum is cut short, however, as he catches sight of movement on the street below. He watches the other two players, and he questions that they are farming so carelessly, wondering if they have anything good. If they do, it might be hard to face them alone. From his sniper's nest, Jin Seowon watches the approaching duo and begins to formulate a plan. His eyes narrow as the unsuspecting players get closer to his position. The pair confirm their plan, deciding to head inside the clock tower that Seowon just cleared. Kilroy's partner naively tells him that since the door is closed, the tower must be completely untouched. Upon entering, the partner excitedly discovers a healing scroll and takes it as a good omen for their looting run. Up above, Seowon smirks, revealing that he had intentionally left the healing scroll as a trap. Reasoning that anyone excited by a basic healing scroll must be weak and poorly equipped, he prepares to dive down and attack. With a ruthless grin, he reaffirms his core survival principle: if you see weaklings, you have to strike first. As Kilroy and his partner gloat over their loot, the mage suddenly notices an ominous shadow looming over them. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Seowon drops from the clock tower above, launching a surprise ambush on the unsuspecting duo. He quickly sizes up his target, deducing the mage's incompetence from his failure to immediately cast a defensive barrier. With his suspicions confirmed, he closes the distance on the amateur mage, who is far too slow to react. He lands a devastating first strike, smashing the magical barrier. Stunned and reeling, the mage can only wonder in shock where this sudden assailant came from. With his opening secured, a determined Seowon prepares to end the fight with his very next attack. In a desperate panic, the mage summons a fire spell he calls Escrow's Flame. He then thrusts his hand forward, unleashing the flame in a chaotic attempt to strike his attacker. However, in a display of pure incompetence, the fiery blast misses completely, and instead engulfs his own teammate Kilroy. Now wreathed in flames, Kilroy screams at his partner, who frantically tries to explain he was aiming for their attacker. As the warrior yells that the fire isn't going out, his partner can only watch in horror from a safe distance. They both deduce that the person they are fighting is alone. If he had any teammates, they would have attacked together by now. Deciding to deal with his partner's mistake later, Kilroy charges at Seo-woon, shouting that they should just kill him first. Seo-woon expertly dodges the axe-wielding warrior's downward swing, slipping past the attack with ease. Kilroy is left momentarily stunned as our protagonist nimbly dodges his powerful strike. Enraged by his opponent's agility, he calls Seo-woon a slippery bastard and continues his frantic assault. Having completely lost his cool, he bellows, "I'll kill you." Seo-woon dodges another powerful swing by leaping into the air, but this time he impales his own subordinate. As he stares at the axe now embedded in his dead partner, the mage furiously demands to know what he is doing, but he simply blames our guy for dodging into the attack. While the mage begs for help, Seo-woon exploits the distraction and lunges at him. He unleashes a powerful, crushing strike, and crushes the head of the mage. With a cold smirk, he sarcastically thanks Kilroy for creating the opening that let him get the last hit. Kilroy can only glare with pure hatred, muttering a curse at his predicament. In a fit of rage, he furiously kicks off his chest plate, deciding the armor is just slowing him down. Now shirtless and more menacing, the enraged warrior challenges Seo-woon, asking if he dares to mock him. Seo-woon coolly analyzes his opponent, wondering if the strength-type character will be faster without the armor's weight debuff. Freed from his armor, Kilroy brings his axe down in a mighty smash. Seo-woon deftly leaps into the air, narrowly avoiding the ground-shattering impact of the attack. While still airborne, he prepares to counter with a powerful straight kick. He connects cleanly, sending the kick straight to Kilroy's jaw. Though staggered, Kilroy taunts him, yelling that he can't stay in the air forever and will have to land eventually. Seo-woon's eyes widen as he is caught completely off guard by the next attack. Kilroy unleashes a massive horizontal swing that seemingly tears through Seo-woon's midsection. The force of the blow is so immense that it slices deep into the stone clock tower behind him. Wounded, Seo-woon is forced to admit that the warrior's raw strength is remarkable. Yet despite his injury, he taunts his opponent, questioning if brute strength is all the warrior knows. Livid, Kilroy roars that he'll see if Seo-woon can keep running his mouth after he's dead, as he swings his massive axe, but our guy effortlessly dodges the swing. When Kilroy presses for a further attack, our guy unleashes his piercing strike, blocking the axe with his bare hands, while Kilroy screams that even a worm squirms when stepped on. While Kilroy is fighting, a second Seo-woon, the real one, appears behind him from the shadows. Standing aside with a deep wound, the real Seo-woon coolly tells his opponent to keep fighting the shadow. Kilroy turns in utter confusion and spots the real Seo-woon standing in a nearby doorway, seemingly unharmed. Seo-woon mockingly points to the massive crack in the building's foundation, a result of Kilroy's own rampage. He then nonchalantly raises his foot, playfully asking what might happen if he just gives it a little push. With a single powerful kick, he shatters the damaged support, causing the entire tower to begin collapsing. Kilroy panics, realizing that his opponent is merely the clone he has been fighting all along. Just then, the clone opponent dissolves into smoke, leaving him to face the crumbling tower alone. As rubble rains down, Kilroy's final desperate scream for help is drowned out by the destruction. A massive explosion marks the end of the battle, leaving only dust and silence in its wake. Watching the aftermath, Seo-woon suddenly has a moment of gamer panic, wondering who gets kill credit when an enemy dies to the environment. He curses his own impulsiveness, realizing he might have sacrificed rewards just for the sake of a flashy kill. The system confirms both players were eliminated as the count drops to 94, but notes their bodies are buried beneath the rubble. To his relief, Seo-woon discovers a new game mechanic. When a body is inaccessible, loot chests spawn separately. From Kilroy's chest, he loots a glove of strength, remarking it was the only useful item the brute possessed. However, the mage's chest proves to be a goldmine, filled with rare items that leave him stunned. He's hit the jackpot: a magic explosion scroll, a cursed brooch, a philosopher's stone, and a fragment of a secret manual. Deciding he's caused enough of a scene, he prepares to leave the area and continue his hunt. He dons a new mage's robe from his loot, though the system informs him it offers almost no defensive value. Checking his map, he notes that the restricted zone is starting to close in, forcing him to move toward the center. He quickly sets a waypoint and begins his journey toward a more strategic position. After a quick and fruitless scan of the remaining cottages for loot, he moves on, not wanting to waste any more time. Thanks to his Qigong training, he travels at a much faster pace than he could in his first death game. A system message notifies him that he has entered a monster spawn zone, a new feature for the tutorial map. The tutorial explains that these zones contain regular, boss, and buff monsters, prompting him to wish he'd known about this in the last game. As he approaches his destination in an ominous, red-tinged forest, a strange noise catches his attention. A blood-curdling screech echoes through the trees, putting him on high alert. A moment later, a massive, pterodactyl-like creature bursts from the shadows, confirming his fears. Peeking through the trees, he discovers that he's not alone. Another duo is already battling the winged beast and several snake-like monsters. The new duo, a mage named Woojin and a martial artist named Joe, calmly coordinate their strategy, with Woojin vowing to tie the enemies down for his partner. From his hiding spot, Seowon observes the unfamiliar mage and martial artist combination and begins plotting his next move. Deciding to take advantage of the chaos, he readies his new bow, preparing to ambush the distracted duo by taking one of them out. He fires a glowing, magic-infused arrow, initiating his attack on the unsuspecting players. Just then, a swarm of monstrous snakes, known as Lamia, hisses aggressively as they attack the duo of Woojin and Joe. The martial artist, Joe, skillfully uses his 7-star sword art to carve a path through the slithering horde. Meanwhile, his partner Woojin provides support from the backline, casting an Ice Lance spell to freeze the creatures. Joe remarks with confidence that despite their numbers, the battle is almost over and a good reward awaits them. The mage, however, isn't as confident, privately worrying about his rapidly draining mana with each snake he kills. A well-aimed arrow then strikes the mage's barrier, tricking him into believing they're being ambushed by other players. While he wants to fight the new threat, Joe insists they finish off the snakes first to secure their reward. Woojin frantically screams that they're about to be overwhelmed and must flee immediately. Observing the success of his plan, Seowon smirks at the internal conflict he's created, considering how to provoke them further. And he lets another arrow fly, aiming to increase the chaos between the bickering partners. Terrified, the mage shouts as he sees another arrow streaking towards him. The arrow shatters against another one of his hastily erected magical barriers. Joe screams at him, "You need to cast another barrier," Woojin yells back. "You don't have to tell me to cast the escrow-style barrier." He warns that the barrier will shatter again from the powerful attacks and that they need to escape now. Joe, however, stubbornly refuses to retreat, determined to finish off the monsters and claim their loot. In a fit of panic, the mage unleashes an escrow-style defensive wall, raising a massive earth barrier that traps them both. Joe is left speechless, finding himself trapped within the newly formed earthen prison. Furious, he confronts his partner, demanding to know what he was thinking. From his hiding spot, Seowon sees the wall and smirks, realizing the panicked mage has just made his job much easier. Woojin tries to justify his actions, claiming their enemy can't get over the wall, but Joe isn't convinced. Grabbing the mage, Joe angrily points out that the wall only announces their location to other enemies. He then threatens to go his separate way if his partner pulls another stupid stunt. After that, he says to the mage, "Look at that." As the flurry of arrows lands beside them, he correctly assesses that a simple wall is useless against a siege weapon like a bow. When Joe demands he take down the wall, Woojin meekly replies that it will take about 5 minutes for the spell to dissipate. With his targets perfectly cornered, the real Seowon pulls out a magic explosion scroll. A system window confirms the item's deadly effect, a 10-second fuse before detonation. Without a moment's hesitation, he chooses to activate the scroll. He attaches the scroll to an arrow, draws his bow, and begins the countdown. As the timer ticks down, he charges the shot with magical energy, preparing to launch his deadly payload. With a powerful release, the explosive arrow soars high into the air, arching over the wall toward the trapped duo. Confused, the two men can only say, "Huh?" as the arrow lands between them just as the timer hits 0. Then, a massive explosion erupts from within the wall, its destructive power surprising even Seowon. He remarks on the scroll's surprising effectiveness as he surveys the fiery aftermath. With a flick of his wrist, he then finishes off a lone snake that survived the blast. Suddenly, from beneath the rubble, a hand twitches, revealing that one of the players has survived. It's Joe, who struggles out from the debris, cursing his now-dead partner for the foolishness that almost cost him his life. Suddenly, his eyes widen in terror as he senses an unexpected presence. He looks up and finds Seowon aiming another arrow directly at him. Meanwhile, Seowon smugly muses that he should thank the dead mage for so helpfully trapping them. Resigned to his fate, Joe sighs that picking good allies is a skill in itself, one he clearly lacks. With cold efficiency, Seowon fires the arrow, executing the last survivor, and notes the instant appearance of a chest, confirming that the mage, Woojin, must have died in the initial explosion. Looting the martial artist's chest, he finds a 7-star cultivation art manual, the very technique his victim had been using. The system offers to replace his current technique, but he declines, rendering the powerful manual useless to him. He does, however, find Tokar's ring, a powerful magic resistance item that explains how Joe survived the blast. After searching the rubble, he quickly locates the chest belonging to the slain mage. Inside, he gleefully discovers Escrow's necklace, an item made of pure gold that he can sell for a high price back home. He also finds a high-tier Ice Lance grimoire, but recognizes it's too advanced for his current skill level. Once he finishes looting the players, Xiaowun turns his attention to the remaining Lamia monsters. A short time later, he stands over the pile of dead snakes, wondering how the previous duo struggled so much. After clearing the monsters, he checks the loot they dropped. He finds several pouches, correctly guessing their rewards for the hunt. The bags contain valuable crafting materials like Tears of Lamia and a Tyron's necklace that boosts agility. Satisfied with his haul, he walks away, contemplating how to use his new items. Smoke rises from the battlefield as our protagonist leaves the scene of his latest triumph. Later, in a safe location, he theorizes that if the game has a boss monster with a powerful buff, he needs to be the one to kill it. First, however, he must determine if he is strong enough for such a hunt. His second concern is whether other savvy players are already planning the same thing. Just then, a system message announces the start of the second day of Cloyd survival. He checks the player count, which is now down to 139, and feels pretty good about his 8 kills on the first day. With his strategy set, he begins his journey toward the center of the map. His path takes him through a scorching desert, a stark contrast to the pleasant weather of his first death game. Sweating under the hot sun, he immediately regrets not waiting for nightfall to travel. His journey is suddenly interrupted when a large, strange shadow passes over him. Looking up, he sees a giant phoenix-like bird carrying a large chest and correctly identifies it as a supply drop. So he eagerly runs toward the drop zone as the bird releases its valuable cargo. The heavy supply drop lands with a thud in the desert sands. As he approaches the chest, however, a system notification warns that opening it will reveal his location for the next 6 hours. The game presents him with a high-risk, high-reward choice: open the supply drop or leave it. Reasoning that the no-risk tutorial match is the perfect time for a gamble, Xiaowun decides to open the chest. As Jin Xiaowun opens a glowing supply drop, suddenly, the supply drop erupts in a brilliant beacon of light, threatening to expose his location to every player nearby. Anxious that his position has been compromised, he knows he must loot the items and escape immediately. He's surprised to find incredible loot, including a rare cloak of hiding and a powerful red cloud pill. He quickly sorts through the massive haul, also discovering a circle stone, a windblade grimoire, and a cloudstride movement manual. However, he frustratedly remembers that his newly acquired cloak of hiding is completely useless in broad daylight. And also laments that he can't use the powerful elixir or the circle stone right away due to their debilitating side effects. Deciding the immediate benefit outweighs the risk, he resolves to learn the Cloudstride technique on the spot to make a quick getaway. He instantly masters the Cloudstride manual, preparing to run like the wind. With a burst of energy, Jin Xiaowun activates his new Cloudstride skill and bolts from the supply drop's location. As he flees at top speed, his enhanced senses immediately pick up on the presence of approaching enemies. He senses multiple hostiles closing in on his last known position, drawn by the supply drop's beacon. Confident in his new speed, he continues his escape, gambling that his pursuers won't know which direction he went. So he uses the terrain to his advantage, skillfully navigating down a steep cliff face to cover his tracks. Having set his trap, he pauses, hoping his pursuers will fall for the bait he left behind. Meanwhile, a Roman knight and a masked mage arrive at the supply drop, noting that they weren't the only ones who saw the light. The knight believes their target hasn't gone far, but his partner's detection magic surprisingly comes up empty. The masked mage is confused, unable to sense any magical trace from the person who looted the crate. The knight then discovers a single, deliberately left behind item, a Tears of Lamia gem. The duo correctly deduces that their target grabbed the items and fled, with the mage confidently pointing in the direction of his escape. Leaving the now empty supply drop, the knight and mage set off in pursuit, with the mage planning to use detection magic on the move. From a distance, Xiaowun mentally tracks the duo, anticipating their movements as they follow his false trail. Smirking to himself, he celebrates his successful decoy, confident that his pursuers fell for the trap perfectly. With his trap sprung, he sprints away, needing to put as much distance as possible between them in the next 30 minutes. 30 minutes later, Jin Xiaowun finally takes a moment to catch his breath in a desolate, petrified forest. But his brief respite is shattered as he senses an increased number of enemies have suddenly appeared and are closing in. Realizing multiple parties must have converged near the map's center, He becomes hyper-aware of his surroundings. Just as he prepares to move, a magical binding spell erupts from the ground, trapping him against a tree at the worst possible time. Caught completely off guard by the ambush, he knows he's in a bad spot. Just then, an explosive fire spell hurtles toward his trap position, giving him no time to think. Pushing his body to the limit, he musters his energy and uses Cloud Stride to narrowly break free from the inferno. Despite his incredible speed, he is shocked to find his enemies are still catching up at an insane pace. He wonders if they're using some kind of powerful movement technique of their own to close the gap so quickly. The answer is revealed as the Roman knight charges through the flames on a powerful warhorse. Seo-woon is stunned to see his pursuers are mounted, a game-changing advantage he didn't anticipate. The duo attacks in unison, with the masked mage launching an Isgro's Flameball spell from horseback. Faced with two mounted opponents, he realizes he can't outrun them, and his situation has become dire. The masked mage commands his fire spell to strike, attempting to corner the fleeing Seo-woon. To counter their overwhelming speed, Seo-woon activates his martial phantom step, creating multiple shadow clones. The clones bravely intercept the fireballs, creating a massive explosion and buying him a precious moment. Annoyed by the odd technique, the mage orders his partner to chase down and kill their target at once. The knight charges forward on his horse, spear leveled and ready to skewer his target. To Seo-woon's horror, he realizes the knight has already seen through the clones and is targeting his real body. He barely manages to dodge the knight's spear. The spear passes beside him and smashes into the ground. Just then, he grabs hold of it. Now wielding his enemy's weapon, he plants his feet, preparing for a desperate counterattack. He channels all his available inner energy into his arms, preparing for a single all-or-nothing throw. Bellowing with effort, he hurls the spear with deadly, unwavering precision. The spear finds its mark, impaling the knight's hand. The Roman knight pulls the broken spear from his expensive armor, appearing annoyed at the damage. Acknowledging Seo-woon's strength, the knight cautions his subordinate, realizing his opponent is no ordinary foe and would be dangerous with allies. But before the duel can resume, Seo-woon's senses scream a warning as he detects yet another party joining the fray. A volley of deadly arrows suddenly rains down upon the battlefield, targeting everyone present. Multiple arrows rain down on Seo-woon, but with his swift movements, he manages to dodge every single one. The knight's horse is also hit and killed by the ambush, letting out a final pained scream as it collapses. Thrown from his dead mount, the knight wonders aloud if another duo has joined the attack. Seo-woon barely manages to dodge another volley of arrows. As the chaos continues, even the masked mage's horse is taken down by the relentless arrow barrage. From a distance, a new duo of hooded archers reveals themselves as the source of the deadly ambush. The chaotic free-for-all leaves Jin Seo-woon standing between the now dismounted knight and his partner, and the new archer duo. Our guy curses his terrible luck. Trapped between two enemy teams, he sees no way out of the deadly crossfire. With his escape cut short, Jin Seo-woon realizes he's surrounded, caught in a pincer attack between the Roman knights duo and the very archers he was just hunting. Pinned from both sides, he grimly acknowledges that this is the absolute worst-case scenario. The mysterious archer duo wastes no time, drawing their bows and preparing to shoot him down at his slightest movement. Dismissing the newcomers as mere flies, the arrogant Roman knight shows no fear, even as his masked partner nervously asks what their plan is. Turning the tables, Seo-woon taunts the archers, questioning where their earlier confidence has gone now that they're locked in a three-way standoff. He assesses the deadly stalemate, calculating that with three teams present, the only way this can end is with two of them being completely wiped out. He then predicts his opponent's next move, deducing that both teams will likely try to recruit him to eliminate the other. He then predicts his opponent's next move, deducing that both teams will likely try to recruit him to eliminate the other. Weighing his options, he realizes his enemies see him as nothing more than a temporary pawn to be used against their rivals and then discarded. Unfazed by the numbers, the Roman knight boldly challenges all of his opponents at once, eager for a fight. Despite his partner's warning not to provoke them, he issues a threat to the archers: get lost or get skewered. Seo-woon internally mocks the knight's bravado, correctly judging him as a man with plenty of guts but very few brains. One of the archers reveals a deep-seated hatred for the knight's faction, declaring that no one from the kingdom will leave this place alive. He then formally offers Seo-woon an alliance, promising to spare his life if he helps them take out the knight's team. Playing dumb, Seo-woon feigns surprise at the sight of an elf, buying himself time to formulate a plan. Caught in the middle of a conflict he doesn't understand, he desperately tries to figure out the right move in this complex web of grudges. Seeing his chance slipping away, the mage makes his own desperate plea for an alliance. Seizing the opportunity, Seo-woon cleverly reveals the high-level circle stone, dangling it as bait for the opposing teams. He tempts the archer duo, reminding them that an item this valuable could be sold for a massive fortune. With both teams' greed piqued, he unveils his brilliant proposal to turn them against each other. Just then, he places the priceless circle stone at the center of the battlefield, turning it into the ultimate prize, and declares that whichever team wins the fight for the stone gets to keep it, framing the battle as the fairest solution. Blinded by the potential reward, the leaders of both teams cautiously agree to his terms. With a shout of "Fight!" he activates his Cloudstride skill and makes a swift escape. Knowing the 6-hour casting time makes the circle stone useless as anything but bait. Fleeing the scene, he smirks at his own genius, planning to simply reclaim the stone from whichever battered survivor is left standing. As he speeds away from the battle, he curses the fact that there are still 5 hours left in this grueling tutorial. A few minutes later, he finally reaches the destination he had pinned at the start of the game. He finds himself at the edge of a deep, ominous valley, a place that feels like it could spawn a boss at any moment. But just as he catches his breath, a light erupts from his body, revealing his presence to every player. After only 30 minutes of rest, he realizes he's been found. On a cliff above, a menacing masked mage appears, channeling a powerful fire spell known as Escrow's Flame. Sa-woon is stunned to feel the familiar chi of his pursuers, realizing they have somehow tracked him down. His third eye confirms his fears. The duo he tricked has caught up, and he has no idea how. Declaring that Sa-woon's tricks have run out, the mage unleashes a massive bird-shaped inferno down upon him, and unleashes the full force of his devastating Phoenix Strike. In a desperate attempt to survive, Sa-woon activates his martial Phantom Step to evade the attack. However, the sheer size and power of the Phoenix Strike are too much, and he is completely engulfed in the flames. He lets out a final scream of agony as the fire consumes him. His charred body plummets helplessly into the dark abyss of the valley below. The Roman knight complains that they can't even loot their victim now, while his partner regrets not holding back enough to secure the body. Certain that their target is dead, the duo decides to flee before the massive pillar of light from their attack attracts unwanted attention. The knight, already satisfied with his own rare gear, tells his partner he isn't interested in taking the fallen player's items. The mage, however, reveals his own greed, admitting he's lacking proper gear and wishes he could take the knight's powerful chainsword. He then tells his partner, "I will go check with levitation magic, you wait here." However, his partner insists that he is also coming along for the treasure. When questioned on how he'll descend, the knight stubbornly claims he'll just figure it out on the way down. His mage partner coldly warns that if he falls, the rope will be cut instantly. Grumbling about the lack of faith, the knight begins his perilous descent, unaware of the mage's ominous look. Levitation magic is notoriously risky, often called the suicide spell among mages. Using it requires immense concentration, and only a handful of masters can cast other spells while airborne. This limitation means that while levitating, a mage is completely defenseless. As they near the bottom of the deep valley, the mage calmly notes that they are almost there. The terrified knight begins to panic, feeling his life flash before his eyes, only for the mage to coldly remind him that this was his own stubborn choice. Then, without warning, the rope holding the knight begins to fray under the strain. He lets out a terrified scream, and he yells up at his partner, accusing him of foul play. But just as he turns, he is horrified to find the bloody, hanging corpse of his mage partner killed by Sa-woon. Then, in a shocking turn of events, he cuts the rope that binds him to his mage partner. The dead mage's body crashes into a pool of water at the bottom of the chasm with a massive splash. The knight is stunned to find that there was water at the bottom all along, after all that effort to get down here too. Now knowing there is water below, he jumps into it. The impact of the body sends a large ripple through the dark, subterranean pool. Soaked, the knight emerges from the water, sputtering in disbelief. Dripping and shivering, he tries to make sense of the absolute chaos that just unfolded. Staring at the floating corpse of his partner, the completely bewildered knight can only wonder who could have possibly killed the mage. Floating in the water, the Roman knight is utterly shocked to see the man he thought was dead is still alive. Before he can even process what's happening, Sa-woon launches a surprise attack from above. He unleashes a vicious bone-shatter strike with his supercharged fist, aiming directly for the knight's head. His opponent roars in defiance, refusing to die so easily and preparing to retaliate against the ambush. And in the counterattack, he unleashes his newly acquired chain sword, a formidable whip-like weapon. The flexible blade instantly wraps around our guy's arm. With glowing red eyes fixed on his prey, he acknowledges the pesky nature of the knight's weapon. Just then, he catches it with his hand. The chainsword's sharp links dig deep into his arm, wounding him. After that, he pushes his hand upward, lifting the knight along with it. As the knight screams about his power, Seo-woon prepares to deliver the finishing blow in their underwater duel. He grabs hold of the knight's helmet to end the fight, and coldly tells his struggling opponent that if he wasn't prepared to die, he never should have come after him. With a look of pure, cold-blooded ruthlessness, he makes it clear there will be no mercy. He tackles the knight, dragging them both deeper into the dark, watery abyss. Unleashing a torrent of inner energy, he begins to forcibly drown his helpless opponent. The knight's desperate pleas for mercy are silenced as his power crushes the helmet. With a final, brutal surge of energy, he finishes off the Roman knight. Blood fills the water as he rises from his latest hard-fought victory. The system confirms his kills of both the knight, Kelly Carl, and the previously defeated mage, Davidson. Back on dry land, Seo-woon grunts with effort as he hauls the surprisingly heavy loot chest out of the chasm. While opening his rewards, he makes a mental note that fighting underwater is something he should probably avoid in the future. He discovers a powerful Phoenix Strike grimoire, but notes that its Circle 4 requirement is too high for him to learn just yet. Reflecting on his victory, he admits the underwater fight would have been much tougher if the knight hadn't been left defenseless. Seo-woon then examines his new chain sword, a high-powered blade that can be wielded like a whip to dominate long-range combat. Despite not having any swordsmanship skills, he decides to keep the versatile weapon and its subspace ring. Suddenly, his heightened senses alert him to the presence of more approaching players. A new duo arrives, having been drawn to the area by the supply drop's pillar of light. Seeing the already looted chests, the two players realize they've arrived too late for the main prize. While one player hopefully wonders if anything is left, his partner cynically dismisses the idea. As the duo turns to leave, they remain completely oblivious to the predator lurking in the shadows. Using his cloak of hiding, Seo-woon emerges from the darkness to ambush the unsuspecting pair. He lands a devastating, fatal blow on the first player before either of them can even react. One player dies instantly, and his partner wears a mask of pure shock and disbelief. Seo-woon smirks victoriously, embracing his role as a god in the darkness thanks to his stealth abilities. A few hours later, the system announces that the tutorial's final rankings will be displayed. Our guy pants heavily after fighting so many enemies. He scoffs at the weaklings who got carried away fighting, standing smugly over his hoard of unopened loot chests. The final count shows 101 survivors, confirming that since it's a tutorial, everyone who made it this far passes. But just then, his sharp senses alert him to a nearby presence. He instinctively caught an arrow that was aimed directly at his head. The elven archers are stunned to see him, the opponent who ran from them earlier. With a cold, confident expression, he addresses them as the winners of their last encounter. Before the elves can even draw their bows, Seo-woon closes the distance and strikes with lethal speed. He eliminates both archers in a bloody, instantaneous attack, dropping the survivor count to 99. Looting their valuable Tokar's rings, he considers himself lucky, knowing one can never have too many powerful items. Now that the 6-hour handicap from his last power-up is over, he prepares to absorb a new Circle 4 stone and a Red Cloud pill. Deciding it's time for another upgrade, he seeks out a safe place to hide and boost his stats. He quickly finds a secluded cave, the perfect spot to begin his lengthy power-up ritual. Finally able to sit down and rest, he takes a moment to recover from the non-stop battles. Knowing the absorption process will take at least 6 hours, he reflects on how the constant running has made the day feel like an eternity. He starts by consuming the Red Cloud Pill elixir, bracing himself for the transformation. 6 hours pass under the quiet night sky as he meditates, absorbing the item's power. As he finishes, he can feel his body has finally adjusted to the immense power of both the elixir and the Circle Stone. Emerging from the cave with massively boosted stats, he feels the darkness of the night is now to his advantage. Although his inner energy has significantly increased, he knows it's still nothing compared to the power he gained from absorbing Nam Sagwang's life force, and wistfully wishes he could experience a power boost of that magnitude again. His train of thought is suddenly broken as he senses more players in the distance. Spotting another duo, his predator instincts kick in as he identifies his next targets. Feeling supremely confident in his new strength, he now views everyone left on the battlefield as mere prey. His ruthless player hunting continues until sunrise, leaving a trail of looted chests in his wake. As the sun rises, the system announces the beginning of Day 3 of Cloyd's survival. Taking a moment's rest atop his pile of loot, he decides to check the current player count. He's shocked to see the player count has already dropped to 42, just as a new event is announced, the locations of boss and buff monsters. A system prompt appears, confirming that the next phase of the game is about to begin. A map materializes, showing boss monsters marked in purple and the more enticing buff monsters in red. Noticing a red-marked buff monster area is close by, his curiosity is piqued. Knowing that he can't afford to ignore a potential power-up, he sets off to investigate. However, upon arriving at the location, he is left speechless when he realizes the buff monster is a dragon. Peering into a deep chasm, he is confronted by the terrifying, colossal form of a giant snake-like creature. He immediately assesses that the monster is far too powerful for him alone, estimating it would take at least 6 full parties to defeat. Just then, the colossal beast's massive, slitted yellow eye snaps open, its gaze locking onto him. A bead of sweat rolls down Seo-woon's face as he is paralyzed by the sheer, overwhelming presence of the creature. Arriving at the buff monster's location, Seo-woon is stunned to find a colossal serpent, realizing it's a raid-level threat far beyond what he expected. Before he can even react, the gigantic monster lunges at him with terrifying speed. Our protagonist is completely frozen, shocked by the creature's explosive burst of speed. However, the monster abruptly halts its attack, appearing confused or perhaps uninterested. He stands bewildered as the massive creature suddenly calms down and settles back into its coil. Our guy quickly deduces that the monster must be a passive type that only becomes active when provoked, making it far too risky to engage. Deciding the colossal beast isn't worth the trouble, he feigns nonchalance and walks away, choosing to hunt for easier prey instead. A few minutes later, he continues his patrol, searching for other players. While snacking on some jerky, he notes the eerie quiet and surmises that the remaining players must all be cautiously hiding. Suddenly, he feels a disturbance in the bushes. Wasting no time, he immediately unleashes a windblade spell toward the disturbance. His magical assault slices through the foliage, revealing the source of the noise. To his shock, he hears a child scream and realizes his target was not the opponent he had expected. A small, terrified boy stumbles out from the bushes, immediately apologizing. Seo-woon is stunned, confirming that he'd almost attacked a helpless child. A flicker of guilt crosses his face as he processes the situation. Just then, another player, Aoyama Haruto, ambushes him from behind while our guy asks the boy's age. Seo-woon easily dodges the sword swing, letting it pass harmlessly by. He retaliates instantly, landing a powerful palm strike squarely on his attacker's chest. The force of the blow sends Aoyama flying, gasping for air. Seo-woon's expression turns cold, his suspicions about this new opponent confirmed. He follows up with a relentless barrage of wind blades, shredding the man's defenses. Seo-woon quickly deduces Aoyama's despicable strategy, using a child as bait to lure in and ambush unsuspecting players. He then notices the boy's body is covered in old wounds, crudely healed by scrolls. Clear evidence of prolonged abuse. Filled with disgust, he declares this man to be the lowest scum he's encountered in the game. Aoyama, battered but not beaten, admits that his opponent is stronger than he anticipated. In a desperate move, he reveals a flame orb looted from another mage, intent on finishing the fight. He hurls the magical item, screaming that once Seo-woon is dead, all his power will belong to him. The flame orb detonates, engulfing our protagonist in a massive explosion. Confident in his victory, Aoyama sits down and smugly tells his victim to get burnt to a crisp. But he is shocked to hear Seo-woon's voice from within the smoke, mocking him for relying on items instead of skill. Seo-woon emerges from the blaze completely unscathed, his high magic resistance having nullified the attack. Aoyama stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend how someone could tank a Circle 3 spell without a single scratch. Before the man can even process it, Seo-woon is upon him, grabbing his face with a crushing grip. He coldly reminds him that since this is a tutorial where death isn't permanent, he can make him truly suffer for what he did to the child. He promises that Aoyama deserves to suffer far more before being allowed the release of death. With a sickening crunch, he begins to break the bones in the man's face. And with a final, brutal punch, he puts an end to the despicable player. As the fight ends, the terrified little boy, Lyle, collapses in the bushes, crying for his mother. Seo-woon calls out to the kid, startling him. Changing his demeanor completely, he calmly asks for the boy's name and age. The tearful child timidly introduces himself as 9-year-old Lyle. Seo-woon contemplates the cruel fate of a child being thrown into such a brutal survival game. Confirming that this is the boy's first time, he sees a reflection of his own terrifying start. Feeling a pang of empathy, he decides he can't just leave the boy behind and offers to help, and gifts the boy a valuable Circle 4 stone and a bag of jerky items crucial for survival. He then explains that since he's already at Circle 4, the stone is more useful to Lyle, who should be able to survive with Circle 3 magic. After that, before leaving, he offers some parting advice, telling the boy that if he can survive, this game could be a huge opportunity. He then wishes him luck. Lyle looks down at the life-saving gifts, his eyes welling up with tears of gratitude. As Seo-woon walks away, the boy shouts his thanks with all his might. Our guy internally thinks, I wasn't much different from that kid just 2 months ago. He briefly wonders how his old master, Zhang Daoten, is doing, acknowledging that he owes his very survival to him. A system alert then pops up announcing that the Hayami-Ren Drift duo have given up on the boss monster. The name Hayami-Ren immediately rings a bell. He remembers Ren as the smug high schooler from the pre-game lobby whom he tried to team up with. Sensing an opportunity, he decides to ambush the duo while they're exhausted from their fight. He follows his map and quickly arrives at the boss's location. Peeking from behind a bush, he spots his targets. Instead, he discovers a chaotic scene with several factions already arguing over the corpse of the boss monster. A large crowd is gathered, with one player reminding another of their truce not to fight in the boss area. An older warrior from the Imperial faction angrily declares the truce void, accusing another group of stealing the final hit. A defiant warrior from the Thistle faction challenges the entire Imperial group, ready for an all-out brawl. Meanwhile, the cloaked Hayami-Ren scoffs at their hypocrisy, mocking how quickly they abandoned their honor just to team up. A female martial artist steps forward, dismissing the infighting and focusing on what truly matters, the rewards. She directly challenges Hayami-Ren, asking if he is willing to split the loot. Ren, however, dismisses her offer, pointing out that there's barely enough loot to go around. The female warrior realizes that a fight is now inevitable. Just then she takes a fighting stance, preparing for battle. With determination in her eyes, she declares her intent to kill everyone present to claim the rewards for herself. From his hiding spot, Seo-woon looks on with amusement, wishing he had popcorn for the impending free-for-all. Suddenly, Hayami-Ren calls out for someone to come out of hiding, leaving Seo-woon confused. Observing the tense standoff, the Muram warrior Pike wonders if the infamous Aoyama Haruto has truly shown up after Hayami-Ren's challenge. The cunning strategist uses the boss reward, the ant's heart, as bait, threatening to give it to the other factions if Aoyama doesn't reveal himself. Watching from the bushes, Jin Seo-woon scoffs at the sly bluff, annoyed that the high schooler is using his hard-earned alias. To complete the ruse, Ren enchants a simple bag, making it glow with an aura identical to that of the real boss reward. The gathered players are stunned by the sight of the legendary ant's heart, an item they know could buy a castle. Seo-woon realizes Ren is masterfully playing the crowd, using both the boss reward and Seo-woon's own reputation as the top killer to his advantage. Ren then loudly challenges Aoyama, leaving the fake reward for him to claim if he dares to fight through the mob, and declares that he is keeping his end of their bargain. The players are shocked as the priceless item is thrown onto the ground, while Pike desperately tries to prevent a panic. Ren smirks, pleased that their plan to sow discord among the remaining players is working perfectly. Just then, Pike shouts, "We will split the reward evenly. First, we need to chase those people down." Pike watches in frustration as some greedy players fight over a fake prize, only to realize they've been duped, just as the real culprits make their escape. And she laments having to deal with such an uncoordinated mob. Amidst the chaos, she uses her icy magic and, together with some comrades, follows the fleeing men. From his hiding spot, Jin Seo-woon observes the perfectly disorganized mob, noting how easily the alliance collapsed over a fake prize. With his enemies thoroughly distracted and fighting amongst themselves, he decides it's the perfect time to join the fun. While the other players are busy brawling, Ren and his partner Drift flee through the woods. Growing impatient, Drift tells his partner that fleeing isn't his style, he's itching for a fight. Sensing an opportunity, Ren agrees, declaring it's time to get serious. Meanwhile, the skilled Muram warrior Pike rallies her remaining forces, preparing to launch a coordinated counterattack. Drift eagerly declares that he has been waiting for this, while Ren prepares to unleash their planned attack. Pike looks up in alarm, spotting Hayami-Ren perched in a tree, preparing to cast a powerful spell, and calmly instructs Drift to focus on Pike while he handles the rest. Grinning with bloodlust, Drift readies his hammer, excited to enjoy the ensuing battle to the fullest. Confident in his own power, Ren charges his staff, preparing to wipe out the remaining players with a single devastating spell. He then unleashes a massive chain lightning attack upon the unsuspecting crowd below. The powerful lightning spell engulfs the battlefield, striking the dueling factions indiscriminately. Screams of agony fill the air as multiple players are electrocuted and incapacitated by his widespread attack. Pike watches in disbelief, stunned that he was able to suppress so many combatants with just one spell. Taking advantage of her distraction, Drift lunges at her, warning that looking away will get her hurt. He brings his hammer down in a devastating smash attack, aiming to crush the Muram warrior, but she manages to dodge it by leaping into the air. Unleashing her ice gauntlet technique, she sends a wave of frost surging from the ground to intercept his hammer. Drift is shocked to find his hammer completely encased in frost, its momentum stopped cold. Enraged, He curses her for using such a troublesome and unexpected ice technique. With a furious battle cry, Drift leaps into the air, bringing his ice-covered hammer down to finish her off. But Pike skillfully intercepts the hammer's head, channeling her ice energy directly into the weapon. Focusing her inner power, she prepares to turn everything into frost, revealing the true extent of her abilities. The ice on the hammer shatters as her technique overpowers his, forcing Drift back. He looks down in horror as his own hand begins to freeze over from the residual energy of her counter. Just as she gains the upper hand, she is alerted by the crackling of another lightning spell from above. From his perch, Ren launches another magical assault, aiming to finish what he started. To his surprise, the lightning strikes the ground around her but leaves her completely unharmed. He realizes in shock that she is redirecting the electricity into the ground, revealing that she was hiding her true ability all along. Pike explains that she can use her advanced inner energy control to coat her body in chi and ground the electricity. With a confident gaze, she declares that she has seen through all of their tricks. Frustrated, Ren decides to eliminate the formidable martial artist himself. He attempts to cast Chain Lightning again, only for it to fizzle out as he realizes she is now channeling the electricity up the tree. He is baffled, questioning how she is channeling electricity directly into the very tree he was standing on. Watching the display, he admits with disbelief that he has never seen anyone nullify magic in such a way before. Realizing his magic is useless, he decides to settle matters in close combat and retrieves a sword from his subspace, and engages the Miram warrior in a surprising display of close-quarters combat. With surprising skill, he swings his sword forward, but Pike effortlessly blocks it with her bare hands, demonstrating her superior martial prowess. She is taken aback, realizing with shock that the mage is also proficient in martial arts. Ren frees his sword from her grip. Just then, a system alert informs Ren that his supposed ally, Aoyama Haruto, has defeated Pike's comrade. Capitalizing on the momentary opening, he lands a swift, damaging blow to her shoulder. Pike grits her teeth in pain, surprised by his effective combination of magic and martial skill. With her injured, he moves in for the final blow, callously telling her to just die in peace. She looks on grimly, admitting she underestimated the man who defeated her comrade, whom she believes to be Aoyama Haruto. Suddenly, an arrow whistles through the air and pierces Drift's hand as an unknown party interferes. Jin Soo-woon finally emerges from the shadows, bow drawn, and coldly tells Ren he has some nerve using his name. Stepping into the clearing, he confronts the stunned duo, asking if Ren understood the consequences of calling him out. Now in control, Seo-woon aims his bow directly at Ren and demands he hand over the ant's heart. Trying to maintain his composure, Ren smugly informs him that he already used the item as a decoy. An arrow grazes Ren's cheek, and he pales, realizing Soo-woon couldn't have been watching from nearby and must have known it was a bluff all along. Just then, our guy asks, "Are you trying to mess with me?" Seo-woon confirms he saw through the trick with the empty bag and coolly threatens to kill them both to get the item. Seo-woon remains unimpressed, ignoring Drift's boastful cry not to underestimate a warrior of Thistle. Drift charges forward recklessly, shouting that a mere bow user is easy prey. But just as he attacks, our guy effortlessly dodges it. With a single, effortless slash, Jin Soo-woon decapitates the overconfident warrior. He coldly looks down at the fallen man, remarking that for all his big talk, he was weak. Hayami Ren stares in utter shock as the system notifies him that his ally has been defeated by Aoyama Haruto. Visibly shaken and trying to buy time, Ren nervously asks how many times he has played this death game. After a moment of confusion, Seo-woon realizes Ren is asking about his experience in Cloyd survival. He calmly and honestly replies that this is his second time. Refusing to believe someone on their second run could be so strong, a furious Ren unleashes Chain Lightning, vowing not to get cocky himself. But using a shadow clone as a feint, Seo-woon instantly appears behind Ren and impales him with an arrow, calling him an idiot for falling for it. As the kill notification confirms his victory, he briefly wonders if he was too cold-hearted for killing someone from his own world. After killing a fellow player from Earth and absorbing his life chi, Jin Soo-woon feels a slight pang of guilt for his own coldness. He's surprised to learn, however, that the high schooler he just dispatched wasn't only a mage, but also had martial arts training. Looting the body, he finds a mysterious chest and wonders about the low probability of encountering another person from his world. As he peeks inside the loot chest, his eyes widen in surprise at its contents. A system alert informs him that he's obtained a golden weapon box, a rare drop containing a special weapon. He smirks, realizing the unlucky player he just killed possessed a super rare item and never even got the chance to use it. Dismissing any pity for his victim, he declares that he'll gladly make use of the dropped treasure. And so, with eager anticipation, he begins to open the glowing golden box. His face lights up with a greedy grin as he sees the prize within. However, his excitement quickly turns to confusion as the system announces he's obtained selfish hammets, which appears to be just a small blue slime. Deeply disappointed, he laments his bad luck, having hoped for a powerful sword or bow. Deeming the slime-like item useless, he decides to just toss it into his subspace inventory. But suddenly, a mysterious voice addresses him as master, leaving him completely stunned. The slime transforms into a massive, horned spirit who introduces himself as the great Elsius Hammett and congratulates Seowon on his luck. Seowon remains unimpressed, questioning if this new spirit Hammett is meant to replace the creepy scrap metals he already possesses. The arrogant weapon spirit explains that he can transform into any weapon his new master desires, far surpassing any normal equipment. Hammett confidently boasts that whatever weapon his master uses, he can become its ultimate version. Seowon, however, bluntly informs the spirit that he doesn't really use weapons, preferring to fight barehanded. Momentarily shocked, Hammett quickly recovers, insisting that there are weapons perfectly suited for fighters as well. The amorphous spirit begins to shift and change its form. He proudly transforms into a dazzling golden gauntlet, boasting that it can withstand flames and shatter anything. But Seowon immediately rejects it, complaining that it's too heavy and restrictive for his fighting style. Adapting to his master's preferences, Hammett changes into a pair of sleek, dark gauntlets designed for mobility and flexibility. Yet despite the new form, Seowon remains unconvinced, prompting a frustrated outburst from the spirit about how picky he is. Fed up, our protagonist prepares to banish the talkative spirit to his subspace, causing Hammett to panic. The spirit desperately pleads with him not to be handled so carelessly, begging him to name any weapon he desires. After some thought, Seowon requests something unconventional, an extremely durable piece of cloth that he can use freely. The weapon spirit is utterly appalled by the request, questioning if his new master is really telling him to become a mere rag. Despite his protests about such a demeaning form, he begins to transform once more. Seowon finds the new hand-wrap form surprisingly good, while Hammett complains that it's a miserable look for a being of his stature. As he wraps the new weapon around his hands, the spirit laments how many powerful warriors have bled just for a chance to obtain him. Our guide declares the hand wrap perfect and says they'll get along well, forcing Hammett to begrudgingly accept his new form. But then, Hammett reveals that shapeshifting is not his only ability, capturing his master's full attention. A magical roulette wheel materializes before them, which the spirit points out to his surprised master, and explains that he can spin the random spell roulette once a day for a powerful, game-changing spell, like revives. Seowon is floored by the possibility of resurrection, but Hammett coolly reminds him that he'd have to be lucky enough to land on it. When asked, the spirit clarifies that his master can choose to spin the roulette at any time. Suddenly, Hammett's demeanor shifts as he announces he has a bad feeling. The weapon spirit alerts his master, having sensed a powerful killing intent directed straight at them. Seowon immediately becomes alert, wondering if other survivors have finally tracked him down. Unable to sense any chi himself, he asks for a direction, but Hammett can only confirm that his powerful instincts have never been wrong. As the spirit urges him to hurry, Seowon pulls out an airboard, a high-level teleportation item he looted from a previous kill. He decides to play dumb and lure the ambushers out, a high-risk plan that Hammett senses and reluctantly agrees with. Surprised that the spirit read his mind, Seowon learns that their consciousness is shared because they are bound together. Just as they realize their new connection, an arrow flies out from the darkness, aimed directly at him. The arrow strikes true, and he collapses to the ground, seemingly taken down by the surprise attack. The ambushers follow up with a powerful magic attack, engulfing his position. A massive, fiery explosion tears through the trees where he fell. His body lies motionless on the forest floor, apparently defeated by the coordinated ambush. An archer named Mark cautiously emerges from the trees to confirm his kill. His partner, a dark-skinned witch, observes that since the kill log hasn't updated, their target must still be alive. The witch urges her partner to finish him off quickly before he has a chance to recover. The cautious archer decides to use detection magic first, worried that their target might have hidden allies nearby. He then draws his bow one last time, aiming to put a final arrow into his downed opponent. To the archer's absolute shock, Seowon catches the incoming arrow and smirks, revealing the ambush has failed. Using Hammett's durable cloth form, he easily catches the deadly arrowhead between his fingers. The archer is stunned, unable to believe that his target not only survived but managed to stop an arrow with his bare hands. Seowon grins, commending his new weapon spirit on being quite durable. Panicking, the archer screams for his partner to unleash all of her magic on him. But Seo-woon instantly opens his subspace and draws his newly acquired chainsword. Now armed with a sword he'd picked up, he smugly notes that it pays to be a pack rat. In a single strike, he pierces the ambusher before he can even react. As he dies, the archer seems to recognize him from a past encounter, bewildered by his abilities. The witch panics, yelling at her now-dead partner for failing to confirm the kill. Terrified for her life, she abandons the fight and makes a desperate escape on her flying broomstick. Seo-woon watches her flee, remarking to his weapon spirit that it's his first time seeing a high-level witch escape on a broom. Deciding she isn't strong enough to be a threat, he chooses not to pursue her and prepares to move on, and speculates that, given the number of remaining players, the game should be over in about 2 more days. But in a moment of reflection, he admits that his prediction was completely wrong. The scene shifts, jumping forward in time. With only 12 survivors left, a now bearded Seo-woon complains about his rations, showing the effects of a long, drawn-out game. By day 20, a rugged and weary Seo-woon sits alone, utterly frustrated by his inability to find any of the remaining players. On day 20, with only 12 survivors left, Seo-woon prepares to patrol again, telling his sentient weapon, Hammett, that he has no choice but to hunt his opponents down before they can regroup. He reflects that while he could easily hunt weaker players early on, the game has now become much more difficult. Indeed, after a week, the remaining players have become experts at hiding, making it a challenge to find even a single person. Frustrated after 10 days of fruitless searching, he prepares to consult his spirit weapon. He asks Hammett if he senses anything, but the spirit confirms the area is just as unnaturally quiet as it was the day before. He complains that his detection ability is useless unless an enemy is actively emitting bloodlust, making him a poor radar for stealthy opponents. And even though the game area has shrunk to 1/6 of its original size, there are still far too many places for the remaining players to hide. As Seo-woon grows more frustrated, Hammett questions the need to search so desperately, suggesting that the other players will eventually be forced to gather anyway. But Seo-woon explains his proactive strategy. His name dominates the kill log, so if the remaining 11 players gang up on him, he'll be toast. He must reduce their numbers first. Changing tactics, Hammett suggests an alternative to wasting time, hunting the area's buff monster, the Black Argon. He then reveals the buff monster to be a colossal serpent-like creature, shocking Seo-woon with its immense size. The protagonist immediately protests, exclaiming that there's no way he can take down such a massive creature by himself. However, Hammett expresses complete confidence in his master, stating that he doesn't believe Seo-woon would lose to it. The spirit clarifies his confidence, admitting he had assumed Seo-woon was planning to use the monster as bait, playing into his master's love for ambushes. With his plan seen through, Seo-woon confidently confirms to Hammett that yes, he is absolutely certain he can defeat the monster. Dismissing the 10-day search as a waste of time, he heads toward the monster's location, his new plan now in motion. A few minutes later, he arrives at a cliff overlooking a chaotic battle. Down below, he discovers a large group of players already fighting the Black Argon, and one of their mages is already exhausted and out of mana. The group's leader rallies his tired team, declaring that the tough monster is almost defeated. Meanwhile, the massive Black Argon lets out a piercing screech as the players continue their desperate assault. Suddenly, one of the warriors spots Seo-woon hovering nearby on his Cloudstride board and cries out in alarm. He shouts for his team to hurry, panicking that the infamous player killer, Aoyama Haruto, has arrived. Hammett notes that the player's detection magic has found them, but Seo-woon just smirks, completely unfazed. He confidently lands, dismissing his now useless Cloudstride board, and coolly remarks that now that he has revealed himself, the other players must be panicking. Hammett confirms that there are 11 other players, a mob that Seo-woon knows could overwhelm him if they unite. The spirit weapon clarifies that excluding him, all 11 remaining players are gathered in this one spot. Sighing at the prospect of being ganged up on yet again, he assesses the situation, noting a mysterious light sphere prevents him from getting close. Deciding to bide his time, Seo-woon draws his bow and prepares to observe the battle from a distance. With his target in sight, he releases the arrow. Down below, the blonde warrior continues to lead the charge, yelling for the monstrous snake to just die already. Just then, he leaps into the air to attack the monster. But suddenly, an arrow charged with electrical magic struck him from behind, stopping him in mid-air. The warrior cries out in agony as the arrow's lightning incapacitates him. Unable to move, he is engulfed by the monster. The player spots Seo-woon's arrow, and the martial artist Lu Xiaofeng frantically orders everyone to find Aoyama Haruto's and abandon the hunt. From his perch, Seo-woon deduces that the monster's health is low, wishing he had a way to see its exact numbers. Suddenly, he senses something from behind. This is an arrow that passes right past him. Down below, Lu Xiaofeng catches the arrow that was sent to detect our guy and yells for his team to use detection magic and prioritize killing him. Siwon gives a slight smile, acknowledging that his opponent is a sharp one. He decides to end the fight quickly and draws his bow. He pours all of his inner energy into this single, decisive shot. Then, he unleashes the glowing arrow, determined to finish the Black Argon in one powerful blow. The supercharged arrow streaks through the air, heading straight for the distracted group and their monstrous foe. It flies directly into the Black Argon's gaping mouth, hitting the beast at its most vulnerable moment. The arrow hits its mark, causing a blinding explosion of energy from within the beast. The Black Argon screams its last as it's completely vaporized by the overwhelming power of the attack. Stunned by the sudden explosion, the surviving players look on in disbelief, one of them asking if they actually managed to kill it. Chaos erupts as they scramble, shouting to find out which team got the powerful buff from killing the monster. As the system announces that the Black Argon has been slain, the players look around in panicked confusion, realizing none of them received credit. Meanwhile, a system notification pops up for Seowon, congratulating him on successfully landing the final blow. As the system confirms that Aoyama Haruto's has received a 30 stat boost for 10 days, Seowon smugly thanks his unwitting helpers for the meal. But his celebration is cut short as he senses an incoming threat. One of the players spots the glowing sphere that marks him and shouts, "There he is." Despite Seowon's new 30 boost, one of the players foolishly rallies the group, believing they can take him down if they all attack together. Just then, Seowon leaps from his hiding spot, ready to face the approaching mob. The remaining players charge as one, determined to take down the newly buffed player and secure their own rankings. Lu Xiaofeng leads the assault, unleashing his powerful Black Star Chi Palms technique. Unimpressed, Seowon scoffs at the attack, questioning if his opponent really thinks such a basic move can catch him. Targeting the incoming projectile, he decides to shatter their formation by breaking through their initial attack. He counters by unleashing his own powerful ability, Spatial Strike. The overwhelming wave of blue energy easily disperses their attacks and blasts the charging players off their feet. Having effortlessly killed many of them, Seowon stands over the decimated group and coolly challenges the rest to come at him. Seowon faces the mob, realizing his freshly acquired buff is useless now that they're wary and won't attack recklessly. And so, he decides to take the initiative, strategically targeting the mage whose barrier was just destroyed. He thinks, fine, let's show them exactly what they're up against, and launches himself toward the enemy group. His charge kicks up a cloud of dust, signaling the start of the final, decisive battle. The enemy players react instantly, as the frontline warriors shout for everyone to protect their mages at all costs. Seowon leaps high into the air, aiming to bypass the tanks and strike their vulnerable backline. Seeing this, the remaining warriors, including Lu Xiaofeng and the Viking, grudgingly agree to join forces against their common foe. Despite their bickering, the two team up, crossing their swords to block his devastating downward strike. He scoffs, annoyed that the bodyguards managed to halt his momentum. He then channels his unstoppable fist technique, shattering their defensive stance with overwhelming raw strength. While the Viking warrior barely manages to dodge the strike, Lu Xiaofeng unleashes Quaking Dragon Flash, a lightning-fast sword technique. Seowon easily tracks the swift attack with his enhanced senses, noting that it's not fast enough to escape his sight. To Lu Xiaofeng's shock, Seowon deftly dodges the flexible sword strike. Lu Xiaofeng attempts to use Quaking Dragon Flash again, but this time, Seowon is more than ready for the follow-up. Finding the flexible sword annoying, he prepares to counter the attack. But just as he prepares to attack, the flexible sword stops him by wrapping around his hand. He's surprised by how well the remaining players are working together as another spear thrusts toward him. The united players declare, "It's over, Aoyama," while launching a combined, inescapable assault. Lu Xiaofeng snarls that now that he's entangled in the sword, there's no escape. Pinned by the flexible sword, Seowon urgently calls out to his weapon spirit, "Hamit." He desperately asks if his spirit can change form into the defensive shape he's imagining. Instantly, his weapon transforms into a shield, easily blocking the attack from behind, which the spirit dismisses as child's play, but the Viking manages to strike him across the shoulder with his sword. After that, our guy grabs him by the face. The Viking warrior cries out in agony as he is violently and decisively killed. Seowon leaps back, creating distance after efficiently taking down his first opponent. With one down, he quickly takes stock of the battlefield, noting there are still 8 people left. However, one of the mages confirms they were well aware of his reputation for slaughter and came prepared. Their confidence, he reveals, stems from having developed a specific countermeasure just for him. The horned mage, Zephyrna, then smirks, revealing they've been waiting for this exact moment to spring their trap. She unleashes her ultimate spell, Disall, hitting a shocked Seo-woon with a powerful, unavoidable debuff curse. A system window confirms the devastating effect. All of his stats are reduced by a crippling 40 for 30 minutes. Having used a significant amount of mana, Zephyna pants in exhaustion, while our guy regrets not having dealt with that woman first. The other players celebrate, realizing that with the curse active, he's now even weaker than before he stole the buff. Seeing their golden opportunity, the remaining warriors charge in for the kill, eager to claim his rare items. Weakened but defiant, he snarls that he won't let them kill him so easily. He manages to block a knight's heavy attack, but the force of the blow sends a painful shockwave up his arm. The red-plumed knight celebrates landing a solid hit, shouting that the witch's curse is working as the mob cries for Aoyama to die. The coordinated assault continues, and another warrior's downward strike lands near his feet, forcing him to react. He is forced into the air to dodge, playing right into their well-laid trap. There, a mage unleashes a powerful combination of Escrow's Flame and Megastrike, engulfing the now defenseless Seo-woon. He cries out in pain as the fiery explosion hits him directly in midair, and is sent skidding across the ground, heavily damaged and smoking from the blast. His spirit weapon, Hammett, sarcastically comments on their predicament, while an injured Seo-woon tells him to shut up. He grits his teeth, realizing he's only surviving because his 30 stat buff is partially offsetting the 40 debuff, and he knows his only chance of survival is to somehow kill the witch who cast the spell and break the curse. However, recognizing his high magic resistance, the mages order the warriors to switch tactics and engage him in close combat. Seo-woon curses his mistake, realizing he should have killed the quick-thinking mage during his initial attack. Then his attention is drawn to a player in the back who has been suspiciously inactive this whole time. He wonders who the little brat is and why he isn't attacking. Seo-woon braces himself as another mage boasts that even his magic resistance won't be enough to block the next attack. The young mage with the brown hat unleashes Stone Edge, a spell that summons massive pillars of rock from the ground. Jagged pillars of rock erupt from the earth, chasing him and boxing him in. The attack shatters the ground beneath him, causing him to lose his footing. Trapped and unable to dodge, he realizes the earth magic was meant to limit his movements for a final blow. His eyes widen in panic as a massive follow-up attack begins to form beneath him. The mage follows up with Stonehammer, summoning a gigantic rock fist from beneath Seo-woon, which strikes him with powerful impact. The massive impact seemingly sends him flying, and he collapses to the ground, leaving him broken and bleeding. Seeing their chance, the frontline warriors leap in to finish him off while he's downed and helpless. But suddenly, from the tree line, a single green spell, Escrow's Windblade, is unleashed toward the mages. The unexpected spell strikes Zephyna, killing her instantly and removing the Disall debuff. Seo-woon looks up in utter shock, feeling his full power suddenly return. With his stats restored, he dodges the killing blow. Lu Xiaofeng is stunned, shouting in disbelief at how he suddenly recovered and dodged his attack. Before the warrior can react, a fully powered Seo-woon pierces his chest with his bare hands. Now back at full strength, he looks over, wondering how the debilitating debuff suddenly vanished. His gaze falls upon the small figure of Lyle, standing where the rogue spell came from. The boy looks on with hope, pleading for his hero Aoyama to win. But that moment of hope is shattered as the bald warrior Smith brutally stabs the defenseless child from behind. Witnessing the cold-blooded murder of the boy he had helped, a violent, uncontrollable surge of anger erupts within Seo-woon. He reflects that he had only given the boy a few spare items and never thought he would actually care what happened to him. His rage boils over as he brutally slaughters one of the players, questioning his own unexpected feelings. He then unleashes his full fury on Smith, wondering if this feeling is gratitude for the boy who sacrificed everything for him. As he continues his massacre, he questions whether he, a mass killer, has any right to feel sympathy or pity for anyone. When the bloody haze of his rage finally clears, he finds himself standing alone on a battlefield littered with bodies. A system window declares the game is over, congratulating Aoyama Haruto as the final survivor and confirming his entry into the next deadly game. As the system announces the end of the game, a battered Jin Soo-woon recalls his last defeat at the hands of Zurikana. He questions if he actually won this time, and a system notification confirms it. He is the final survivor, qualified for the next game. He panics as the game ends, realizing he hasn't had time to farm the loot chest from his final kills. In a desperate last-ditch effort, he reaches for the chests, hoping that just touching them will add the items to his loot list. But it's too late. The system finalizes his item list and whisks him away to the reward lobby, leaving him cursing his missed opportunity. In the lobby, he is stunned to see he's earned 355 coins, a massive bonus for achieving the most kills and placing in the top 5 twice in a row. His sentient weapon, Hammett, boastfully takes credit for the victory, but Sewon bluntly calls him mid while checking his 100-coin price tag. The weapon spirit eagerly pushes his master to purchase him, but Sewon balks at the high price, thinking 100 coins is far too much. While the spirit argues that he's a steal, his master considers buying the much more useful Cloak of Hiding instead. Our protagonist then playfully teases the idea of trying his luck with another golden weapon box, sending the panicked spirit into a frenzy. Just then, the system announces a special roulette for the top 5 survivors, and a terrified Hammett begs his master not to replace him, lamenting his lack of loyalty. Seo-woon remembers the roulette and discovers that as the winner under the alias Aoyama Haruto, he's been granted 3 spins. As the roulette spins, he prays for a high-value prize, while the terrified weapon spirit internally begs not to be sent back inside his box. Just then, our guy yells at the wheel to stop. But his first spin is a bust, landing on a nearly worthless escrow's necklace that costs only 1 coin. He complains that the rewards feel like cheap, complimentary items, while a relieved Hammett wipes away sweat. Wondering if the bad luck is a bug, he is calmly reminded by the spirit that he still has 2 spins left. On the second spin, he watches intently before yelling for the wheel to stop. To the spirit's delight and his master's surprise, the roulette lands on selfish Hammett himself. Hammett celebrates his freedom, while Seo-woon reasons that winning the weapon for free isn't a bad deal since it saves him 100 coins. His third and final spin lands him a fragmented secret tome, valued at a respectable 60 coins. He inspects the magical fragment, wondering how many more he'll need to collect to complete the set. After careful consideration, he spends his coins on a hoard of items, circle stones, a spellbook, rings, and the Cloak of Hiding, leaving him with a 49-coin reserve for the next game. With his shopping spree complete, he readies himself to be sent back to his world. A final system message congratulates him on his excellent work and confirms he can retrieve his purchased items from his inventory. Seo-woon materializes back on Earth, right where he was summoned, startling passers-by with his blood-soaked appearance. He quickly plays it off, lying that it's just fake blood for a movie shoot while internally dreading that this will become a regular occurrence. Back in the privacy of his apartment, he feels a palpable difference in his strength after completing his second game. He strips off his ruined blue jersey and sighs over the waste. With a sense of loss, he tosses his favorite jersey into the trash. Now more experienced, he immediately begins to get himself sorted upon returning home. Applying a gamer's mindset, he decides to optimize his growth by tackling the most time-consuming power-ups first. He starts his power leveling session by preparing to absorb a 4-circle stone. First, he endures 3 hours of agonizing pain from absorbing the circle stone, and then he immediately endures another 3 hours of agony while consuming the Red Cloud Pill elixir. 6 hours later, drenched in sweat, a weary Seo-woon admits that he can never get used to the excruciating pain of powering up. Despite the pain, he feels his mana core fully recharged and his stats significantly boosted, so he decides to check them before getting food. So he calls up his status window to inspect his gains. He's shocked by the huge increase in his inner energy and mana, realizing that if he has grown this much after just 2 games, the next round will be insane. But just as he's about to find food, his sentient weapon Hammett angrily demands to be let out of the inventory. Seo-woon calmly tells the spirit to keep his voice down. An enraged Hammett materializes, furious at being locked away, yet Seo-woon just complains that he's too noisy. Ignoring the spirit's rant about being a rare weapon with a soul, he nonchalantly asks his phone's AI to find a nearby Chinese restaurant. Hammett is flabbergasted, wondering why a voice is coming from the small box. Seo-woon smirks, informing the spirit that talking tools are common in his world, so he is hardly a big deal here. While Hammett fruitlessly argues that his value lies in being an amazing weapon, his master's food order is confirmed. Seo-woon then ponders the logistical problem of carrying a weapon like that, noting that even a single longsword requires a permit in his world. The spirit offers a solution, suggesting he transform into the hand wraps his master used during the game. Seo-woon rejects the idea, saying it would look weird, which prompts Hammett to try another form. After Hammett transforms into a conspicuous cape, his master decides the weapon should just stay in the subspace inventory. Seo-woon pauses for a moment, however, thinking of a better solution. He finally settles on an acceptable compromise, the spirit's cute, devil horn necklace form. Hammett proudly adds that his necklace form comes with a built-in killing intent detector. Their conversation is interrupted by the doorbell, announcing the arrival of his food. A few minutes later, the delivery containers are scraped clean. Lying on the floor in a food coma, he reflects on how good it feels to eat greasy food after surviving on dried meat for so long. When Hammett asks if the food was good, Seo-woon bluntly asks why he's bothering, since he can't eat anyway. The spirit calls his master heartless for his curiosity, and a resigned Seo-woon gets up to head out. As he gets dressed to leave, Hama immediately asks where they're going. Xiaowen dismisses the question, retorting that since the spirit is coming along anyway, there's no point in explaining. At the PC cafe, a female employee greets him, mentioning she was wondering what had happened to him since he'd been gone for a while. He gives a vague excuse about preparing for school, while she tells him about her invitation to the Loyal Ground tournament. But he tells the disappointed employee that he's dropped LOGs because he has found a more interesting game. He internally scoffs, comparing the video game LOGs to a mere budget version of the real death game, Cloyd Survival. He sits down at a computer, admitting to himself that after a taste of the real thing, a simple video game can no longer satisfy him. His true purpose for visiting the cafe is to gather intelligence on other players, as he recalls the powerful Japanese swordsman he faced. He knows it never hurts to gather information on the competition, so he begins his search for intel on Cloyd Survival. Having learned that players communicate via a deep web browser, he follows a guide and attempts to connect. His search first leads him through a cheap-looking adult site crawling with scammers and fraudsters. But amidst the seedy banners, one catches his eye, the survivor's message board. He clicks the link, and his expression turns serious. A single, ominous question fills his screen in blood-red text, "Are you a survivor?" Faced with a simple yes or no choice, Xiaowen decisively clicks yes. With a bead of sweat, he stares at the screen, wondering what kind of rabbit hole he has just jumped into. He recognizes the login page for the Survivors Forum, noting its design mimics the Cloyd survival game interface, a sure sign it was built by a veteran. After clicking through, he's met with an unexpected command prompt that rudely tells him to get lost if he's just there to mess around. Offended by the aggressive prompt, he scoffs, "Who do you think you are?" Thinking it might be a bot or require a secret code, our protagonist tries to figure out the pattern needed to get past the gatekeeping message. And just like that, the prompt changes, now directly asking for a password and confirming his suspicion that this is a test. Suddenly, a mysterious hacker taunts him, revealing they've already identified his location at a net cafe in Yokohama and mocking him for being an amateur on the dark web. Startled by the sudden doxing, Xiaowen is caught completely off guard. The hacker issues a final warning, but impressed by their skill, our guy remains unfazed by the threats. Unintimidated, he coolly replies, "Not really," and demands to be let in. The system then presents a new challenge. If you're a survivor, prove it, leaving him to wonder how he's supposed to do that. A CAPTCHA-style image puzzle appears on the screen, momentarily confusing him. He examines the fragmented image, trying to identify the picture of ruins or a statue he's supposed to solve. Then, a sudden spark of recognition hits him as he realizes what the image is, and identifies the puzzle as the iconic statue from the Cloyd Survival pre-game lobby. Realizing he needs to assemble the image, he understands the test is designed so only true survivors can pass. By correctly selecting the tiles, he successfully reassembles the image of the lobby statue. Annoyed by the complicated process, he complains that they should have just kept the login simple from the start. With the puzzle solved, the system authenticates him as a survivor and welcomes him to the forum. When asked about his number of runs, he dismisses the question but is reassured by the community's promise of anonymity and security as he receives a private ID for login. He diligently saves the new ID and password to his phone, securing his access to this vital new resource. Now inside, he browses the forum categories, which look deceptively normal at first glance. Deciding where to begin, he opts to start with the beginner tips section to get his bearings. The first point of the beginner's guide delivers a stark warning. Never reveal your abilities in public, as governments are actively trying to control survivors. The guide continues with more grim advice, warning that government-backed organizations are hunting beginners, and that he shouldn't think he's special just for surviving. It states that to prevent chaos, these organizations won't hesitate to use any means necessary to deal with ability users. Xiaowen finds the warnings about kidnapping a bit archaic, questioning if such things still happen in the modern era. He moves on to the next section of the guide, which offers advice for those who want to sell their in-game items. The forum reveals the existence of a dark web marketplace where survivors can sell items for real cash, an idea that sparks a greedy glint in his eye as a potential income stream. Intrigued by the prospect of cashing in, he navigates to the market forum to check the prices for the items he looted. As he browses the listings, he's surprised that it feels like a real game market, a feeling he was too focused on survival to notice before. Noting that many listed items are unfamiliar since this is only his second run, he decides to filter the market to see the most valuable posts. Xiaowen is shocked to see the prices, with items like a witch's elixir going for 20 million and other purchase requests soaring into the tens of millions. And his jaw drops when he sees a time-sensitive request with a staggering reward of 100 million. To his disbelief, the 100 million request is for a failed ointment that guarantees hair growth, making him realize that even seemingly useless items can have incredible value. Making a mental note, he commits the name Court Empire to memory, understanding that information about item origins is key to making money. While reading through bodyguard requests, he finally grasps why run counts are a status symbol, as experienced players can earn millions or even name their own price. He has a grim epiphany, realizing that the high stakes and potential earnings are why the other players were so desperate to eliminate him during the tutorial. Losing track of time, he continues to browse the treasure trove of information on the forum, and then he stumbles upon a familiar-sounding thread: 13th run hybrid mage beaten by a second-run player? His eyes narrow as he sees the author of the post is none other than High School Mage. The replies are a storm of mockery and disbelief, with users flaming the veteran player for losing a 2-on-1 and questioning the legitimacy of his partner's claimed run count. With Hammett looking over his shoulder, he correctly deduces that the post was made by the crafty high schooler he defeated, Hayami Ren. A pang of guilt hits him as he remembers how coldly he treated his fellow countrymen in the game lobby. Just as he's reflecting, he notices a new chat notification from High School Mage. Hayami Ren immediately messages him, asking if it's really him and confirming if it was truly his second run, to which Seo-woon simply replies, "Yeah." Seo-woon questions why being on his second run is so shocking, as Hayami reacts with disbelief in the chat. Hayami explains that Seo-woon's strength is so cracked for a second-run player that he suspected him of being a fixed player, a term Seo-woon has never heard before, and eagerly pushes to meet up in person, asking for Seo-woon's contact info and to call him by his Ingwon name, Haruto. Seo-woon grows suspicious, wondering if Hayami is trying to lure him into a real-life one-on-one fight to settle their in-game score. Hayami assures him he won't regret it, urging him to team up since they'll both need a fixed team after ranking up. Desperate to meet the player who so thoroughly defeated him, Hayami insists on meeting at Yokohama Station. Seo-woon agrees to meet in an hour at a nearby cafe, and Hayami enthusiastically logs off to head there immediately. Having agreed to the meeting, Seo-woon can't help but wonder if walking into a potential trap is a good idea. An hour passes and night falls over the city as he makes his way to the designated meeting spot. Arriving at the bustling street near the cafe, he observes that everyone else seems to be with friends or partners. His sentient weapon Hammett appears, teasing him about being alone, which earns a sharp rebuke from his master. As a jealous onlooker mutters about a nearby couple, Seo-woon continues to wait. Suddenly, a cool-looking motorcycle weaves through the crowded street, drawing the attention of bystanders. Seo-woon recognizes the bike as a Hayabusa, and cynically assumes the rider must be some rich kid, lamenting the unfairness of life. The biker stops directly in front of him, and he worries that he's drawn unwanted attention by staring. But then the biker calls out, "Haruto," and Seo-woon instantly recognizes him as the High School Mage. Removing his helmet, Hayami Ren smiles, admitting that meeting someone from the game in real life for the first time feels surreal. Hearing Hayami Ren's name spoken in person feels strange to Seo-woon, reinforcing the bizarre new reality he lives in. As they enter the coffee shop, Seo-woon gets his first clear look at Hayami, who wasn't visible under his hood in the game. While a smitten barista fawns over Hayami, Seo-woon can't help but think his former opponent has a really punchable face. Once they're seated with their drinks, Seo-woon cuts to the chase, asking why he was called out here. Hayami nervously begins, bluntly stating his desire to join Seo-woon's team, a concept Seo-woon asks him to explain. Seo-woon is shocked when Hayami starts openly talking about them being free players in a public cafe. Hayami quickly calms him down, revealing a sound-dampening pendant crafted by a real-world alchemist player that keeps their conversation private. Surprised that such items can be crafted on Earth, Seo-woon asks if the pendant is also from the game. He finds it hard to believe he's taking this surreal conversation about game mechanics in a real-world cafe so seriously. Hayami once again seeks confirmation that this is truly Seo-woon's second run, to which Seo-woon calmly affirms he already said so. When Hayami asks about his results, Seo-woon nonchalantly reveals he placed second in his first game and first in his second. Hayami is absolutely floored, exclaiming that he's only ever heard of such consecutive top placements on the forums, while admitting he's almost retired several times himself. The term "retired" catches Seo-woon's attention, as it's a piece of slang he hasn't encountered before. Hayami clarifies that "retired" is another word for elimination, meaning if a player fails to make the cut, they are permanently locked out of Cloyd. Understanding the stakes, Seo-woon listens as Hayami makes his final plea to join his team, predicting they will both become fixed players in the next game, and explains that only fixed players can form official parties of up to 8 people, allowing them to enter the same game together regardless of where they live. Cutting through the details, Seo-woon bluntly asks if Hayami just wants to play the game with him. With a wide, eager smile, Hayami enthusiastically confirms, yes. Hayami checks the time, noting that after their long discussion, it's already 1030 in the morning. As Seo-woon walks home, Hammock questions his decision to team up with a former enemy, but Seo-woon sees it as a pragmatic choice to gain a subordinate. Hammock presses the issue, reminding him that the valuable golden weapon box he possesses was originally Hayami's loot. Seo-woon dismisses his concerns, explaining that without coins, even the best items from the game can't be brought into the real world. Suddenly, Hammock's playful tone vanishes as he urgently warns his master of a nearby killing intent, and Seo-woon immediately tenses up. Hammock confirms there are 3 assailants as a sinister shadow looms behind Seo-woon, and he offers to transform into a weapon for the impending fight. As Jin Se-woon leaves the cafe, his sentient weapon Hammock alerts him that 3 hostile individuals are targeting him. He scoffs, noting he can already sense their clumsy attempts to hide, and is thoroughly unimpressed by their lack of skill. Using his heightened senses, he pinpoints the first of his ambushers, a masked man lurking in an alley to his left. Next, he identifies the second, the group's apparent leader, hiding behind a nearby utility pole. The third and final assailant, a bald man, is spotted crouching behind a garbage can further down the street. Tired of their pathetic attempt at an ambush, Seo-woon openly calls for them to come out of hiding. One of the men emerges from the shadows, chiding him for his arrogant tone. Now surrounded, Seo-woon calmly asks the men to state their business, while their leader questions if he even knows who they are. The bald goon cracks his knuckles, threateningly telling our protagonist that cooperation would have saved him from getting hurt. Seo-woon can't help but laugh at their amateurish intimidation tactics, which only serves to anger the bald assailant. Unfazed, he correctly identifies them as the Beginner Hunters, a group known for preying on new survivors that he'd read about online. Hammett offers to transform into his weapon form, but Seo-woon declines, dismissing the hunters as not being worth the effort. Instead, a powerful blue aura begins to emanate from him as he prepares to deal with the troublemakers. The hunters are taken aback by his immense power, with one questioning if he's truly a beginner. Seo-woon unleashes a powerful shockwave of energy, effortlessly blasting the masked attacker backward. With a cold, intimidating glare, he gives the hunters one last chance to back off and leave. Now terrified, the hunters desperately claim they are acting under official orders from the state. Their leader, Han, attempts to use legal threats, citing the National Security Act and classifying Seo-woon as a terrorist. Han continues his bluff, warning that resistance will lead to him being treated as a real terrorist and that simply showing his powers in public is a crime. Seo-woon offers a simple truce, stating he's heard of these private government lapdogs and will leave them alone if they do the same. Declaring he's not naive enough to surrender to thugs with no real authority, he decides to teach them a lesson. With incredible speed, Seo-woon lunges at the masked assailant before the man can even react. He stops his punch just millimeters from the man's face in a terrifying display of his superior speed and control. The masked man collapses in fear as Seo-woon reminds him that he was the one who drew his weapon first. The leader, Han, berates his subordinate for getting carried away and underestimating their target. Seo-woon finds it insulting that these weaklings ever thought they could restrain him in the first place. Stunned, Han realizes Seo-woon is no beginner and wonders if he has allies hiding nearby. Using his shadow clone technique, Seo-woon surrounds the hunters and warns them to never get involved with him again. He makes it clear, if they leave him alone, he will do the same, and makes it clear, if they leave him alone, he will do the same. Facing the stunned hunters with his clones, Seo-woon prepares to deliver a final piece of advice. He tells them that next time, they should make sure to properly gauge their opponent's strength. He concludes his warning, stating this advice applies whether they're planning an ambush or trying to negotiate. As Seo-woon walks away, the leader hastily tells his men not to provoke him further and to put their plans on hold. Hammock questions why he didn't just kill them, but Seo-woon reminds his weapon that in the real world, that's called a crime. Back in his apartment, Seo-woon wonders if he should move and how the hunters managed to track him down. He quickly deduces that selling the magical necklace from escrow at a local pawn shop was likely the cause. Ultimately, he decides against moving, resolving to simply show his true power if they dare to come after him again. Later, lying in bed, he reflects on his recent meeting with his former opponent, Hayami Ren. He acknowledges his own abnormal strength, having earned more coins in his first real run than veterans with dozens of games under their belt. He then reaffirms his goal to use his resources to stay at the top, seeing little difference between the game and reality from that vantage point. Seo-woon then spends the entire night in deep meditation trying to cultivate his inner energy. When morning arrives, however, he is frustrated by how inefficient it is to train his inner energy in the real world. Resigned to the slow pace of solo training, he decides to contact his potential new partner. Looking at Hayami Ren's contact information, Seo-woon grapples with the idea of trusting someone he fought in the previous game. In a flashback to their meeting, Ren proposes they train together to build trust before the next Cloyd game. He explains that since Cloyd skills can be refined through practice on Earth, they need a secure place to do so. Since they can't train freely in public, Ren notes that other fixed teams go as far as renting private islands. He pitches the idea of joint training as a way to build a bond before forming an official party, killing two birds with one stone. Ren admits that while Seo-woon beat him badly, he's still a decent player, a fact our protagonist grudgingly agrees with. Seo-woon agrees to consider the partnership, and the two exchange contact information for the future. Back in the present, Seo-woon calls Ren, reasoning he's the only one nearby who understands the complexities of their situation. Ren is surprised by the quick call, and Seo-woon immediately tells him about the beginner hunters who just ambushed him. He confirms they were the so-called government's dogs he'd read about online. Ren is shocked, exclaiming that it's highly unusual for hunters to target a player on only their second run. When Ren asks what could have attracted their attention, Seo-woon admits he has a few theories. He explains that he sold a magical necklace at a pawn shop for cash, which Ren notes has a very high coin exchange value. Curious, Seo-woon asks how Ren handles selling such items without being traced, and his new ally casually replies that he melts them down first. Impressed by Ren's shady resourcefulness, Seo-woon listens as he offers to help him lay low. Ren reveals that before being pulled into the game, he was a well-known hacker on the deep web, skilled at avoiding being tracked. Surprised by this revelation, Seo-woon cuts to the chase and asks when they can begin their joint training. Ren eagerly agrees, setting their training to begin the very next day. The next day, Seo-woon waits at a bus stop, feeling that events are moving much faster than he'd anticipated. The sound of an engine grabs his attention as a motorcycle approaches. Hayami Ren pulls up, telling Seo-woon to hop on so they can head to their private training grounds. Ren then casually opens a portal like warp, mentioning the trip should only take about an hour. As he puts on a helmet, Seo-woon is completely stunned to learn that Ren didn't just rent a training ground, he bought an entire mountain. Our guy shouts in disbelief at Ren's immense wealth as they speed off into the city. As they race down the road, Seo-woon finds himself increasingly annoyed by his rich, high school-aged partner. Vowing to buy his own mountain after his next run, he silently laments the pathetic feeling of clinging to a high schooler's waist on a motorcycle. An hour later, they arrive at a vast, privately owned mountain range. Seo-woon is astonished to see the entire mountain is fenced off and complete with private property signs, showing just how serious Ren is. He dryly comments on how nice it must be to have money for hobbies, but Ren clarifies that he earned it all from Cloyd's survival. As they enter the property, Ren tells Seo-woon that he seems to have the wrong idea about where his wealth comes from. Leaping through the air, he explains he's a profit-focused player who funds his lifestyle entirely with loot from the game. This revelation shocks Seo-woon, who had assumed Ren was just a rich kid using his parents' money. Ren explains that his prior deep web knowledge allowed him to prepare for the game and focus on bringing back items with real-world value. Seo-woon, still processing this, asks just how much money Ren has managed to make in only 13 runs. Ren casually lists off his assets: multiple houses, a mountain, land, stock, and 80 million yen in cash, which leaves our protagonist absolutely dumbfounded. After reaching their spot, Ren's abrupt stop sends an unprepared Seo-woon tumbling to the ground. Without missing a beat, Ren tosses out a purple crystal, preparing to set up their private training space. Marveling at the lavish private training ground, Jin Seo-woon listens as Hayami Ren nonchalantly credits it all to the power of money. Ren then reveals a barrier stone, a rare item from Cloyd used to create an invisibility field around the entire mountain training area. When Seo-woon asks why he didn't use it in-game, Ren explains that the stone was custom-made on Earth using Cloyd materials, which is why it cannot be brought back into the game, and clarifies that while normal Earth items can't be brought into Cloyd, it is possible with a rare, advanced subspace ring. Having learned more about the game's mechanics, Seo-woon stretches and declares it's time to eat. However, Ren challenges him to a sparring match first, and he agrees. Eager for a rematch, Ren declares that he has been training hard since his defeat in the tutorial. Wielding a powerful new staff, he warns Seo-woon that he'll regret underestimating him this time. He then smirks, suggesting a spar is the perfect way to gauge each other's current strength before they begin training together. Unimpressed, Seo-woon calmly asks if his opponent is seriously asking for a proper fight. Pulling up his hood, Ren affirms that his pride won't let him hold back in this rematch. Seo-woon tells his sentient weapon Hammett to stand down, deciding to handle this fight on his own. The sparring match begins and Ren wastes no time, immediately lunging at Seowon. As Seowon closes the distance, Ren begins casting a familiar spell, Escrow's Lightning Bolt. He unleashes a massive lightning bolt from the sky, hoping to catch him off guard. However, Seowon effortlessly leaps into the air, dodging the powerful magical assault. Now airborne, he prepares a decisive counterpunch, channeling his energy. In response, Ren quickly conjures a golden barrier to defend himself. Seowon's punch strikes the shield, and he remarks that it is the toughest barrier he has ever encountered. Ren boasts that his barrier's strength is linked to his magic power and won't break so easily. Seowon is forced to admit that his opponent has grown significantly stronger in such a short time. Deciding to take the fight more seriously, he gathers his ki for his next move. He uses his martial phantom step to create an army of clones that swarm Hayami Ren. Unfazed by the clones, Ren prepares to cast another of Escrow's powerful spells, and counters the clone army by unleashing Escrow's Chain Lightning. The electric spell arcs across the battlefield, instantly vaporizing the clones. One of the clones screams in agony as it's zapped out of existence by the powerful lightning, but our guy dodges it easily, and reminds his opponent that he's not the only one who can use magic. Seowon summons a massive ice lance, warning Ren not to blame him for what comes next. The massive ice projectile hurtles towards Ren, who in turn prepares a counterspell. He erects a massive flame wall, intending to melt the incoming ice attack. Confident his flame wall will hold, he boasts that he's not weak enough to be taken down by such an attack. But Seowon uses the flame wall as a screen, bursting through the fire to land a surprise punch. But Ren dodges the attack with a sidestep, and Seowon compliments his impressive movement for a mage. Suddenly, Seowon is shocked when his attack is stopped by an unseen force. Trapped by ice magic, he grows frustrated with Ren's seemingly endless stream of annoying spells. Ren reveals the trap is Earthbinder, a restraint spell he claims Seowon can't easily escape. Standing over his immobilized opponent, he boasts that he is a true mage, unlike fakes who only know a few spells. Seowon looks up in genuine surprise, seemingly caught and helpless in the trap. Believing he has him right where he wants him, Ren begins casting another lightning bolt for the finishing blow. He unleashes his final, decisive strike, certain of his victory. Seowon wears a look of utter bewilderment as the lightning comes crashing down. The lightning bolt engulfs the figure, who cries out in pain as he's electrocuted. Believing he has finally won, Hayami Ren smirks, declaring his victory. However, the real Seowon appears behind him, casually revealing that the one he just defeated was only a clone. As the decoy dissipates, a stunned Ren admits he didn't sense the switch, while Seowon brags about his improved presence-hiding skills. Ren admits Seowon's stealth is now at a level he couldn't detect even while focused, but Seowon just dismisses it, saying Ren hasn't mastered his inner energy yet. As Seowon walks away, Ren realizes his opponent held back, a fact which Seowon confirms without even looking back. Seowon compliments Ren's improved magic, while Ren admits that he, alone, still wouldn't have been a match. Ren then explains that his power boost came not from a circle stone, but from a powerful staff he had custom-made on Earth. Ren then explains that his power boost came not from a circle stone, but from a powerful staff he had custom-made on Earth. He then proudly shows off his new staff, detailing its incredible stats, 90 magic amplification, spell strengthening, and the ability to store 5 spells. Seowon is shocked that such a powerful item can be crafted on Earth, but Ren reminds him it can't be taken into the game yet. Noting he has never seen an item like it in-game, Seowon estimates the staff's value to be around 200 coins. Ren explains the survivor economy, where item value and coin cost don't always align, allowing smart players to profit. He elaborates that players who can no longer enter Cloyd often become alchemists, making a living by crafting items for others. Seowon quietly reflects on the different types of people in this new world, finding the idea of crafting just for fun to be peculiar. With the spar concluded, Seowon is ready to eat, but Ren stops him with another question. He asks how many coins Seowon has earned so far, to which he nonchalantly answers that he has just under 500. Ren is completely floored, shouting that with 500 coins from only 2 runs, Seowon is the truly wealthy one between them. Ren is then horrified to learn that Seowon has already spent most of his fortune on elixirs and items, accusing him of thoughtlessly dumping it all into stats. Seowon chides him, stating that his preoccupation with money is the very reason he is still at a lower level of power. Conceding the point, a dejected Ren agrees it's finally time to eat. Meanwhile, a mysterious and extremely muscular figure receives a report from his underlings that the Shinjuku faction has been defeated. A nervous agent reports that not only their group, but others as well have started taking notice of Jin Seowon. The underling finds it suspicious that a player with such skills would sell a legendary item like Escrow's necklace at a simple pawn shop. Another subordinate speculates that his strange actions could be a sign of immense confidence. Listening intently from his bath, the mysterious leader sweats, acknowledging the report. With glowing red eyes and a menacing grin, the powerful faction leader deems him interesting and decides he is worth keeping a close eye on. On the first morning of their training, Jin Soo-woon decides to test the limits of his inner energy. He activates his martial phantom steps technique and unleashes his full inner energy to see just how many clones he can create. An army of shadow clones materializes around him as he pushes his power to its brink. Straining, he manages to create an 8th clone, wondering what the maximum number is with his current energy. Seo-woon concludes that 8 is pushing it, and his current stable limit is 7 clones. As he practices, he notes how rowdy his training partner can be. Indeed, Hayami Ren proudly unleashes a powerful lightning storm spell, firing it off multiple times in a row. Seo-woon watches, unimpressed, as Ren boasts that he can still cast more. Cutting the training session short, Seo-woon tells a winded Ren that they should eat first. A few minutes later, Seo-woon grumbles about being stuck on kitchen duty since day 1 of their partnership. He then interrupts Ren's phone call, asking who he's been talking to during their training time. Ren dismisses the jab, revealing he was on the phone with his little sister. After Seo-woon makes a snide remark about rich families, Ren quietly admits that his sister is his only family. Shocked, Seo-woon learns that Ren's parents passed away when he was in middle school. He demands to know why Ren never mentioned it, but Ren simply explains it isn't a fun story and that he didn't mind being seen as a spoiled rich kid. Over a shared pot of ramen, Ren reveals that his parents died in a drunk driving accident. A flashback begins 4 years ago, with Ren's uncle telling him to obey. He recalls how distant relatives suddenly swarmed the funeral, acting as if they were in charge. His uncle coldly told him a realtor was coming, showing no concern for the grieving children. He would later find out that the condolence money had been split among all the relatives. The memory then shifts to his sister telling him about Parents' Day at her school. His sister, too scared to ask their aunt and uncle, pleaded with him to talk to them for her. Overwhelmed by stress, a younger Ren angrily lashed out, telling his sister to handle it herself and leave him alone. He stormed off, leaving his terrified sister to apologize to an empty room. Looking back, Ren admits to Seo-woon that he was really immature back then. In the flashback, he sits outside his room, feeling overwhelmed after losing his parents. On top of the pressure to support his family, Ren was also being severely bullied at school. He eventually shut himself in his room and discovered a talent for hacking. It was through the deep web that he first learned of Koi's survival. At first, he couldn't believe something like it was real. But as he researched more, he became absorbed, hoping it could be the thing to change his life and wishing for an invitation. The breaking point came when their lease ended, forcing him and his sister to move from a spacious apartment to a cramped semi-basement unit. The sudden appearance of a cockroach sends his sister screaming in fear. Ren comforts his terrified sister, reflecting on how their uncle had blamed rising costs for the move. However, he later discovered that his uncle had also embezzled their house deposit, a moment of crushing realization. As his sister calls his name, he holds her tightly, shaken by the betrayal. In that moment, he understood it was just him and his sister against the world. Driven to despair, he ran through the streets, screaming at the injustice of it all. He felt like the world had abandoned them as he lost his mind with grief and frustration. Yet, in the depths of his despair, something caught his attention. And that's when he received his first invitation to Koi's survival, digitizing before his very eyes. Finishing his story, Ren tells Seo-woon that all of this happened 2 years ago. Seo-woon asks if he ever settled things with his bullies, but Ren explains that he didn't, as they all went to different high schools. He pragmatically states that moving away was for the best, since getting arrested for assault would have left no one to care for his sister. Seo-woon reflects that it wasn't just the move, but the fact that Ren started taking care of himself that truly helped. Concerned, Seo-woon asks if his sister is alone, but Ren assures him she's safe with their aunt, helping out at her orchard. With the conversation over, Seo-woon seems relieved and eager to get back to their afternoon training. A few weeks later, at the National Security Department, an angry voice yells, "Enough already." The administration department manager furiously shouts, questioning how long they will let those people run free. Enraged, she accuses them of provoking the ability users and giving them a reason to unite. A nervous subordinate named Yoshida defends himself, stating they are just following orders from the higher-ups to conduct surveillance and report back. Yoshida yelps in terror as he's suddenly confronted. Manager Naruse icily berates him for drastically delaying his reports, accusing him of undermining her authority. She stares him down, demanding he explain himself immediately. Yoshida stammers that a simple mistake caused the delay. Unimpressed by his excuse, manager Naru smashes her desk with a powerful, ground-shattering punch. The sheer force of the blow sends Yoshida flying amidst the debris of the destroyed desk. Looming over her terrified subordinate, Naruse menacingly repeats, "A mistake?" Her eyes glow with a menacing purple energy as she asks if he is mocking her. Outside, other agents gossip about their boss, noting that she used to be an elite from the intelligence agency. They pity her situation, explaining she was on the fast track for promotion until she became an ability user, got demoted, and is now forced to work with thugs. Just then, she comes out of the room. She announces a disciplinary hearing and suspends Yoshida from all duties for his report omissions and delays. A humiliated Yoshida leaves the office as his colleagues watch in shock. Alone, Naruse wonders if her subordinates are simply bad recruits or if upper management is planting spies to monitor her. She sighs in frustration, exasperated by the ridiculous farce she's being forced to endure. Her superior appears, telling her she doesn't understand that using ability users as assets for national security is a win-win situation. Left alone in her ruined office, a fuming Naruse wishes her superiors would stop spouting such nonsense. On day 23 of their joint training, Jin Sewon and Hayami Ren are locked in an intense sparring match, with Ren urging his partner not to hold back. For over 3 grueling weeks, the duo has clearly been pushing each other to their limits. They clash in midair, their physical combat skills on full display after weeks of dedicated practice. Even while on the defensive, Seo-woon acknowledges that Ren has gotten much better at handling his inner energy. And Ren, determined to prove his growth, declares that his true strength isn't limited to his martial prowess. Switching tactics, he unleashes his magical ability, casting the powerful Escrow's flames he learned during the tutorial. A massive fireball erupts from Ren's hand as he channels the powerful magic directly towards Seo-woon. Unfazed, Seo-woon counters the fiery blast with his own signature move, the Unrestricted Fist. By combining his martial art with the Spatial Strikes ability, his punch tears right through Ren's flame attack. With intense focus, Seo-woon plows directly through the heart of the explosion, his fist leading the way. Ren is left in utter shock as his powerful magical attack is effortlessly nullified. In an instant, Seo-woon closes the distance and lands a decisive, powerful blow that sends his friend flying. Staggering back, a defeated Ren laments that he thought he finally had a chance to win this time. He complains that it was cruel for Seo-woon to break his strongest attack so easily, but Seo-woon simply commends him, impressed by how much he's grown without his staff. Ren worries he's too weak to be a good training partner, but Seo-woon reveals the training helped him as well, as he can now summon a total of 8 shadow clones. With their training concluded, the duo heads back to Ren's luxurious mansion, where Seo-woon decides they should eat before parting ways. As he prepares ramen, Seo-woon fondly recalls that it was the food he missed most during the brutal Cloyd survival games. While they eat, Ren agrees that a simple meal of ramen is far better than the tough jerky they had to subsist on in the game. Seo-woon then curiously asks, "How did I manage to build so much muscle while seemingly subsisting on just ramen?" Ren explains a theory from the survivor community. Mastering inner energy allows for much faster physical improvements and muscle gain. As they finish their meal, Seo-woon asks about his friend's plans, but Ren sighs that a pile of work is waiting for him at his company. He explains that while he may be the president, it's a small operation that can't run without him, especially after being away for so long. Seo-woon is stunned to learn that the high school-aged Ren is a company president, though his friend clarifies that it's just a small online shop. Ren then reveals the business side of being a survivor, explaining how players use shell companies to launder the huge sums of money earned from selling items from the game. Seo-woon compliments his business savvy, and Ren reveals that he has already prepared a new, secure apartment for him. Seo-woon is floored that Ren spent a fortune on a place for him without even asking, especially one with a 20 million yen deposit. Ren explains the expensive apartment is necessary to keep Seo-woon's identity hidden from enemy groups, which makes Seo-woon wonder if he isn't trusted. Feeling guilty, he apologizes, but Ren casually dismisses it, framing the deposit as a simple loan that he can pay back later. Ren smirks confidently, assuring Seo-woon he'll easily earn back the 20 million yen in the next game. With their business concluded, he announces it's time for them to pack up and head out before dark. And just like that, the intensive 3-week training camp comes to an end as Ren and Seo-woon speed away on Ren's motorcycle. As they ride, Seo-woon reflects on his journey, recalling the days when he was just trying to survive in a harsh new world. From a cramped one-room apartment to this, his life has become something beyond unrealistic ever since he was first invited to the game. Later, Ren shows Seo-woon into his new, spacious apartment, though he downplays its size, saying it only seems big because it's unfurnished. When Ren asks if he likes it, Seo-woon can only admit that it's so much bigger than the small home he's used to. Ren then offers to buy him a housewarming gift, much to Seo-woon's annoyance since he was just saddled with a 20 million yen debt. Despite his gruff exterior, he offers Ren a small but sincere thanks for all his help. As Seo-woon departs, he tells Ren not to keep his sister waiting and that he'll be in touch. Ren gives a final smile and heads out, leaving Seo-woon to settle into his new life. Finally alone, Seo-woon releases his sentient weapon, LCS Hammett, who immediately complains about being sealed away for a whole month. Hammett snidely remarks on the upgraded living situation, while Seo-woon brushes it off, saying it's spacious enough. He then sits on the floor with his laptop, planning to sort through his items to sell, but bemoans his lack of a desk. Suddenly, his heightened senses pick up an unknown and threatening presence, putting him on high alert. A massive boom then shakes the entire building, nearly knocking him off his feet. Startled, he rushes to the window, demanding to know what that sound was. He looks out to see a massive fire raging in the apartment building directly across the street. Seo-woon realizes the presence he sensed must belong to the player who caused the explosion. Frustrated that his very first day in his new home is already ruined, he curses the attention-seeking player. Just then, his doorbell chimes unexpectedly, and he cautiously heads to the door, wondering who it could be. His suspicion grows as he remembers that only Hayami Ren is supposed to know he's here. Fearing it might be the mysterious organization that hunts players, he nervously prepares to face whoever is outside. With his powerful rings on display, he warily reaches for the doorknob. He swings the door open and confronts the unexpected visitor, demanding to know who they are. To his relief, it's just a police officer ordering all residents to evacuate due to the fire. Though the immediate danger to him has passed, Seo-woon is still annoyed by all the trouble being caused. Outside, another explosion sends the crowd of evacuees into a panic, with some fearing it's a terrorist attack. Standing among the panicked citizens, Seo-woon looks up at the chaos, wondering what is happening in the middle of Japan. Exasperated, he wonders just how big of a scene these players are willing to make. And then, another massive explosion rocks a nearby high-rise, escalating the chaos on the streets. Amidst the civilian panic, however, Seo-woon's senses detect 8 distinct player presences moving through the crowd. He watches as they move with purpose, like hunting dogs, and realizes the explosions were merely a smokescreen for their real objective. Deciding to stay hidden for now, he observes from the sidelines to see who their target is. The target is revealed to be a young woman named Chris, who is exhausted and out of options after using a defensive item. Surrounded by suited agents demanding her surrender, she defiantly declares that she would rather die than go with them. Chris yells at her pursuers, stating that she was living quietly until they picked a fight and telling them to back off. From his hiding spot, Seo-woon notes her spear technique and identifies her as a fellow martial arts player. He can see that the woman is completely exhausted and about to be overwhelmed by the sheer number of her attackers. The agent's leader orders his men to capture Chris alive at all costs, and they all lunge at her at once in a cowardly display. Facing her imminent capture, a defeated Chris whispers a final farewell to her captain, sacrificing herself for her organization, Libertas. But suddenly, Seo-woon intervenes, unleashing a wave of ice that freezes the agent's feet to the ground, stopping their attack. Seo-woon then reveals himself, crouching over his handiwork and musing that he didn't know his Ice Lance spell could be used like this. A shocked agent, his leg encased in ice, looks around frantically, demanding to know who interfered. Our guy looks up at the frozen agents and coolly tells them they don't need to know who he is. The suited agent leader is furious that their target has an ally, while Chris herself looks on in stunned silence. Seo-woon scoffs at the scene, telling the agents that watching a group of grown men gang up on one person is pathetic. Using his ice magic, Seo-woon immobilizes the agents attacking Chris. He shouts, "It's an ambush." Everyone prepares to counter, while she remains stunned. Bewildered by the sudden turn of events, Chris prepares to counterattack alongside her mysterious ally. Suddenly, Seo-woon appears behind an agent, grabbing his face before the man can even react. With a casual one down, he pins the agent to the ground. Completely outmatched, the downed agent can only groan in pain. After the initial chaos subsides, Chris demands to know which organization her hooded savior belongs to. Meanwhile, the remaining agents, including one from the stockpile, ready themselves to capture both Chris and her mysterious ally. While our guy is standing behind her, she confidently challenges the remaining agents to bring it on. While criticizing Chris for not taking the opening he provided to escape, he chides her for her poor situational awareness, regardless of how many runs she has completed. Ignoring his comments, she powers up her spear for a new moon slash, refusing to be caught so easily. And with a shout, she unleashes her powerful new moon slash attack. As they are forced to retreat, an agent from the stockpile marvels at the insane power of a true player. Still, the overconfident stockpile agent declares that they fought players before and shouldn't be underestimated. But using his cloak of hiding, Seo-woon appears right behind the arrogant agent, questioning if he's blind or just arrogant. The shocked agent realizes with a start that the man was right behind him the entire time. Seo-woon then unleashes an unrestricted fist spatial strike, taking out the final agent. A bewildered Chris can only wonder who this incredibly powerful and unknown man could possibly be. Our guy then grabs her from behind and pulls her. At this she shouts, "What are you doing?" "I'm helping you, obviously," he says, and he leaps away, leaving the defeated agent sprawled on the ground below. Carried over his shoulder, she yells for him to let her go before she gets sick. Just as she shouts at him to put her down, he unceremoniously drops her on a rooftop. He dismisses her as a noisy woman, while she retorts that being carried like a sack of groceries was rude. Now on her feet, she notes that she's never seen him in her organization and asks if he's from another resistance group. He simply answers no as she presses him for his allegiance. She reasons that since he was fighting the government agents, he can't be with them and wonders if another unknown group exists. He grabs her shoulder and dismisses himself as just an ordinary passerby and warns her that he won't save her again, telling her to consider herself lucky this time and to lie low. As he leaps away, a stunned Chris tries to call him back. She chases after him, desperately asking for his name. Seo-woon only helped because he disliked the way the government agents were operating. However, he wonders why he stuck his neck out for her, questioning whether it was a sense of kinship or if he was just playing the hero. Back in his new apartment, he reflects on his unease, having just shaken off one organization only to worry about being tracked by another. His sentient weapon, Hammett, calls him uncharacteristically merciful, but he just retorts that he didn't like the look of those suits. Suddenly, his phone buzzes, and he's surprised to see it's a call from Ren. Ren, having seen the explosion on the news, immediately calls to check if Haruto is okay. Seo-woon tells him that it was just a fight between a player and some guys in suits, confirming he was at the scene. Over the phone, Ren expresses his worry, lamenting Seo-woon's terrible luck for moving in on the very day of an incident. Meanwhile, while unrolling a huge amount of toilet paper to make a makeshift bed, Seo-woon sarcastically asks if he should apologize first. Lying on his new bed, he casually admits he was planning to just watch it first. He explains that he couldn't ignore it because they were ganging up on a single woman and being too loud. Ren calls him out on his hypocrisy, reminding him that in Cloyd he shoots people without a second thought. When asked if his face was seen, he confidently boasts about his cloak of hiding. Ren warns him to be careful, as getting noticed by government agents would be a huge problem. Seo-woon agrees, saying he doesn't want to lose this house either, before ending the call. Lying on his pile of toilet paper, he makes a mental note to buy a bed or at least an electric blanket. The next day, at the National Military Capital Hospital, a list shows the names of the hospitalized agents. Manager Naruse looks grimly at the hospital room, thinking about how all of her men ended up here. With a stern look, she enters the room. She glares at one of her subordinates, whose arm is in a sling, and demands to know what happened. The injured agent sits up in shock, exclaiming, "Manager?" as she again demands that he answer her. He nervously recounts that they were ambushed by enemy reinforcements who were lying in wait. Naruse slams her hand down, furiously demanding to know why she wasn't informed about an operation to track the resistance. Leaning over the agent, she demands to know who gave him the authority to carry out an operation without her permission. She fumes about the pathetic failure and the unwanted public attention it's drawing online, and angrily demands to know who approved such a shitty operation. The injured agent nervously begins to confess who approved the mission, but just then, a voice says it was me. The general manager coolly states that he approved the mission and asks his subordinate, Manager Naruse, if there's a problem. Naruse confronts her superior, questioning what authority he had to approve their operation without her permission. He explains that the intel came in after she left and that someone had to approve it, as opportunities to track a resistance executive are rare. When she asks if he'll take responsibility for the failure, he smugly replies that it has already been handled. He reveals with a sly grin that he has already smoothed things over with the higher-ups. Naruse can only clench her fist in suppressed rage as the general manager continues to lecture her. He patronizingly tells her that she has yet to adjust to how they handle things in the field, where failures are simply part of the job. He then turns to the injured agents, telling them to recover quickly and support their manager. After waving a dismissive goodbye, he leaves a seething Naruse behind. With a sharp tone, she orders the agent to submit his report and discharge documents as soon as he's released. The agent can only wearily acknowledge her order. A few days later, Seo-woon wonders if anything has really changed since he got involved in that fight. At a cafe, Hayami Ren lectures him, worried that he keeps doing such reckless things. Ren warns him of the worst-case scenario being ambushed and abducted, while Seo-woon just nonchalantly admires his new necklace, and recalls that when he went to the convenience store earlier, he saw government agents already lurking everywhere. He reasons that they're likely looking for Chris, not him, and that staying inside their surveillance network might actually be safer. Ren questions if he means hiding in plain sight, and Seo-woon agrees before changing the subject, and asks about the term stockpile, which the agents used, but Ren dismisses them as no big deal. Ren explains that stockpile refers to ordinary people who gain abilities through items instead of being true players, which makes them less efficient but still fairly strong. As Ren sips his coffee, Seo-woon's phone begins to ring. Answering the call, he's greeted by an old friend yelling about why he hasn't been picking up. He recognizes the caller as his friend, Shohei, who asks if he'd forgotten his number. Shohei invites him to their friend Naoki's birthday party tomorrow, causing him to realize with a jolt that he has completely forgotten about his real life. While on the phone, Seo-woon realizes he has completely forgotten about an upcoming reunion, and his friend notes that it would have been a disaster if he hadn't called. After that, his friend Junpei offers to pick him up since he happens to be nearby in Yokohama. When our guy asks, "Do I really have to go?" Junpei encourages him to go despite his reluctance, pointing out that there will be free drinks to celebrate annoying Naoki. Seo-woon still hesitates, but then Junpei drops a bombshell. Mina, the girl he confessed to in the past, will also be there. The mere mention of her name is enough to get his full attention. He starts to reminisce about meeting Mina in his first year of high school, where they became friends within the same social circle, and recalls falling in love at first sight and even begging his friends to help him spend more time with her. After a year of holding his feelings in, he finally worked up the courage to confess. His confession, however, was a complete failure, and he didn't see her again for the rest of their second year. Back in the present, the thought of his old crush still gives him pause. Ren, having used magic to eavesdrop on the entire conversation, teases him, asking if Mina was his first love. Seo-woon tries to dismiss it as a one-sided crush where he got rejected hard, but Ren confirms that he heard everything crystal clear. Intrigued despite himself, Seo-woon agrees to hear Ren's so-called 100 success confession technique. Ren's first piece of advice is to strike at an unexpected moment, not giving the other person time to think. As he listens, our protagonist reflects on how many times his own confession attempts failed in the past. Ren's foolproof technique is to just look her in the eye and say, "I like you, go out with me," with raw momentum, a plan which leaves Seo-woon completely unimpressed. And yet, Ren smugly claims this simple but effective method is how he started all of his relationships. Seo-woon is left speechless, utterly skeptical of his roommate's overly simplistic advice. Seeing the look on his face, Ren wonders why he's getting such a weird look, while our guy reflects that someone like Ren couldn't possibly understand his experiences. Seo-woon then bluntly tells him that his smug attitude is seriously pissing him off. A flustered Ren immediately shouts at him, "Don't stare at someone's face like that," while our guy tells him to get home safe and to call if anything happens. But as he leaves, Ren can't resist wishing him good luck on his confession, earning a death glare in return. The next day, Seo-woon arrives to meet his friend and immediately complains that he's way too early. His friend, Junpei, greets him cheerfully, but Seo-woon insists that he wasn't slow, Junpei was just early. Junpei looks him over, commenting that he's lost his awkward high school vibe. As one of his few real friends, Junpei asks about his college plans. As they walk, Junpei expresses surprise at the size of Seo-woon's new place, but our guy explains he's just renting a room from a school acquaintance. Junpei then reveals he bought his car with savings and a small loan, and Seo-woon cynically notes there must have been a reason his friend came all this way to pick him up. As they approach the car, Seo-woon reflects that Junpei is probably the only one their age to buy a car with his own money, having gotten a job right out of high school. While on the way to a high-end yakiniku place, Junpei asks if he brought a gift for Naoki, but Seo-woon dismisses the idea, saying he'll just send a gift card or something. A few moments later, they arrive at the restaurant. Seo-woon immediately remarks on how expensive the place looks, while his friend guesses that Naoki is paying just to show off. Junpei tells him everyone is already inside as they approach the entrance of the traditional-looking restaurant. Upon entering, they're greeted as the Shame Brothers, an old nickname from high school combining Ha from Haruto and Ji from Junpei. An old acquaintance asks Haruto about studying abroad, and he replies that he's preparing to return to school. Another friend then grabs his shoulder, surprised by how muscular he's become. He downplays his physique as the result of some light exercise, while his friend remains amazed. A couple of female friends then comment on how much more mature he seems now. But his focus suddenly shifts as he spots someone else who has just arrived. The arrogant Naoki arrives with Mina, his old crush, on his arm, smugly commenting on how studying abroad must have suited him. He greets our guy, casually asking if it's been a while since he left, and tells him not to hold back, since he probably hasn't had a quality meal in a while. After that, he demands his attention and asks, "Where are you looking?" Snapping back, our guy thanks him and says that he has sent a gift card. With a condescending pat on the shoulder, Naoki tells him to just eat and enjoy himself, completely dismissing his gift. Naoki then tells everyone to start eating as the group moves to their seats, leaving Seo-woon to silently fume. As the party gets lively, the old friends sit down for their expensive meal. While everyone else gets drunk, Seo-woon reflects that he had become so immersed in Cloyd he'd forgotten about his old gloomy identity as Haruto Aoyama. He then realizes the obvious reason why Naoki, who won the parental lottery, keeps inviting him to these events. Naoki's goal is simply to show off his superiority, and the others use him to feel better about their own lives. Just then, Naoki gets up to take a call, giving Seo-woon a brief moment of reprieve. Just then, their friends reveal that Naoki has been trying hard to win over Mina lately. Some of them wonder aloud if Mina, who now works at Naoki's dad's company, got close to him for that very reason. Junpei turns to our guy, demanding to know what Seo-woon is going to do, and teases him, asking if he came just to see Mina, but Seo-woon deflects, saying it's all in the past and praising the food instead. Naoki cuts in with a condescending remark, agreeing the meat is good but pointing out that it's far too expensive for someone like Seo-woon to afford. Noticing his non-stop drinking, Naoki asks what's wrong, but Seo-woon brushes it off, claiming he's just happy to see old faces. Naoki then tells him to look up because he's ruining the mood, causing Seo-woon to silently curse how annoying he still is. Leaning in close, he smugly offers to handle any problems Seo-woon might have. Seo-woon plays along with a tight smile, sarcastically acknowledging how helpful it is to have a rich friend. When our guy pours Naoki a drink, Naoki sarcastically remarks, "Life's tough without status." His expression hardens as he hears another one of Naoki's condescending remarks. Naoki boasts to the others about a time they drank expensive liquor, remarking how even back then, Seo-woon was a perfect little drink pourer. Naoki raises his glass to drink, praising him for knowing his place and not overstepping. But as Naoki drinks, Seo-woon quietly places his own shot glass on the table, catching his attention. Seo-woon calmly tells the surprised Naoki that he's drunk and should go easy on the alcohol. Another friend tries to defuse the situation, telling Naoki not to mind it since they all came here to drink. However, Naoki explodes with anger, slamming the table and yelling that whether he's drunk or not has nothing to do with Seo-woon. Seo-woon's demeanor turns cold and menacing as he quietly asks Naoki if he has a problem. Naoki scoffs, yelling that he has nothing against a loser and telling Seo-woon to act like one. Seo-woon stands up, while Naoki tells him to just drink quietly and leave if that's all he's here for. As Naoki continues to yell, his sentient weapon, Hammett, appears, asking if he should shut the loudmouth up. The other friends rush to hold back the enraged Naoki, telling him to calm down while chiding Haruto for starting trouble. Naoki struggles against them, furiously demanding that Seo-woon be the one to apologize. Meanwhile, Mina and her friend watch the confrontation, shocked and concerned. Seo-woon, having had enough, realizes he shouldn't have come. He announces that he's leaving and tells Naoki to stop his king act, calling him pathetic for showing off in front of job-hunting students. As Seo-woon walks away, Naoki screams insults and threats, vowing to kill him. Walking down the street alone, he decides he'll probably never see them again and turns his thoughts back to when the next Cloyd game will start. The scene then shifts to an office where Tetsuya, leader of the Stockpile faction, asks about the handover of the escaped woman. An underling reports that they've set up in the area, but the resistance seems to have moved their base. Tetsuya mutters that the government's interference is making things troublesome. The underling, now reporting in person, assures his boss that he has learned all the mind techniques and is on standby. Tetsuya praises his subordinate's quick learning for a Stockpile member and promises to bring more martial arts texts for him to master. The subordinate bows deeply, vowing to serve him with loyalty, while Tetsuya tells him that the boats will become useless once the man becomes a fixed player. Just then, another agent bursts in, breathlessly announcing to his boss that they have a lead. Tetsuya asks if the lead is on the woman, but the agent clarifies that it's not. He's tracked down someone else. The agent excitedly reports that they've successfully tracked down the man who helped Chris escape, Jin Seo-woon. A sinister smile spreads across Tetsuya's face as he orders his men to inform Shido and Tatsumi. He stretches triumphantly and declares to his eager subordinates, "Tell them the hunt is on." Jin Seo-woon wakes up with a splitting headache, suffering the harsh consequences of his high school reunion drinking binge. He laments that despite his superhuman inner energy, his tolerance for alcohol is still disappointingly low. As if on cue, his sentient weapon, Hammett, chimes in to mock his pathetic state, much to his annoyance. Shaking off the hangover, he realizes he's neglected his chi accumulation training for the past 2 days. So he quickly begins to meditate, discovering that circulating his chi is an incredibly effective way to expel the alcohol from his system. Just as he sobers up, a call comes in. He first suspects it's his ally, Hayami Ren, but he's mistaken. Instead, it's his mother, who happily informs him that his dad's surgery was a success and he's being discharged from the hospital today. Eager for a rare moment of family normalcy, he promises to meet them for a celebratory meal. She tells him to meet them by 11, and he quickly heads out the door. While walking, however, he finds himself worrying about his dwindling cash reserves and the uncertainty of when the next Cloyd game will begin. His impatience grows as he wonders just how long he is supposed to wait for his next chance to earn money and power. Meanwhile, at Story University Hospital, Seo-woon's father gratefully thanks the doctor for the successful surgery. Leaving the hospital, his father expresses his relief at seeing his son looking so well. When his father apologizes for using the tuition money, our protagonist brushes it off, lying that his new high-paying job makes it a non-issue. He continues the ruse, telling his concerned father that he enjoys the work and plans to postpone college for a while. His father suggests they celebrate with a meal, and Seo-woon leads the way to a good restaurant he knows. A few minutes later, they arrive at an impressive, traditional-looking establishment. His parents immediately express concern over how expensive the place looks, but he reassures them it's fine, and insists on treating them for the first time, leveraging the lie about his new, high-paying job. As they eat, he reflects on how happy his parents look, a sight he hasn't seen since he got into college, and begrudgingly admits his jerk of a friend, Naoki, has good taste. A wave of guilt washes over him as he realizes how little he has done for them over the years, prompting a moment of deep reflection. Later, as they part ways, he tries to discreetly slip her mother an envelope with some money. She tries to refuse, saying, "We're fine," and asks where he even got that kind of money, but he insists they take it after everything they've done for him. His parents finally accept, telling him to be careful on his way home as he departs. But as he stands alone on the street, his moment of peace is about to come to an abrupt end. His weapon, Hammett, suddenly speaks up, warning him that a nasty presence is targeting them. Seo-woon asks for a location, but the spirit admits their pursuers are professionals, skillfully hiding their presence. Now certain he's being watched, he decides it's time to drag his stalkers out into the open. He knows they won't make a move in such a crowded, public area, so, confident that his pursuers will wait for the cover of darkness, he resolves to wait them out. To pass the time and keep up appearances, he casually decides to go watch a movie. A few hours later, night has fallen as he exits the Giga Cinema. Under the full moon, he knows the time for a confrontation is drawing near. Walking out of the theater, he mutters that the movie was a complete waste of his time. Just then, Hammett informs him that their pursuers have let their guard down, allowing the spirit to get a rough fix on their positions. Our guy notes that while there are many of them, only 3 seem genuinely dangerous. Ready for a confrontation, he heads to a more secluded location to draw out his hunters. He arrives at a deserted park pavilion, the perfect isolated stage for the coming fight. With the trap set, he prepares to turn the tables on his hunters. Unleashing a powerful burst of ki, he decides to give his stalkers a little scare. And using his Cloud Stride movement skill, he vanishes in a flash of blue energy. The members of the Stockpile faction are stunned as their target seemingly disappears into thin air. Their leader, Tatsuya, is shocked by the incredible speed, while his subordinate, Tatsumi, admits that his own eyes can't track their target. Over their comms, the subordinate confirms he's lost sight of the target, admitting he's never seen anyone that fast. The third member, a bald mage named Shido, reports that their target is nowhere to be found on his side either. Frustrated, Tatsuya orders his underlings to spread out and find their quarry, realizing they've been given the slip. He furiously berates his team, livid that 3 of them managed to lose a single person. From a hidden vantage point, Seo-woon watches the leader rant about screwing things up before they even become fixed players. Our guy deduces that his 3 powerful pursuers are about to become a fixed team, which means he can't afford to make a single mistake. Suddenly, Tatsuya calls out, knowing he is nearby and asking how he managed to hide his presence. Trying to strong-arm him, the man threatens Seo-woon's parents, warning him to cooperate for their safety. Seo-woon scoffs, disgusted that they would resort to threatening his family and dismissing them as nothing more than common thugs. Tatsuya continues to shout threats into the woods, demanding that he show himself or regret it. Fed up with their taunts, Seo-woon decides he's heard enough. And finally reveals himself, surprising Tatsuya, who recognizes him as the elusive player the Shinjuku faction couldn't catch. Flanked by his 2 lieutenants, Tatsuya listens as Seo-woon coolly dismisses all their factions as irrelevant, third-rate groups. Seowon reveals he's known they were tailing him since the morning, contemptuously calling them big sewer rats. At the insult, Tatsuya lets out an amused and menacing smirk. Meanwhile, Hammett laughs maniacally, thrilled at the prospect of finally getting to taste blood. Wrapping his fists, Sewon warns the trio that they are going to deeply regret forcing his hand. Just then, Hammett reminds him to use his daily random skill, and Seowon enters the spell roulette. The gacha-like system lands on electric shock, a less than ideal but still useful ability. With electricity crackling around his fists, he prepares to utilize the new skill before the day ends. Tatsuya scoffs at the idea of regret as he powers up his own ability and charges forward. He yells for his opponent not to underestimate the Three Musketeers of NWCs as he launches his attack. Tatsuya closes the distance in an instant, lunging at him with a powerful knife strike. Seowon, however, calmly prepares to deflect the incoming blow. He analyzes the attack, noting that while it has momentum, the movements are too big, leaving his opponent wide open for a counter. However, his eyes widen in shock as Hammett screams a desperate warning. Out of nowhere, the shield-bearer Tatsumi slides in and blocks his counter, saving his leader from the blow, and warns him to be careful, acknowledging that their target is more dangerous than any user they've fought before. Seowon realizes with dawning horror that he's not fighting a simple mob, but a coordinated, fixed team. And before he can react, the bald mage, Shido, completes his incantation, summoning a massive rock elemental to the battlefield. He is completely blindsided, shocked that his opponents possess powerful summoning magic. As he frantically asks Hammett how to defeat the golem, the weapon informs him they must destroy its internal core to stop its regeneration. Just then, an unexpected voice yells out a new command, Thunderstrike. A massive bolt of lightning descends from the sky, completely obliterating the rock elemental. It's Hayami Ren, who casually arrives on his bike, having rushed over from class to join the fight. When Ren asks, "Are these guys tailing you?" our guy confirms it and explains that they are players from the private organization that has been following him. The stockpile members are stunned, realizing with dread that their target also has a powerful Fix members on his side. With the odds now evened, a confident smirk appears on Seowon's face as he eagerly anticipates testing the results of his training in a real team battle.
Hey everyone! If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me out and lets me bring you more great content. Now let's begin the story.